Majita, AMAGENTS here. Penson.
Oh, Debs, hey, come on, man.
On the 31st of July 2026, we're doing it again. We're doing it big. Where are we doing it, Debs?
Alex, Bramfontein, yeah.
Johannesburg. So guys, the damage is a clipper. $100. We've got limited tickets, limited seating. We're trying to keep it intimate. We're trying to keep a nice Q&A session. So book your tickets ASAP.
Yeah, Buffett, come through, Buffett. We want to speak about everything and anything that has to deal with men.
Danko is?
Thank you.
Hush.
Come to God. Let's go.
Hey, stranger.
Cancel.
Hey, stranger.
All right, clip. Give it, are we good?
What's the TikTok?
All the
Stranger. Go back on head.
Yo, Buffett, 31, man. Come on, man. Come
Are
on.
we good? Zimasa.
Yebo baba.
Mooshtaffa.
Yebo baba.
Brother, thank you so much for gracing us. We appreciate, we love you, we love your work. I met you through my brother,
Yeah.
which was super exciting. And then we bumped into each other in an event.
Yeah,
Because we're
yeah.
scarce these days.
Yeah. I'm not around Josie as much.
But the mere fact that you said, I'm available, I'm here.
Let's do it.
Hey, bro, we appreciate you. Thank you so much, hey.
I appreciate you guys, man. I love what's happening in the place, in the space. I walk in and there's so much change, man. And I think funeka siyithethe into and sinibulele ngento eniyenzayo, because these conversations, like, I think for the longest amount of time in South Africa, what we like to do is to spew rhetoric. Sithethe ngento uba yazi ngaba right if we could tell our own stories. Yazi ngaba right uba, and this is what you guys are doing. And people it's no longer just words, right? Spoken by people. You guys are realizing it. And as I walk through the space that you guys have built with so many sets and so many divisions, so many things that have sprouted out, like, I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And you guys must keep doing it, because you are now a conduit for black thought, for black progressive thought within a space of negativity towards abantu bethu.
Yo,
No, thank you.
brother,
Thank you,
AMAGENTS, there's no topics. I know you had some things that you wanted to just get off your chest. So you run the show.
Damn.
We've got all poster by two at the back.
Haven't run a show since YFM days.
But how old are you? Never mind.
No, I'm not scared of my age. I'm 39.
Damn.
39.
39
There's no Mlotshwa there in the back. Hey, yo, what's up, man? Yo, are you ghost? Are you talking or you're not talking?
Ghost.
Hey, ghost.
Ghost.
Yes, hey, we've got Penson there in the back. We've got the producer, Dubs.
It's not like
Productions, Dubs Productions. Dubs Productions. Perfect. 31 July, we're having an event. ALX, Bramfontein.
Are you here
Nice
on the
one, nice
31st?
one.
$100.
I don't know where I'll be, but if I am here,
Pull
definitely.
through,
Please,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Please,
yeah.
please. So we did an event in May
Yeah.
at Alex. It was myself, Debza, Eno, and Advocate Ike Kumalo.
Nice.
Gents pulled up, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, it was one of those things where I was like overwhelmed.
There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community.
Sure.
That one. And one of the things that we saw, that Amachita have a lot on their chest.
Yeah.
And they want to get
Bafuna
this into
uport.
out.
Yeah.
I want to port Amachita, yabona, sure.
Yeah.
And this show has gone to being more male
Yeah.
type of audience, of which I try and push against that.
Yeah.
These two love the fact that it's a space for
Yeah.
Amachita. For me, it was like, it's a space.
It's called AMAGENTS.
It's called AMAGENTS. No, but like now it's just cool about people's erectile dysfunctions.
But it's about AMAGENTS.
Yes.
I was saying, so every now and again we'll get a lady.
Yeah.
Because we want to get a lady's perspective. One of the
100%.
ladies that came
Yeah.
to the show was saying, I just want to be a better husband. better wife to my husband,
yeah.
and a better mother to my sons.
Yeah.
So I'm here and I watch this because I'm downloading information with Amachita team.
Sure.
So I also don't want to close that for the bosses that actually are there to learn.
100%.
So they can also better themselves with how they approach
What's your guys? I know this has absolutely nothing to do with the thing, but what's your demographic right now? What's your split?
No, it's mainly gents.
No,
But no, but like, what is it?
About 92%.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
So,
And then, 16 to
so mine
45.
has been. So mine started at like 90 something as well.
Yeah.
It's now at, I think, around 85% guys and 15% ladies.
Sure.
So it's very interesting when.
But YouTube is just gents. YouTube?
Generally. Hey,
Not necessarily, my brother. I think
But have you seen the numbers? It's sitting on like 65-70% men.
Yeah, but you've also got to understand that the algorithms really channel people to where they need to be. So I don't really, unless they tell us, okay, explicitly in South Africa, this is the split and boom, boom, boom. I just think that like when you're somebody who, if you walk into like a lady's place and whatever, like there's probably like, I don't know who's like fresh right now, but there's probably like some lady who's vlogging and it's in the background and it's playing.
Yeah.
And those are views and ads are playing and whatever. And even though that's not like attentive watching, there's still a lot of numbers because if you go to those ladies and say, what does your split look like? The split looks like a 90, 95%. Oh yeah,
Sure.
the ghost
The ghost is
found the voice.
Penson.
Yeah, in South Africa, 51% female, 49% male.
On YouTube?
Generally.
That's
There we go.
crazy.
There we go.
That speaks to the...
I've always felt,
but does that not speak to the actual demographics of the country?
no, like
It shouldn't matter. It's about users. So some people might use an app like Sheen.
Yeah.
What did you
And
type there,
then-
Mlotshwa? I just want to
What's the gender split for YouTube viewers in South Africa?
That's ridiculous. See, even more of a
I'm
reason...
not even surprised.
But even more of a reason for us to start bringing sisters. Not because it must be the majority or sis. I mean,
Yeah.
this is my thinking.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, sikhule kukhona osisi somewhere.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's a disconnect happening. So Amachita are going to come and we're going to complain as Amachita. And we do that. And most of the time, 90% it's that.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you hear the voice of Mooshtaffa saying, I understand, I've never understood before, now I can go back to Obrazo back home.
Yeah.
And when he does this, oh,
You
it makes
understand,
sense
there's
now.
a perspective
Or when,
nyana of
or
some
when,
sort.
or when my teenage boys do this, I get it now.
Bridging the gap.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll hear about Duvede. We'll slow
I want to ask you guys something, but
Sure.
But anyway, just to wrap up, on the 31st of July, guys,
Yeah.
please, we've only got
Jump
limited
on.
tickets, so we've got 100. We're trying to make it as intimate as possible.
Yeah, so
it's
that
got-
there's value for people.
bro, it's going to be a Q&A, you know. So we'll talk, 15 minutes, but mainly as a Q&A, just to see what is it that you guys need from us, you know, and then try and tailor the conversation.
I want you guys to consider moving when it's like fully like established. I want you to move this thing outside of Gauteng. Like I beg of you, I beg of you guys. Like this, there is a hyper concentration of all things South African in this province, and there is literally. There may be like 9 million people in this province. There's another 50-something million people all around the country. We need to go out there and bring the message to the people.
Host us in Eastern Cape?
I can definitely do that.
Usiyancanca, one of our sponsors, our city stand up. He wants to host us at Herschel.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
And then he also wants us to do a bloom leg.
Yeah.
You know, obviously we've got different schedules.
Nasa
I wanna
Kimberley.
hit
Let's not
all these
forget
things.
Kimberley. Let's not like.
So we really wanna do
genuinely, I urge anybody who's got platforms that speak progressive things and want the good to come out of conversations to go across the country and take the show on the road. One, it's beneficial for you, but it's highly beneficial for people that get to see you and rub shoulders with people who are not. No, people what we can find money.
Okay. No. I wanted to get there very quick.
Yeah. So people, you don't understand how important it is to personify yourself in reality for Abantu. To see that I've got a ghost like Penwell who's there, I've got Penson, got Gebsa, Zim is there, and these are people that I only ever see through a screen. And they're here saying that I can do and be better. Do you know how important that is?
Sure.
It's major important. And genuinely, platforms like this are so important because sharp, there'll be 1 or 2 episodes that's a miss, a hit here, miss kancane or whatever, but there'll be one that'll really touch a person. And you are doing it for those moments where you're actually empowering, emboldening, and bringing up like elite who look up to yourselves and what you actually say, and they listen to every word you say, right? So when someone like a Penwell backtracks on what he said, it's important that the light understands that you can actually say something and be convinced about it, and then convince yourself with new information that I was actually not right, even though he's wearing a shirt that says Penwell was right.
Off camera, guys, Zimasa was actually having a nice dig. A nice dig at the humble uncle there at the back. But no, we appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys. If you can host us and assist us just covering the overheads, you know, just a couch to sleep and a bit of pet money. Just as long as we can do that, we'll come to you.
Yeah.
We're going to hold you to that.
Yeah, hold me to it, yeah.
Gents, I had a very uncomfortable chat with one of the ladies that works here. And I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, I was through it to the gents. She suspects that he old lady like umjovila sasemncane at the age of 16, 17. And the mom's rationale is, no, man, the mom's rationale is, you're a teenager and I don't know what you're going to get up to.
Is it like one of those like multi-year ones, ne?
I don't know. No, I shy every 4 months or every break.
Yeah.
This girl. And I'm like, how do you feel? She's like, yeah, I know she stopped from me being pregnant. I forgot the product. And I'm like, how do you feel about it? And she's like, yeah, I think it was a good thing. Then it made me realize that, do you think parents that have ingos is a cherry, Baba Jove without their consent? Because they've got a high rate of...
This conversation with truth.
Yeah, no. It hit me because this is the first time I heard this.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, wait, I just want to hear a perspective that the parents, Baba Jove, because there's an issue of teenage pregnancy and blah, 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 blah. What do you guys think of that?
I think it's better if there's a proper and clear explanation of what's going on. Rather than to make it something that seems clandestine and there isn't full buy-in. From somebody.
What?
Clandestine, like secretive.
Okay.
I'm Manuela.
Yeah, sure.
No,
I knew what you mean. What it slander. Namatlita.
This is why we call this
Sure.
So you've got to understand that if buy-in is so important.
From a 16-year-old as well.
Yeah, because what does the law say about 16-year-olds? You understand? And not to say that excuses anything or any type of that behavior, but it says the person can understand what you are saying. And they've already probably all are going through that type of conversation at school anyways, within a structured textbook context. So to say to somebody, these things that you are learning at school, in reality, we have to make decisions like this. That is just theoretical.
Okay.
In practice, this is what a lady who is able to give birth and interact in this way with the opposite sex, these are the things you need to think about. So let's both, me and you, figure this thing out. Here are the options.
If she says no?
Then I think she said no, my brother. What can you do? Uzofostel.
But what if now, because you're going to suffer the consequences of her if
Yeah, but you can't.
As a parent.
But again,
But you
can't do it without consent.
Yeah, you can't.
But you will then, I have this thing, right, that I always say to like family and friends and stuff like that says, you must let people live the way they want to live. Outside of you giving that advice and giving the options and saying what you will do, just like esikolweni, umntana ongafuni ukuya esikolweni okanye umntana ofuna ukuya esikolweni, you take that on the chin as a parent because you have brought this person up to this point and they have agency. Bayakwazi uzikhethela uba bafuna ntoni what they don't want. The moment you then take that agency from them, ibe kuwe, when they stuff up in life,
It's your fault.
it's your flipping fault.
But there's so many things you make decisions on their behalf and you don't ask them for permission.
Yes, but after a certain age, specifically on certain topics, because of how impactful and how big they are, they form lifelong, I would say, pillars in this person's life. To say, yes, when I was 16, we had a discussion about this thing and then we decided that this was one of the things we wanted to do. A lot of ladies will say, no, we had the discussion around birth control for skin and hormone control.
She says exactly that's what they said to her. Skin, concentration, control.
Yeah, but
control.
That is not, that's not great.
What I found interesting, she said, I have no problem with it. Because I thought she was
Now
going to say
or
to
then?
me, now, I spoke to her vandaag.
Yeah. No,
I thought she was going to
remember-
say, and back then she didn't know what it was.
And that's why it's core to say, like, the question around the morality of the act itself needs to be questioned. We're not questioning what the result was, but what we're saying, and we live in a society that questions things, no matter if they turn out well, we say, okay, but what methodology do you use to get to this conclusion?
Okay.
And it's not about the final answer. Many people would think that, yeah, but she's not pregnant. But it's the fact that at some point, as you get older, now there are decisions that for a lot of people, and especially for Amachita, were made on your behalf by your parents, that you now look back and say, this thing is actually baggage that I'm carrying. If Amachita are actually doing these type of things to kind of look at themselves and say, what are the things that hold me back? Maybe you're not an aggressive person, but you're highly vengeful, right? It's the inverse. Like, I might not fight with you now, but best believe I'm coming for your ass. And you need to then ask yourself, what creates this?
Hey, I'm 50-50.
The,
I don't
the,
know.
the sad
What do you
part-
think?
No, I fully agree. I fully agree with you, Mooshtaffa. I fully agree.
That you must speak to the kid.
You have to.
You have to.
You
If they
have
say
to,
no,
know.
you leave them.
In this country, bro, at age 12, I think she doesn't even need your consent to have an abortion. You know, something crazy like that. I believe that you need to have the discussion. She has the final decision. The pain in all of that is when you, as the parents, have to deal with the consequences.
That's what I'm saying. And you know very well, this kid is not developed enough to make that decision as well.
Now,
We need to be fair.
Even
a 16-year-old can't
you,
make.
You see when you do those items, okay, who's responsible for this? Who's responsible
Yeah,
for that? You never write someone else's name because then the accountability column.
Yeah.
Who's accountable?
Yeah.
So you can't make things on my behalf, bro. Yeah, but you can't do that because then
all.
I'll be accountable. You know, so give me it's that painful part of she does not want to use contraceptive. I agree. It's her choice. Umitheke look wenje. Now the child is my responsibility and I wasn't.
So why can't the chat be back? You're saying no to this. When you have a kid, move out of my house with your child. Isn't that fair?
How many parents can do that?
So that 100%.
For a
Before you,
16-year-old.
but remember, before shelter and looking after a kid are two different things. Because she's still at the point where she cannot shelter herself.
She's not an adult. Certain decisions
Yes.
she can't make then.
100%.
Still a child.
When it comes to certain aspects of
I
her life.
think, no, I think
If
most
she gets
things.
to no, but listen to this. She gets to grade 10, she's 16. She can choose which subject she wants to take. I don't, do they even still do high grades? Standard grades? They don't do.
Maths core, maths lead, teenager.
I mean, abangincedile.
Kuluma Ghost.
It's still there.
Oh, okay. So,
Not Isaac, I agree.
hey, I just thought of Power Ghost.
Yeah.
But anyways, so the thing about it is that if you are able to start making decisions that will impact your life going forward from 16 to say, I want to do maths lit versus pure maths. I want to do this versus that. Then we are going to have to give you the leeway to make bigger decisions. Understanding that you as a parent, you actually don't lose your responsibility until they're 21.
Hey, some
No,
even
you
30.
only lose the responsibility for it once they then
can stand on their own.
feet. The age doesn't matter. We've
Exactly.
got guys who are at 45 still chilling at home.
Exactly. So therefore, I don't
Abaspan.
think that you should use nefarious means to try and get to your ends as a parent. But understand that as a parent, your responsibility was to look after this person, whether they get pregnant and bring a child or not. You should have built the framework of decision making from a long time ago so that when this thing arrives, we have a better discussion. So if it was a discussion around you can have this toy, you can't have this toy, and you lost those, you start to lose a lot of these little battles and you ultimately win the wars that matter in your family.
Can I throw a spanner in
Post.
the work?
Yeah.
Because
I just
I'm
wanna
on
hear-
your, oh, sorry.
This specific topic, what do you think?
Before what I think, I just wanted to emphasize what Penson said. Higher grade and lower grade are no longer used for current high school students. South Africa's basic education system was restructured to use the National Senior Certificate NSC. Under the system, all students study subjects at a single level of difficulty, and results are recorded using percentages and a 7-point achievement scale.
But how do they then determine what difficulty of mathematic, whatever equation should go into it? If previously...
Everyone studies at the same level. And J-Mark was just
Okay, sharp. Yeah.
Mark
What do
to
you
mark.
think? Yeah.
So
what do you think?
So for me, as much as parents play a role, the environment also plays the same, if not a bigger role.
Most definitely.
So as parents, we try and do best. But again, there's 40 hours plus spent at school that can shape your child. So where I understand, again, I agree, I understand in the sense of you're under my care. When you make any mistake, the consequence falls on me. And that's where I think maybe at a higher level, maybe not us sitting here, need to have a bigger discussion to say, before a person is fully an adult, whatever that age may be, 18, 21, 25, whatever the case may be, where Namzali or whoever's accountable for this person has final say over this person, so that you don't have to deal with those situations. And you say, look, you under my care, under my roof, I will make all final decisions. You can make suggestions, we can sit, we can unpack, but all final decisions will stand here. Once you say, I'm out of this nest and I'm fully accountable for my life, then you can then make your own decisions.
And that's a better way to approach it, because it can't be half and half. You can't be like, you can make some decisions and I'll give you leeway on some. You need to then say, this is the line of march. This is what you follow. And then it lends itself to what you were saying, Debs, to say, well, then leave my house. Then you because you would have been clear about that from Jonga, it's either my way or the highway. 100%.
Now you say it to a 16-year-old, "You're my poison."
Dude, there's a conversation from a mate of mine who was telling me that, hey, my daughter, ubete, like the son, right? Discipline the son. Yeah, discipline the son for something. And the kid went to school the next day. And then obviously, you know, kids are, it's probably like still scratching or whatever. And they're like, oh, what happened to you? They're like, no, my dad like hit me. It's like, what do you mean? The guy is in court right now.
I like it.
You like that?
Theater Ghost.
Ghost, I'll call him when you're pregnant, then we'll move to this one. Yeah.
Look, sorry to the gents, man. This is part of the reason why we need to be politically active. The law has changed. Hitting a child is physical assault. And parents can kick and scream and whatever. And what I normally say to them is this is exactly how men felt when women got rights. Which you can't hit a woman. There are old school timers who are like, but what if she doesn't listen to me? What if she comes home drunk and I've won a million try? That's the exact same mentality that we still use our generation on children. But the law doesn't allow it. So maybe people need to get punished for them to get it. And if they feel it's wrong, they must go and fight to change the law.
But many ladies will say, "I'm not a child."
No, that's their counter. The bottom line is it's the same mentality.
It is,
Have rights. Children have rights.
Same
just
principle.
like you.
Same principle.
So who gives you the right to hit a child? You traumatize him.
No, I was just playing. I'm playing
no,
devil's
you're
advocate in
okay.
the sense that's what they say. I'm not a
Yeah.
child.
For
You
sure.
know, I'm not a child. So why would you? You know, which then is the
I'm going to
correct?
try and keep it brief, man. So there's a philosophical argument and then there's the real world.
Yeah.
In the real world, most grown South Africans are not adults themselves.
They're still children.
So as much as they want to have dominion over their kids, they rely on government.
Yeah.
They rely on other people, but then they want to have authority on someone else. Where the reality is, if your child gives birth, it's going to be the government that's footing the bill. So you almost feel like government should have more of a say, which is probably why they tell children to abort or contracept without their parents' consent.
Okay.
Because they're like, but we're feeding this child and we're housing this child and we're schooling this child, type of situation.
Okay.
The philosophical argument for me is we need to get to a point where society, if we can, I don't think we'll get there, where people need to prove competence for things. Once you qualify to understand what sex is, what consequences are, you should be given a green light to almost have authority over your life.
Upalilenas, yes, sex.
Type of situation. And have a certificate for sex or
Keep a license, a sex before you find it. Total was for anti-license. Yeah.
And in the absence of that, everyone should get punished. So this is like a 30-year-old woman who's falling pregnant, or maybe who hasn't qualified, also should be getting jabbed.
So
You can't fall pregnant because you haven't proven
Now we're
the
self.
level of
but I want to
Irrelevant of age.
I want to jump in there and say, I think the one thing we must be very aware and cognizant of is that the more responsibility and agency we give to the government, the less it will be effective on the things that we want generally, because no one
talking
can.
in the real world.
Yes, in the real world now, in the
This
one.
is why it was a philosophical.
Yeah, 100%. So the one thing that the government is not going to be able to fully realize is this thing of wanting to parent our kids from outside of our homes. And we have to be very wary of that. Because I think that our lackadaisical nature as a society within South Africa, and particularly I'll speak to the black middle class, people hardly even check the textbooks that their kids are reading. Now, if you are doing that, you have fully given your autonomy over this child
Scale.
to his scale.
Yeah.
So when the child comes back home and says something and you say, Aibo, that's what you're learning at school. Yeah, it's because you didn't sit down at the beginning of the year and actually look what the curriculum was, because there is a thing that comes out that tells you for every single subject what you're going to be dealing with. Now, you as a parent who doesn't go to those PTA meetings, who doesn't go to SGB meetings, you know nothing and you don't have a say, like somebody who doesn't vote in this country. Yeah, no, but I'm a citizen. Nah, but you don't exercise the right to actually choose what happens and how it happens. So the government has already got too many things to deal with, and they're not doing well in a lot of those things. So now we're saying, abantwana, bethu abahlala nathi, not with the government that we already pay taxes, property taxes, PAYE taxes, and other taxes for, are still going to come into our home through the laws and tell us what we should be doing in our homes. Nobody advocates for assault. But if a society starts to break down in the way that it does without having actualized, South Africa wants this dream where we've actualized and everybody's at the same level, or at least has reached a minimum that makes us all kind of think similarly, that we can put in laws that will blanket all of us. It's not reality. There was a period, I think last year or the year before, when so many laws were coming. I said, who asked for these laws? Who is asking for this stuff? And it's this helplessness that starts to radicalize people. And we've got a very apathetic middle class. We don't care. Like, we're like, if I'm fine, I'm fine. If in my little four corners I'm fine, I'm fine. But what you're not understanding is that your kids have to then also interact with those kids who have been either discriminated by the law or have been given advantage by that law, who are at the same level as you, by the way. We're not talking about lower classes or people that are richer than you. We're talking about people you. If you're sending your kids to the same Curo, if you're sending the kids to the same private school, you're sending your kids, there's different ways to kind of do this. So we need to ask ourselves as a society, at what point do we say, oh, hold on, man, that should not be a government thing. That's not a government thing. And anybody who wants to do this, the power to vote is not just around corruption. It is to shape your way of life. That's what a lot of people don't get. They think to vote, we're going to get the less corrupt person. Outside of that, we need to vote on policies that shape our way of life.
But it's a government thing when I am feeding you, housing you, paying for your school fees.
But the government's not doing any of those things.
It comes from our money as well.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
not for the middle class.
No, but first and foremost, the government is the worst allocator of capital. It is the worst allocator of capital on this planet. And when you understand that, you've already taken money from me to say you're going to redistribute it to other people. I am fine with that.
Sure.
But when you're going to come back to me again and tell me, outside of what I've taken from you, I'm going to legislate a way that I don't know who voted for this. So I'm one of the last, I think, one of the last grades or classes that was under corporal punishment. I'm 39 now. Right?
Yeah, it changed in our grade 6 year.
Yeah, right? So now I sit here and I go, was it a good or a bad thing?
The law changed
has society,
because
we were probably in grade 6 together because I'm a year ahead. If you matriculated at 18.
Yeah, I was 05. So I matriculated 2005.
Matriculated 1997.
No, I'm saying my grade 6 was in 97.
You want to say
That's
something?
when it stopped.
You raised your hand there.
No, I never gave my personal opinion on the story that you gave.
Yeah.
I don't support what that mother did.
Okay.
I support the idea of speaking to your kids if you can.
Okay.
If you can't, as the majority, I don't think you should.
Can I put on my tinfoil hat quickly,
Yeah.
just in terms of conspiracy? So, not in conspiracy, but it's there. In the 80s and the 90s, there was Operation Moses and Solomon in Ethiopia, where Ethiopian Jews were flown out to Israel because of the civil unrest in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And though the women there were all vaccinated, just for,
Without consent.
Yeah, they had
Sterilized.
But no, I mean,
Basically.
the conversation was, this is a vaccination, now you're coming from the third world.
But in
and it
actuality
only came
it
out
was-
years later. They were getting sterilized.
Cheers.
Years later, because they are thinking, we took you from your bush.
Yeah.
Hangiti, you guys are killing each other. We're bringing you here. You're already our problem. And now you guys want to multiply.
We don't want to mix your gene pool with
your
ours.
gene pool with our gene pool. So what they did is that they sterilized all those females that came through, And again, their thinking was exactly like, I'm accountable for you, and I need to make sure, Guti, you are not a liability to the state and the individuals that pay taxes.
Feels very super villain to me.
It's very supervillain. But I'm saying that's how they justified it. Yeah, but much like
South African men would be very happy to do that to South African women dating foreigners.
yes, 100%. But again, we might not agree with it, but we understand.
There's a whole show on it.
We don't
There's a
agree,
whole show
but we
on
have
it.
to get to a point where we understand why they did that. Good, you coming into my home. I've just gotten, let's say, one of my cousins' daughters.
I don't think we have
lives
to
with me.
agree. I think
We don't have to agree.
We don't have to agree
we
on
don't.
whether it was the wrong thing. To me, but there's a reason
gonna
why
look
they
after
did
your
it, and that was the reason.
Yeah.
So-
So you understand their thinking?
So
You say
what
who's
was
gonna
what was the reason to go fetch the people? Let's start there.
they
Context
were-
always matters.
They were Jewish.
Then what is why go fetch people that you're going to then put under your thumb?
Yeah, because he wants a certain aspect from them, like the slaves.
Yes. So
You needed them to be
and-
slaves only, not do
and
other things
therefore
to them.
we
The
need to
thinking
say
is,
they
I'm
needed to bring
bringing
an underclass that they could subjugate and use at their own will. But they were not willing for these people.
But again, a lot of them came and said, thank you, now I'm in a first world. So they saw as lose some, win some. There's that. Nah. There's many people who are willing to
No.
do that and put
I'm
it
not talking
down.
about I'm talking about the philosophical aspect of it all. The what did you say,
What's
Mr.
a
Mlotshwa?
philosophical?
Based on social media, a lot of South African men would be happy to sterilize black South African women who are dating foreigners. especially
Based
from
off social
Nigeria.
media, based off your
It's not
algorithm,
my opinion.
No,
Based on
not
what
even
I've read
social
online.
media. Most niggas as well.
based off your
Almost, I'm
based
talking
off your
about most.
algorithm,
Based on what I've seen, so there are guys on social
Man, that's not
media.
even
based,
social media.
based
I
off
know
your
that.
algorithm.
There are guys on social media who constantly complain about South African women sleeping with foreigners and making babies.
On your algorithm. This
I
is
didn't realize.
like this is
in my
Man,
real
I'm-
life algorithm.
yeah.
There's many guys.
What about my algorithm?
Man, that's not even social
I've never
media.
seen that.
I know a lot.
That's
of
what I keep saying. Like not on. That's
in
guys.
your circle.
Guys, we must have an understanding that the conversation that we have based off social media is not the same social media we all have.
Yeah.
This
Not
is
talking
very
social
important
media.
to understand.
I'm not talking social media.
No.
You
But
might be talking social media.
yeah.
I mean,
but
I'm not
saying-
social media as
saying-
well.
No, I'm saying relative to
Oh,
what
okay, cool.
Penson was
Mlotshwa
saying,
said, yeah.
we don't have the same algorithm.
100%.
If we all open up the same app right now, we will see different things.
Sure.
So
They serve different
Does that mean
ads,
you disagree
different
with what
everything.
I'm saying?
No, I'm saying that we don't have the data to actually get to that conclusion,
No,
guys.
wait.
No, but for him, he has
wait,
that-
Wait.
Okay.
I'm just asking. When I'm telling you I've seen on social media, you
Of-
disagree? Wait,
I'm not
let me ask
disagreeing.
you a question.
No, I can't disagree on what you've seen, but I'm saying to you, yeah.
I'm asking a question.
But you're not getting there.
I'm trying to get you.
You're not getting there.
That was right, man.
So I'm raising something I've seen. I'm asking when you mention algorithm,
Yeah.
are you discrediting that exists?
No, my
In
brother.
your world.
You
Your
can't.
social media.
My world, forget my world.
My brother,
okay.
you're not.
I'm asking when he says he hasn't
No.
seen it. Is he saying therefore to him it doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying to you, you are saying what you've seen. I'm saying based off what you've seen, the sample size is too small for you to make a generalization.
I wasn't generalizing.
You were being exact.
I said there are South African men. I didn't say some, most, the majority. I said there are South African men who would be happy.
And that's why
That's the way they were
no,
people
but
who were
that's why
happy.
I'm being exact and pushing back on that, saying we don't have the same algorithm, and I've never seen that.
You've never seen that in your social media at all.
That they want to sterilize.
Yes.
No, that's not
They
what he
didn't,
said.
they didn't use
guys,
those
That's what he
words.
said. That's what he said. That's what he
No,
said. That's not what he
No.
said.
What did he say?
Now,
I said the same thing you guys are speaking about. There are South African men that would be happy to sterilize black South African women.
That's
who
what
are
he
dating
said, my brother. That's what he
that
said.
don't want to. They're saying if that was presented to them,
No,
they
listen
would
to him
say
again.
yes.
Listen to him again.
Listen carefully.
Say it one more time for him to get.
Okay.
Try again. Say it
listen
one more time.
properly.
Mamela Penson Mutin. Jamamela mna.
There are South African men who would be happy
Exactly.
to sterilize black South African women who are dating foreigners.
Yes.
And you
What are you
underst-
missing?
I'm not missing anything. I'm
Kanti
saying
nikhonza kalanje.
I said he said based off his social media, and I said you
No,
have
I never read that on social media.
where did you read
What
it?
I've read on social media is that there are black South African men who are very angry that there are
man.
black South African women dating
Yeah,
foreigners
if I
and
don't
having
be-
children with them, and they're saying "Dayisizwe."
Yeah.
Ngathi ngihamba ney'ngane zenu nifoko off.
No, but
So
that
I was saying those men, based on what I've read, would be
where
would
did you read it?
be
And
happy
man,
for
I'm saying I know them in real life. I don't even.
No, but-
I didn't read.
Man, I didn't
No,
read. I
Chins.
know
I didn't
them.
read me.
I
No,
know
Chins.
them.
If there's
Unfortunately.
Give another example.
They are
Maybe
they are extremely.
There are white South African racists who would be happy to sterilize white girls who are dating black men
Yes.
based
because
off.
they don't want mixed children.
So the last time I saw any of
No, I hear what he's saying. He's making an inference from the first thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
on this
100%.
second thing. I haven't moved, and this is unfortunately this is
Mina,
why
are you
I
saying
can't
your
move from
social
that.
media? You haven't seen any of that.
No, remember, guys, this is an exact statement that he's making. And based off
making
that
an
statement,
inference.
no, but he's saying from what I've seen, and he's saying it's not social media. I don't know if it's on social media or he saw it somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe he saw it in actual media.
Yeah.
He is saying that there are guys that would be happy if we could sterilize abafazi that sleep with foreigners. Based off what he's seen, I don't know where he's seen it now. He's saying it's on social media.
Yeah.
So I'm saying,
Yeah.
what sample size are you using to then say?
So the inference is coming from black South African men who hate the fact.
Some, according to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Based
some.
on some South African men that hate the fact that South African sisters
Are sleeping with foreigners.
sleeping with foreign Africans.
But to the point, remember, what I always, I don't want to then
Do you
shape.
agree on that first part?
No, I don't want to shape the conversation.
do you just agree on that first part or you
I don't want to
disagree?
shape the conversation that you're making for you. But when it got to the point of sterilization, which is a major thing,
Yes.
then I said to me, but come on, that's such an exact thing. But what you are saying, I have seen.
Okay.
What he is saying, I have not seen.
Okay.
I mean, I've
So,
seen.
so I don't want
so
to
he
agree
based it-
on
he-
what
he said-
I'm agreeing to say that
based on
because I've
part
agreed on
one,
this, I'm agreeing on what he said. I'm not
he's
agreeing.
picked up the amount of hate that
And
some
and then he's gone
South
to the
African black men, the level of hate that they have at the fact that their sisters are sleeping, dating, marrying black African foreigners. He can then deduce or infer, would he? Those type of men, because of so much hate that they have,
would be happy.
they would then agree with that.
Hey, you're giving your bro so much leeway. But
No,
Masambi,
man,
Producer can do a poll.
do a poll.
And you're going to lose. In fact, there is a whole TV show about what you speak about. I know how much it has about like asifuni le nto le.
They are happy to disown their system.
No, but I'm not-
social media.
Again,
Happy to
guys.
disown.
I genuinely am a data-based person. And when the data is presented in front of me and it is empirical, zawvuma.
What makes it empirical?
Yeah?
How many black men should you bring to you so that you say, yeah, it's a fact?
A decent enough sample
What's the
size.
number?
A decent enough sample size.
I don't know what's the decent. That's why I'm boss.
What do they use to say who's going to win the next election? Whatever that poll is, if it's
Oh,
25,000,
okay, sharp.
if it's 50,000 people that are surveyed,
Okay.
do that.
I mean, I work in media too. We've done a robust
If they get five guys from the Cape Flats, 5 guys from Mlotshwa,
too much.
5 guys from the
They can just get two. And it's not that you from the Cape Flats, your parents were born there. And they came here, so someone represent them. We've done the
I don't
robust.
believe in sterilization at all.
No, I also.
Without consent. Whether it's children, Ethiopian Jews, black South African girls dating foreigners.
I think
I don't believe in
even, but
sterilization.
even with consent, I just think there's certain decisions that I look at myself in my early 20s, you know, and if you want to believe the biology behind prefrontal cortex develops 25, 26, and you look at the sisters that go through the whole phase in their early 20s, you look at guys that seem to be very lost in their early 20s, I go, there's something about that you're still too much of a child.
You want to force people to not sterilize them.
No, hear me out. I'm saying, Uguti, there's certain things that people do in their early 20s as an adult that once that part of the brain is fully in how we say in the mother tongue, their decisions then change. So give me you say I want to get sterilized and you're 19.
I
I just feel like you're just too young. It's like
No.
19
It's the framework that you make decisions. Because the decision, look, you only ever make decisions based off sort of the choices that you have in front of you and the framework that you have to make decisions. So what changes is most probably not because you are whether you're 20 in early 20s to late 20s, you're kind of faced with similar types of decisions. What happens is that you get more information to reshore your framework and to rejig it so that if you are faced with that same thing, if you there's guys that'll decide that I don't want to sleep around anymore. Something's changed in the framework because those options to do that are still there
And
when
you're
you're 22 or 26.
So for me, when I hear about a person who's 19, I just want to get sterilized. It's okay, you're right.
I think we need to put some measurements fit.
Learners.
Whatever age it is, let's say 16 over lingos, as you sterilizing it. we're like, hey, frontal water attack ayivutanga. By 20 shiny ngosi vienog. And we domnyana ngathi slow nyana. Sterilize. Consent no consent sterilize. Uyasikhawaza emhlabeni
Grown
fethu.
people mustn't have children.
You know? No, I'm saying we need to put some sort of measurement. Ukuthi. There are some people who should not have kids. They're irresponsible.
Irresponsible people shouldn't have children.
No, I'm saying there are some people who
If you're not
consistently
clinically
make.
diagnosed, we can't make that distinction.
Yeah,
we
there,
can't now.
there are some people who
Mina,
consistently
I like
make
this thing of,
irresponsible decisions.
if you wanna
And
try-
they constantly make those decisions. And I'm saying there must be some sort of
You want to
measurement.
take away their agency.
Yeah, if you fail the test, whatever test we're gonna bring to them,
Mina,
let's say by level 5, we're like, Chief, no, we've given you 6-7 years
the reason why I
to
like
reach
the-
this level. If you don't reach it, and you're better, sterilize.
The reason why I like the test is because some of the decisions that you make affect the greater society.
Now, but we must deal with your child.
Now we have to deal with your child.
No, Chief.
We don't even have the death penalty in this country for capital crimes. You're not going to get that to pass.
No. I'm saying if I was dictator for...
No, sorry. Look, I've got a controversial question, and if it's too controversial, please don't answer it. Because I'm asking personal opinions. Based on what Penson said and what you guys are discussing, there's this thing of regrets in the past. So the one question would be, if you have children, do you regret some of the children you had earlier because your mind hadn't developed? If you don't
Yes,
have
yes.
children, do you regret not having children earlier? Because then this would substantiate you guys saying, I can speak personally. that I had kids I should have had, or I should have had kids, but I didn't. But
Fuck
if
'em
it's too
kids.
personal and it might affect your lives, we can move past it.
So I don't have kids yet. And it's a personal choice. Not for the lack of finance, but from just understanding who I need to be in order to be a parent. And that has given me a different outlook on what needs to happen. Now I'm ready.
Is there a difference now versus you at 16, 18, 25?
100%. It's the frameworks.
Yeah.
It's my frameworks of making decisions around certain things that has changed. It's the understanding of having lived through enough ups and downs that affect things to say, what is the worst that could happen? Probably worse than what I think, but I think now we've calculated enough. I have enough real world data of me making decisions that if somebody else comes through and they have to literally for 18, 21 years of their life depend on me, I can look after them.
So hypothetically, you're saying if you had a child at 19, you'd be regretting it today?
Not regretting it, I would have made different decisions based off the choices that I had in front of me and the framework I was using.
The decision then versus now. That's all I'm trying to get.
No, it's not regret. And it's easy to kind of go to that box of wanting it to be regret rather than saying there are choices and decisions that we make based off understanding, based off not understanding enough of the factors, but still having a framework to make decisions. And maybe your framework is not developed enough to make big decisions like that at that time, and you don't have enough information. And that's what I'm saying. You don't have to regret that decision. But what you had in front of you were a set of choices, and you had to make a decision. And this was the system that you used. This was the black box you used to make that decision. That black box might not have had all of the information, but this was your system. So that person in the past who made that decision is not this person who stands here or who sits here and says, I can make a different decision if that happened. 100%, you are not that person anymore because you have a whole wealth of information that you've crammed into your black box, and your matrix framework of answering what do I need to do is so different. And that's what wisdom really is.
I'm trying to simplify. Zimasa went far. Zimasa having a child at 16 is what we're discussing. He's telling me he's 39 now, he's got a wealth of wisdom and he understands his framework. But all I'm asking is, if you had a child when you were young, do you regret it because you realize I was down? I wish I could have been sterilized. Or I wish I'd been forced contraceptives.
Oh, back to the convo, basically.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's basically all I was asking. Of which it's too personal, because if you say, yeah, I regret, it's like, so there's kids of yours.
No, so for me, it's
but it's to push this conversation of, I can confirm that there were decisions I made back then, either to make a child or not, that I look back now and I'm like, that was a bad decision, and that's good enough for me to say people should be forced to make decisions because they're too young.
Do you know what's crazy? Most of the parents that I speak to always say, I wish I, because now they've got hindsight.
Hey, I was about to say,
They all say, well, not all, most, I wish I had kids sooner or earlier, because they now know what it takes. Because in their mind, there was that financial pressure. Now that you've gone through it, you know what it is, and you know when you are actually ready.
But they're making the assumption
there's
that they would have made the same decisions.
no, I
That's
hear
the thing.
Yes,
when
and
someone
using
says
hindsight.
that, yeah.
So the assumption is
So
basically-
true, Debs.
Yeah.
So
How do
true.
you guys, like when I asked the question, unfortunately, that's the base assumption.
So
Yeah.
again, if I was again hindsight, at 16 I was not ready. 17 I was not ready. When do I think I was ready? At about 23, 24.
Okay.
You know, I look at where I was financially, I look at where I was in terms of relationship, I look at terms of where I was just as an O. And what it takes for me, I'm just talking for me, to have raised Uzita at that time, I would have been ready 2 years before I actually had him. You know, so I had Uzita at 27, I could have had him at 25, and I think I would have been fine. In fact, I wanted to have him at 25. It was just a dynamic ukuthi usisi just naye kade safuna ukuthi ebe yabona before. So hindsight 25 would have been. But again, if you had asked me this question at age 13, I might have said, I sterilize me. I just want to be fucking them bitches. Type of dumb shit like that. You know, so giving Yasaba to give agency to people that haven't walked the walk. And then they make
I think
life-
agency to people who can bakwazi uyimela into abayenzileyo is fine.
Okay.
the problem is
Sure.
But then remember what uyimela into means. It means that you take all responsibility, financial, psychological, emotional, spiritual.
Have you spoken
Yeah.
to ladies who are now in their mid to late 40s
Yeah.
and they've tried the IVFs and they
Yeah,
tried
yeah,
them and now they're sitting in real regret?
Yeah.
Because unfortunately we have a slighter, more advantage or bigger window that we can always say, you know what, I'm good now, I can have kids.
Yeah.
Whereas also their window is slightly smaller.
Shorter.
You know, so have you had those chats? Because again, give me, I can say at 22, ngizoyimela. And then at 32, I'm crying in the shower. Because usoyisusile itotolozi, bro.
Yeah.
I say itotolozi. It's in a jar somewhere. So give me, that's why I'm not pro death penalty.
Yeah.
You know, I wish there was extreme cases, whatever the case may be, but I'm not pro anything permanent outside of tattoos.
I'm fit to, but like somebody who goes on a killing spree, like capital crime should have capital punishment. Like everything else we can figure out.
Are
I'm not
you-
even
the extent
like
of
I'm
the
saying
crime.
capital crime should have capital punishment.
The thing is that there's so much subjectivity in that, and I'll tell you why. So obviously, besides the fact that we live in a country where our legal system is just a joke. Yeah, one. So already when she was because they'll bazotuenze. But there's also what was right and just in 1980 may not be right and just in 2026. You know, so we might have lived in a space where they said, if you are homosexual, let's kill you. Death penalty for gays. Fast forward to 2026,
No, yeah, can't do that. No.
you
not
know,
been a conversation.
now you have to, whoever you were as the lawyer, as the watwati, you, Tina, who weren't part of the people that were pressing the button, pulling the lever, secret.
Yeah.
But you now have to live with that. And you have to now always justify what it was. And you've killed 100,000 gay people.
This country has trauma, and we're making decisions based off trauma, not based off conditions on the ground right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I understand your perspective. There's nothing wrong with your perspective. I just want to bring to the table a different perspective.
Yeah.
Not for the enjoyment, the pleasure of saying we took someone's life, but by saying in South Africa we have a line, we've drawn the line. If you want people to not kill people, there must be a line. There will be edge cases of serial killers. There will be people that are broken mentally, and even in those cases, South Africa's like, no, like we can rehabilitate them. That's what our system is saying. That's what our law is saying. I'm saying capital crimes should have capital punishment. That's what I'm saying. And we can let the people decide. Because that's what I'm saying.
No, I thought you raised your thing. No,
No,
flop.
I didn't.
I mean,
I wanted to ask that controversial question we normally ask or Penson normally asks.
Which one?
A man and a woman love each other. They decide to have unprotected sex because it's yaki pani spoon.
Okay.
Killing
Hey.
of a baby at 5 months pregnancy.
Yo, this
versus
conversation.
The man who kills the child after 2 months after birth.
versus the man who punches the lady in the stomach.
Yes.
And the baby
No, forget the punch in the stomach. I'm talking intentional.
Did we end up going to go look for what
No,
the
we
law
haven't.
says?
And
We haven't looked.
this is our third app.
So wait.
I want to give you context. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, a woman decides at 5 months she wants to abort. She's not ready to be a mom. The guy tells her at 5 months, I don't want to be a dad. She keeps the baby. When the child is 2 months old, the guy kills the child. He's like, I don't want to be a father. And just that morality dilemma in terms of capital crimes and capital punishment.
What's the cutoff time? to
Yeah.
report?
I'm following.
No, that's all. Just a man is killing a baby. That's wrong.
Kill him.
The woman is killing a baby in utero.
So
At
that
5 months.
that's a different conversation, because
Why?
Where it sits currently, as it sits, we have to then say, when are you a human?
Yes. Yes.
And if we all agree that it's at this point where a person is a human, if that cutoff is 5 months and you are not a human, there's nothing wrong.
What's your answer?
No, but this is my
what's
answer.
the
I'm
cutoff?
saying
No, I'd like to hear your personal. It's just an opinion, of course.
my opinion is that the guy should definitely go to prison, and he should probably, based off the world that I live in,
Get,
capital punishment.
No, I'm asking when does a thing
Become a human. That's the question I'm asking.
I don't have the scientific
You
understanding.
don't
of
need
it.
science. Just
Just your opinion.
Thumbs up opinion.
I don't know. It's not a thing that I think about.
Wait, I just want to know what's
You're
the cutoff?
pro-abortion?
Pro-abortion. Yeah, I'm fine with abortion.
Okay.
Here's my issue. So let's say the cutoff is 3 months, 12
Yeah.
weeks. Ne? Usisi has agency over her body, and she can then terminate until 12 weeks. Let's just say, I don't know.
Regardless of the man's feelings and
regardless
opinion.
of how the man feels.
Sure.
The man found out at 4 weeks he's been celebrating, buying us cigars and single malts. He's happy, having the time of his life. He's amazing. Usisi then terminates, nothing can happen. My question comes in, Guti, at let's say 10 weeks. Umchita, another gent, hates the fact that he has a child, that he's going to have a child. She wants to keep the child. Angiti, in the first scenario, he wants the child, she doesn't want. At 10 weeks, she terminates, even though he really does not want her to terminate. Now, flip the roles. Scenario 2, he really doesn't want the child, she wants the child. At 10 weeks, Ndanga puts something in her drink and the child dies in the stomach. What needs to happen to that guy? Umchita.
Remember,
Let me try and simplify it for you, because I think you'd like Zim's
So-
answer on this. I'm going to try and simplify the analogy, if possible.
Sure.
A woman is 5 months pregnant. She can either decide to abort,
Yeah.
or a guy accidentally, they're having a fight and he punches her and she loses the baby. Penson's question is normally, does the guy get in trouble for the loss of the baby? He assaulted her, so that's wrong. But the loss of the baby, does he get punished for that?
The same
Considering that
termination window, whatever the termination window is.
That's a very interesting question. And obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume that the result of the assault was further damage. And therefore, that damage needs to be scoped out, and you will also then have to pay for that damage that you've
relation
caused.
to the- yeah.
does he get charged for murder of the fetus?
So I don't know legally where,
Sure,
where it
no
stands.
problem.
I don't know.
So
That's
for
normally
me,
the
that-
question.
That's
Yeah.
where I'm stuck in the gray.
Yeah.
Uguti, so during this time, we had consensual sex, raw dog.
Don't you want
bust
to check?
inside.
Don't you want to check online what it says
I'll try.
for South African law? That's actually a very
bust
interesting. question.
inside.
Yeah.
I don't want the child. Sissy wants the child.
Oh,
I
hold
put
on.
something-
Upasta inside. You don't
Yeah.
want the child.
Yeah.
But it happens
But
every
it
day.
happens.
No. They asked, but I'm
Or
just like,
whatever.
Yeah, standard.
Yeah, standard. Yeah, because if the roles were reversed and she doesn't want the child, she
Man,
has
I'm
the
making
rights.
it simple,
So,
not-
so when we say we're trying to create equal rights, we both
I
made a
100%
clumsy
I
decision.
100% get where
so,
you're going with this.
So this
Yeah.
is where I get stuck because we both made a clumsy decision. If she then says, I want to terminate, she was part of us making a dumb decision of raw sex. She was part of it. And then she has that option of termination within that window. She has that option. I don't have. Yet, should this child be brought to term,
Yeah.
I still have the financial whatever obligations as a father. So I'm saying, Wuti, can people who are way smarter than me sit in a room and say, look, if we're going to say the responsibility of this child is going to be 50-50 from when the child is born and his termination window, surely he should have a say.
and you know what the thing is, I'm a logic monster. That is logical to me. So I tend to agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because I am a logic monster. If it's logical to say, if from the first you are 50-50,
Even
the
before
period
now,
before then, we
must
should
be 50.
find an equitable way of giving
Ooh, I love
50-50.
that. I love that.
No, it's logic.
But for me, ultimately, in fact, it's about he who's gonna bear the kid must make the final decision.
No, you can make the final decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
going
what
back
I'm
to
saying
a
is,
16-year-old colleague.
if the guy says, I don't want to be in the kid's life, don't hold him responsible when the kid is here.
Sharp. If that's an option, if that's an option, and I can sign out the rights, whatever the case is,
then perfect.
tops.
But the lady must make the
in
decision.
many cases, or if in most cases, he might not.
What
know
about
the
people
law.
that flip-flop?
Hey, he flop.
Ngiyamfuna manje, angimfuni next isicalene. Ngiyamfuna manje, hayi wena, why would you do this?
No. Then we're not
So-
talking about adults. This is
No, but this happens with adults.
That's true.
Where,
Very, very common.
yeah, it's actually the most
Yeah,
common.
again,
so
going
the
to
lady-
social media, there are many women who regret having children. They post it on a regular basis on my algorithm.
I like that. On your algorithm. Media training.
Yeah.
So what in Labo Mlotshwa? Is there something you found there?
This is not going to be conclusive, of course, because I just searched, can a person be imprisoned for killing a fetus in utero?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
what I Googled. YouTube Newsroom Africa are the references, and then there's another one which is case law. The first one says, yes, a person can be imprisoned for killing a fetus, though how this is prosecuted depends heavily on the jurisdiction and the circumstances of the case. The second part, which is South African case law. In South Africa, the law traditionally relied on born alive rule, meaning murder charges could only be applied if the child was delivered alive and then died. However, the legal landscape is evolving. In recent rulings, such as in the KwaZulu-Natal High Court, the court developed the common law to recognize the intentional killing of a viable unborn fetus, specifically after 7 months of gestation, as murder. For earlier pregnancies, the law usually prosecutes third-party attackers for assault or attempted murder of the pregnant woman herself.
Yeah.
Can I ask
That gives a lot of
that window
clarity.
of 7 months after it or before? Before it's based on that.
They're saying that
the
because you've passed the stage, you are definitely going to give birth. So, like, they're saying that the probability of you giving birth is so high that if you do it within this period, you're actually harming a person.
and what I'm trying to ask that what makes it a person at 7 months? Like what is it?
I guess it's probably all the signs, vital signs.
Bro,
Heart.
it's so confusing. You pick up the heart like after like 3 weeks.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like what makes it at 7 months?
You're already
human?
hearing the heart.
At 7 months, is the person not fully developed and just now?
My man, you can pick up at
Yeah.
at like 10 weeks, 13 weeks, depending
Yeah.
on how the child is sleeping. Or you can even say, oh, there's little testes
That's
there.
a bit.
At like 12 weeks.
Ghost
you can
wants to
pick up.
come in. He shouldn't have been a ghost. Eh?
Much.
I'm happy with being a ghost. Sorry, just for context, international and US law, in many jurisdictions in the United States, fetal homicide laws treat the killing of a fetus in utero as an explicit crime, sometimes carrying penalties as severe as the death penalty in extreme cases.
Yo.
Conversely, in other US states, women have faced criminal prosecution and imprisonment following self-induced abortions, stillbirths, or miscarriages.
At what stage? Because when they say feed, it's very confusing because I would like to know at what, because even when you keep saying 5 months, I still want to know what's it in this country, just for the average Siswet, how many weeks is it the cutoff?
And
Besides
then-
the medical emergency, besides the what's.
And then UK law. The UK has specific legislation such as the Infant Life Preservation Act, which makes child destruction, in inverted commas, an offense punishable by life imprisonment if a person intentionally kills a fetus capable of being born alive. This is typically after 28 weeks of gestation.
Yeah, you see, now they're going back to 7 months again.
Yeah, 7 months is the base.
So there must be something that
So
is
it almost-
biological at 7
at
months.
7 months.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it
yeah,
almost
yeah,
feels as
yeah.
if like before 7 months it's great.
If there's any doctors who are
After-
watching this, please.
Yeah, please,
Yeah,
just
Just
yeah.
we would just want to know at what's the cutoff for the average sister who can go to a clinic.
Why
or
is
whatever.
it 7 months?
Why is
know,
it 7 months?
Yeah.
Because I've
That's the biggest thing.
always heard Guti termination it stops at 12 weeks, and then for medical reasons, then you can go up until 20 weeks from 12 to, and then for extreme cases, rape, whatever the case may be, Ngane has disorder,
Yeah.
then you can then 6 months, whatever
Push
the
it
case may
more.
be. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there's always categories. Yeah, Guti, when you're going to clinic, once Ngane 2 or 3 months to a hard kill.
So
Unless you get medical intervention. From
So
the
there's
doctor.
this conversation that I think we were half having after just before we got on, and it was this conversation around June 30 June, and I was poking fun at my friend over here, Penwell, with 2 pens, What happens? Who gets to write on the paper? Anyways.
Oh wow.
So
Weak bars. Let's
so
allow
old.
them.
You so old.
So
High five,
I wanted to understand a little bit about how you guys see it. I think from 30 June, I've been having conversations with people in the diaspora. And I'll ventilate how I feel about it, but I want to know how you guys felt about the day and subsequently what needs to or doesn't need to happen in South Africa going forward with regards to this. This ghost is...
Are you going again? I mean, I'm leaving in the next 5
No, I'm not speaking. I just want to finish off the last chat.
Yeah.
Please don't engage, specifically Penson. In South Africa, you can legally get an abortion at any registered facility, though the requirements change depending on how far along you are. Up to 12 weeks, 3 months, you can request an abortion without having to provide any reason. 13 to 20 weeks, abortions are permitted if the pregnancy affects your physical or mental health, results from rape or incest, or causes severe economic hardship. And then over 20 weeks, you can still get an abortion if the pregnancy severely endangers your life, the fetus's life, or poses a risk of severe physical abnormalities, but it requires approval from 2 medical officers. So the official is 3 months.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that, there needs to be some mitigating
Circumstance.
factors. Circumstances, yes. Sorry, please carry on with your question.
From OCC about Tanda Ugu Baniki Mafita.
So in what you asked,
Great is this OCC bit.
29 we get food delivery. Nomchita nyamona ngabuye ngayabona. Ngithi mfethu namaphepha. Ebengithi la uthi izokwada yabona. Hayi but hayi uthi right la kamfethu anginamaphepha yabona. So I'm like to him, look man, and I sent this thing to Mlotshwa because I didn't understand it at all. I'm like, I'm man, how do you get on this app, your Uber, Mr. Delivery, Checkers, whatever? I was like, how do big companies hire you guys? Yabona makwi usystem elihlinayo ngakhona kumthola because there's no system or there's no app they log onto. So nyamuza lo mthengi ngithi muzi inhle kuthola kanjani isipali lesi? And I think it was Uber. It was Uber. Ngithi man angitshela isilaka hayi bro. All these companies in fact the app is there. You just put in your details. I'm like, what do you actually put in?
What details you put in?
Yeah, what details? Name, because he's from Zambia and he has a passport, but we illegal data site. Name, surname, birth, passport number, your fingerprint. Out here, we postnet at the fingerprint by scan at the PDF, load it on the app, or tell Spanish same time. I'm like, eh. He's like,
by
yeah,
document.
He says you don't have to prove that you're South African to be on these apps. You can immediately just work.
You don't have to show them a work permit.
Yeah, you don't have to show them anything. When he said that, I'm like, yes. We always speak about, and I mean very different ways when he speaks to this thing of March and March, date is like June. Because for me, it's like, wait, is there a system issue then? Why is it that you can go on an app that's in SA and anyone can register to be on it? So you don't have to prove that you're South African or you are legal to be in the country. So my ringana is like, I mean, this thing it's a system issue. These people will constantly hire us. He's like, man, I'm not the only one. He's like, if it over where last Panacon is like 70% of the guys are illegal foreigners.
Illegal foreigners.
Illegal foreigners. And they're delivering. And it's like, he says, the only way to maybe somehow change it from a delivery perspective of Uber and Mr. Delivery is if the app itself, and this is what he's telling me, he's like, if the app itself is linked to whether Home Affairs or whatever, so that by the time we figure out detail, it rejects immediately. He's like, as long as that is not being done, it's like, chief, I'm going to work tomorrow.
Like the app must say, put in your South African ID as
exactly.
Example.
He says that those apps don't do that. So he says, anyone angathola is banned. Then it just opened my mind. I'm like, okay, there's a system issue. But I've always had the view that the thing about big capital will always go for whoever can take the money that they're paying. And cheap labor is at the core of it. For the longest of time, capitalism operates on that.
True.
Whoever can pay, bro, whoever can, if a South African wants 4.5 and illegal, 2.5. Bro, I'm cold. Morality goes out the window.
Ngiyalalela kodwa ngilaleli bayakhuluma endlini ukuthi hayi ama illegal must what ngiyabalalela nje mangithi ngiyabuya nge8:30 lapha ngiyafika endlini bamfuze ipizza lapha ngithi oh did you guys take a little drive to the no delivery mina who delivered this thing Because thina singaphandle lapha siswa ilanga. Mabahambe. Nina nibhizi nya order la. Counterproductive this. So
Did you protest?
Uba, in spirit. Cishe ngasho what I actually did, but ngizonichazela offline.
Yeah.
No, ngizonichazela offline. So for me, just 30 June, before 30 June, I'm not pro or I'm anti illegal foreigners. You know, illegal, undocumented foreigners. I am about high border walls, high fences, efficient systems that can process any individual who is not born, raised South African coming into the country. Once you are here legally, I'm more than happy for you to bring whatever, whether kundikanda, whether you're a dentist, lecturer, I'm happy. You are here with the work permit. You are here for a holiday visa. You are here as a refugee status for that time, from this time to this time, and you honor it and you renew it. And if the system, obviously we understand that the system isn't up to scratch, but let's assume it is, and our fences are, then I am more than happy to share South Africa with everyone that lives in it. The
If
issue,
they're here legally.
Bro, because I can't.
permit and
So I'm going to Kenya. You have to follow the right structures. You don't just.
Don't just arrive.
You don't just arrive. You know, going to Dubai, going to Japan. You have to follow process. You know, so I feel if I follow process, everybody needs to follow process coming into my house. You know, I let you know if I'm coming to visit you. I ask you, hey, bro, what day can I come? Okay, can I come chill? Then I'm challenging jump over your fence, bro, at your place. Tada, saying when I'm peanut part. You know, so so the government didn't help us. So it was up to Abahlali to initiate something like that. Who might be the
Where do you want us to go?
I want us to.
Don't worry about third
ideally-
hand now. We'll get to third hand.
Ideally, I would love for us to be in a space where if I had a magic wand to remove illegal, undocumented foreigners, if I had a magic wand, we then fix all the shit that is happening in this country, be it the fences, be it the documentation, the home affairs. We fix as much as we can, the hospitals, the housing, we fix all of that. Once that is done, we say, Makelwane, you guys can now apply to come into South Africa legally. We have to. It's the same thing in my home. You know, sometimes the next door neighbor kid comes and he plays with the kids, whatever the case is. Perfectly fine. If I get home and Izichai Kezwanga and their rooms are dirty, whatever the case may be, I go, friend from next door, please, because some people need here to get a I don't hit my kids in the New South Africa.
That's assault.
Department of Basic
Assaulting
Education.
your kids.
I don't assault my kids.
Minister.
So ngiyabafaka ekamereni ngixoxe nabo. Ngiyabafaka ekamereni.
The nonsense guy.
He's a nonsense. Okay. Ngiyabafaka ekamereni sixoxe.
Yeah, we need to speak, guys. Yeah.
Robustly.
Yeah.
Siyaxoxa robustly.
The way you guys are joking is how men used to beat up women.
Kapendele nto eJune 30 uyekele mithethayo.
They clean the room.
I need you guys to
They clean the
understand
space.
hitting children is a crime.
We just agreed. We just said yes.
Kind of
It's a crime.
city,
Having
are
a
you
chat with that
crime?
robustly.
No one said it's not a
That
crime.
robust chat, it used to be funny when niggas used to hit women.
Okay.
Until people started getting arrested and it became a thing.
Zikuvile
Do you know I sat with timers like this speaking about beating women and they laughed and joked like this.
akanemnqandini ngeke.
The thing is I have to raise this thing before niggas get arrested.
No, you're
No,
right.
man.
You'll get arrested and then the laughs will stop.
No, you're right.
Then it will be too late. Then niggas will discuss, but that law was wrong. And you're like, okay.
Okay. When I hear
Sharp.
Atel.
Please just answer the June 30 thing.
I'd like to hear your opinion.
First, yeah.
No, but I asked the question. I asked the question.
It sounds like a loaded question.
Yeah?
Sounds like a loaded
Every
question.
question is loaded, my brother. I'm hoping you'll shoot an answer back at me.
Debs, have you shared your opinion?
He has.
What was your opinion? I didn't hear.
He has. He
yeah,
brought in
the system.
He brought in a big corporate.
Yeah.
And how they facilitate this thing once the people are in. Penson said, "Hey, bruh, like I want the whole thing shut down. We need some time to breathe. I want to know your thing."
Once we breathe, then they come back.
Apparently, according to sources online, on my algorithm.
Thank you.
You know, this come to God kak now is on my comments on other videos.
Nice.
Now niggas are written, come to God. Come to God. And I'm like, I don't even say that shit.
Come to God. Come to
Checkers 60-60 apparently has 77% foreign drivers. This is for you, Tebza.
Yes.
77% foreign drivers. Yeah. Checkers 60-60.
Justice.
And I don't know how accurate this is, but there's estimates of 70 to 80% of Uber drivers generally being foreign as well.
Yeah.
My views are very complicated, and I don't know if there'll be enough time for them. What I will say is part of the reason why I reeled back is because I realized I was speaking from a place of privilege. You know, like Ondlozi, Nabonkosazana Dlamini Zuma. The reality, boom.
Shots fired.
I don't mind. I'll fucking fire all of them, because I'm tired of these motherfuckers.
Keep it on your platform. Hey, we're trying to get sponsors here. We're trying to get sponsors here. Hey, the banks, the retail, the sponsorship. We're not associated with that
You have enough of a
individual.
vocab to say that better.
So come on.
You have enough of a vocabulary to say
Thank
that
you.
better. Jesus.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gee.
So I'm actually part of the motherfuckers like Ondlozi, Nabonkosazana Dlamini Zuma, because I live a privileged life.
You were, in terms of way
No,
of
I
life.
still am. So a lot of the things they said, I generally agree with. But the problem is, you are having an issue. You come from the Eastern Cape, I come from KZN.
Sharp.
There's an issue you're dealing with from the Eastern Cape. And when you raise it and you get other people from the Eastern Cape to raise this issue, I come and I say, yeah, but in KZN, Tina, the weather and the Eastern Cape, you guys are so wrong. And it's a form of whataboutism and some other fancy terms. But the reality is there are people that are affected by the illegal foreigners situation. Whether some people might feel it's a funded movement or whatever, some of us visit townships and we visit squatter camps, so we know it's a real thing. It's not make-believe, like white genocide. And when those people want to speak out, or there are people that are saying this is the issue and they join them and they're like, we actually agree, this is a problem. It is not for us privileged people who live in secure estates who order from Checkers 60 to come and tell them that they're wrong.
Yeah, you also like 3 salaries away from being those people.
Well, I'm not, but generally, yes.
No. The same people who are smart ass about this whole conversation, instead of stepping up and understanding that the role that you play as the middle class, other than just being very volatile yourself, is that you have been blessed and privileged enough to escape that those extreme circumstances to a point where you don't have to think about the things that the people who are left behind have to think about. So with all of that being lifted off your shoulders, you should have the wherewithal to start to look at what's going on around you. Even as yourself, as you say, I visit once or twice a month and I see what's going on, etc., etc. Maybe you're different. Maybe you're not the sample size. But a lot of people, when this thing started, chose to diminish the lived experience of abantu abathi kukho ingxaki apha.
Yes.
And that infuriated them even more because they were being gaslit.
Yes.
They were being gaslit. They were saying, this doesn't happen, because what a lot of people thought about before they thought about the situations of the people on the ground was they started to consider the fact that what are people going to say in the diaspora? What are people going to say globally? That was the black middle class position on this.
My friends, my colleagues.
How insane. Each one is got Penwell. No, guys, like there is a huge problem in this, because that is how policies in this country are made. Based on abantu bazothini.
That's a fact.
Crazy.
I mean, I'm not saying Pero's friends, but that's a fact.
Owenzin.
Yeah?
Owenzin.
Who's
a foreigner?
Maybe he's not your friend anymore. I don't know.
Who's a foreigner?
I don't know. I don't know. I plead the fifth.
You know what I normally thought about social media? Well, especially with matters like this, is share your lived experience.
Yeah.
which I realize for some of us, some of the things we say actually have an influence.
Yes, 100%.
So I was sharing my opinion. So when someone's like, what do you think of illegal foreigners? I was like,
What
let
yet?
me share my experience. But it wasn't for me to share my experience because I didn't bring the matter to the table.
Yes.
So when people are like, what about white foreigners? I'm like, when guys speak about illegal foreigners
Who was
from
asking
Bedford View and Cape Town, it's not for me to be like, oh, but you guys are... I don't live there. So when they
Stephen
complaining
Bartlett
saying...
has a home in Cape Town, eh?
Uban?
Stephen Bartlett.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's money laundering there in those houses.
Because you were saying, Uti,
At Stephen
because of
Bartlett's
the...
house.
I don't know if it's at Stephen Bartlett's
Lazare,
house, but
Lazare.
Mlotshwa he buys buffaloes. Who knows?
So,
Crazy. One day when you were there on the,
Yeah.
on the palm.
my brother, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Yeah, you look like ghost. So,
Just a little bit.
So there's a perspective that I have that I don't think is like unique, other than the fact that I've always felt like that as South Africans we seed spaces. We eat discomfort as as South Africans. Once we get uncomfortable, as the middle class, by the way. Now, the people who felt discomfort in the townships and in the spaces that they have to share decided that they don't want this thing. And this is not new to South Africa. It's always been there. There's always been a conversation around it, but it has never been, it's always been diverted. Hi man, Tina KZN, Tina Eastern Cape, Tina Free States, and Zangolhlobo, you understand? And the conversation is, it finds irony in the fact that the people who advocate for order and the law were the same people who threw humanity at people before looking at what the law says.
Yes.
Because people were not advocating for a new thing. They
weren't.
were not saying we
Change the law.
No, there was no law that needed to be changed. There was no public meetings that needed to be held. All that needed to happen was the enforcement of the laws. And it was ironic how people chose sides on various things. And a lot of people buy above Vela from this thing.
Yeah, of course.
But what we are always going to say is that no one advocates for violence. And I didn't fully hear anybody from an official perspective, either
Say
from
that.
government or officials or whatever, even big business, advocate for anything that had to do with violence towards Abantu who are here and find themselves to now be illegal. That was the humanity that South Africans had. But there was now the conversation of saying, okay, what do we need to do now? And how do we listen to Abantu Betu? And these are the people that vote for us, or we're hoping are going to vote for us.
Because even
So-
if you look at that, what's it, that memorandum that they were sending through, and you're like,
This is already written down.
this
bro.
is dirt.
Nothing was new.
This is just...
Nothing was new.
And lapho thina ku-complex kuyacomplainwa manje kuthiwa anti abasakwazi ukufika bazoclean.
100,000 rand fine.
Akucomplainwa
100,000 rand fine.
No, it wasn't. They weren't complaining about the 100,000 rand fine.
No, I'm just saying,
they were
which is
complaining
fine or what?
ukuthi on Tuesday
100,000 or 10,000. Which one is it?
I think it's 100,000.
100,000. So they were complaining on the group at the complex. Would say, now we don't have people that clean, so they can't come in to clean.
Who was that?
Belungu phela. They're complaining. Go to anti or knowledge, no pressure, sabakwazi ukufika. And you're like, damn, the privilege that people sit in. And here's also another thing that a lot of these white people come, the way that they view it is so off what Tina as the majority are saying. Because every single space that I was in and heard, it was only about illegal foreigners. The guys that work in the spaces that I work in, that are from Zambia, from Malawi, no one's talking about you, bro. You pay taxes. We know this. You know, Lababa Kalayo, as Lungelo said, it's the people who are affected on the daily.
Sorry, there is
can't
a
feed.
debate between 10,000 and 100,000, but it's not important.
Because they can't feed their kids, bro. They're
different
struggling,
sources.
they're stuck, and they feel like that person is taking my job. And I think for us middle class, the moment there is illegal foreigners that are coming and taking our middle class jobs, illegal foreigners, that's when we'll have a voice.
So I've been having very interesting conversations with cousins of mine from Zimbabwe, right? And you can imagine how heated those things get.
Sure.
And it's even now found its way into sort of like his cousins, so like my second cousins and all of that other stuff. And there's now a bigger conversation around this thing. And what I think we're not understanding about each other is what changes the material conditions on the ground. Now, you could bemoan the fact that South Africans, a few South Africans, their language is suggestively violent. But at the same time, it is measured relative to the injustices that people feel, because a lot of people feel that even those people who are leading the marches are not saying enough. So you can again, there's this thing of, hey, siyaba controller kancane volume, hlisa kancane volume. Now, when you try to express that this entire thing going forward can only be solved from a government to government perspective, you get hurled with insults to say, but you guys are Afrophobic. You guys are xenophobic. And we're saying, do you understand that this thing, in order for us to deport people, there must be another government that receives people. So therefore, to solve this thing without any further violent veiled textures, the governments have to come to South Africa and set up shop to take Abantu Babo back home. Because we can't asizukhupha nje sithi ambokwenza whatever you want to do. There has to be government to government conversations around this. And that is why you had the minister in the presidency yesterday or the day before, Chabeni, actually put it out there and say, guys, we need to have a government to government conversation around this, because our Bantu, they are clearly against South African rules and laws and regulations. It's clear. No one is, like, everybody understands this. So what we're saying is that come regularize these people by taking them back and giving them the right documentation, and then by apply it. Because again, a lot of South Africans and a lot of people in the diaspora and in the global context, they don't understand that what South Africans are actually saying is a very simple thing. Goduka, lungsindo zako, apply the right way.
Then come
ubuye. So that sizoyazi ba uzothini and for how long. Now, there's another conversation around this thing, around overstaying.
Yeah.
Because that's how that's one of the ways you become illegal.
Sure.
Overstaying.
Yeah. You come here with refugee status.
Not
not refugee
my
status.
brother. I walk into your country legally
with the right paperwork.
with the right paperwork.
Like being a tourist.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
got
I
you.
overstay my welcome.
Yeah.
I am
You are now
illegal,
illegal.
and I am an undesirable.
I had a work permit, it's expired. Until it gets renewed.
You are illegal.
There's a backlog at Home Affairs, it's okay. Until it's
you are
renewed.
illegal.
You are illegal.
Because the law is unambiguous, unfortunately. The law doesn't factor in a lot of those things. Unless, and in South Africans, generally we're one of the most, and to our detriment, one of the most lax when it comes to things like this. Because even if your work permit has lapsed, you can genuinely go and say to yourself, here, I've tried 15 times with you guys. Here are emails, here's this, here's that. And they'll say, your case is different. Please come this way.
Sure.
Because we are
there's a
that
backlog.
And that is the Ubuntu that a lot of people are not seeing from South Africa. Because when we start to talk about other countries and how they've operated with regards to illegal immigration in their countries, they've done worse than what South Africa has done.
Yes.
But because South Africa is the rich uncle down the street who has to take the kids for holidays and some more and wait for us, ekhaya ukuthi sibe right before you send our kids. And also, banike nomphako, babuye nomphako. Did you buy them new clothes? When South Africa says, hey, like, I'm not, they say, malume.
I want to tell you guys a story. So before I came here today, I had a really great panel discussion with two Nigerian gents.
Penal discussion or pen? Oh, sorry.
These weak bars that keep coming, we'll allow them. Because it's academic jokes.
People
In
should
a
be
lecture, the
behind
kids
bars.
go wild. Oh, Prof. Zimasa is a fucking good.
People should be behind bars.
So I said to two Nigerian gents, the host Daniel, and he is the head of the Nigerian Union in South Africa, Prince Smart Nwobi,
Yeah, sure.
who just got his PhD a few days ago, which is pretty dope.
Alala.
So he's also an immigration lawyer. He has a law firm here. He hires South Africans. He also lectures a couple of things at UNISA.
Sure.
So he was sharing some of the legalities and the acts and things that are probably going to anger South Africans even more, but it's okay. But some of the interesting things he said, I'm going to link to. I had an experience. I was going to visit a friend in prison at Sun City in Joburg South, Johannesburg prison.
Yeah.
As a natural.
Naturena, yeah.
And I spoke to a warden then.
How
He
painful
told me
is that the guys can see the chiefs practice it up?
the guy told me that.
Chiefs yadliwa lapha groundini nabo bayadli.
Nababaya what?
You just said no, but
Come on.
I didn't say
Anyways,
anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say
So that guy was saying the vast majority of people that they intake, about 100 a day, are illegal foreigners that have been arrested. And he told me, this is the warden now, before I get to Prince
Daniel.
Prince Smart, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
He's like 100 people come in every day, illegal foreigners. And he's like, currently the way the system is set up, if they catch you being illegal, you have to get arrested. Then you have to go to court. And then they normally sit for 3 to 6 months at our cost. They've found that you're illegal, you're supposed to go, but you still sit in prison. He said there's something wrong with the system, and people don't understand that if you had to try and arrest all illegal foreigners, it wouldn't work. So he said that's the problem. Usmart said to me today, at Kempton Park, a lot of 80% of the guys that are getting arrested are illegal foreigners, airport and those kind of things. But he told me something in the system where he said after the 3 to 6 months in prison, these guys have to go to a deportation center in Krugersdorp, in Krugersdorp called Lindela or something like that.
yeah.
They have to sit for 90 days while the South African government organizes for them to be deported at South African cost.
Yeah.
South Africa can try and recoup where they can, but at our cost.
Yeah.
So again, he's an immigration lawyer. He's head of the Nigerian Union in South Africa. He was explaining some of the Nigerians that have left, how they were scammed in Nigeria and whatever the case may be. So he's defending Nigerians and the like, but he's telling me this process. He says after 90 days, and if ever he's wrong, people will correct us. After 90 days at the deportation center in Krugersdorp, where they still have to be fed and what, if the South African government has not been able to
You have to let them go.
get rid of them,
You have to let them go.
they unfortunately have to be sent back into society. There were four family members that were meant to be on a flight today back to Nigeria. Nigeria's commissioned 5 flights for Nigerians to go back. There's a 66-seater flight from one Nigerian billionaire who's also coming to fetch people. 4 people were on their way. They were cleared. You guys can go back. Because if you're not cleared, there's no documents. Your own country doesn't fucking know who you are. Like in Malawi, they're like, hey, asbaz laban. So they were cleared. On their way to the airport, they were arrested by the police for being illegal.
It starts again.
So now you have to fucking start the process again. So there's like
But that's
bureaucratic issues. Because so we want to deport, right? And I think Dr. Leon Schreiber of Home Affairs, he released that I think it costs us 70 to 80 million rand every 6 months to deport however many people we deport. I think it's 70,000, whatever.
it's a lot of money.
If you were to collect all illegal foreigners in this country and you want to deport them, they all first need to be arrested. We don't have the capacity to arrest them. They won't be able to go to court. We don't have the capacity
to process them. Yeah.
And then after all of that, according to our processes, you have to then release them back into society.
After spending all
We've
the
got
money.
like really deep problems outside of everything else.
So,
But I just
like,
wanted to tell you that story.
Even though we don't agree, but I understand the anger that a lot of brothers and sisters then have.
Yeah.
You know, because again, you're releasing them.
Each part of your story is quite infuriating.
It is.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
it is.
As he was going through it, we
As you
all
keep going on.
laughed and we're like, we're laughing, but
because
it's
I'm feeling this pain. I'm feeling this pain every day. You're telling me, Guti, there's money being spent at this point and at this point and at this point. Next. At this point, money is being spent at this point. And then
and then there's 600 million when I'm out
and now ukwatile manje usufuna i-revenge kimi ukuthi kade ngikhoze ngihlala naye la sirenta khona whatever kulo mjondolo lo. I don't agree with violence. I'm just saying I understand the frustration that our brothers and sisters have. I get it, bro. Like,
And
I really do.
you need vigilantes to change the law. Sorry, I just want to add this. Jacinta and all these other guys, because they're scared of the implications of advocating for violence, you're going to get arrested, right? They know it. So they can't say it at all. That becomes a muzzle for everyone. So it becomes the apartheid government. Students are protesting 76. We want to vote as black people, want to be involved. The government's saying you can't burn your IDs, you'll get arrested. So guys are trying to follow the law. But at some point, all Mandela and all those guys, they realized the only way to change this thing, and we can't say it because it's wrong. It sounds like we who Ike got arrested for this, incitement of violence.
Yeah.
The reality is to change this thing. And it's almost like our government is doing this intentionally. And either they're so detached or maybe they don't mind.
So
They have to know because of where they come from that this thing will boil. I was in the East Rand yesterday, as a Foslo. And I was at on the 30th, sorry, one of the protests. The number of niggas I saw there who bepete like weapons on their face, I'm like, yabola, I'm fucking scared. Doesn't matter what about Jacinta and them say.
Oh, ikugundikhanda khona ngeke vele uPakistan.
I mean, I'm a Black Panther.
Somali.
I just want to say this, that Abo Ramaphosa and all these guys who seem to have either been detached or they are serving some agenda.
Did you guys see
There
Ramaphosa?
will be, or it will take vigilantes. It will take terrorists. Utatu Mandela was labeled a terrorist. It will take terrorist action to change this. I don't agree with it, but if they are not aware of it, that is what's going to happen. Because you can muzzle the leaders as much as you want. Omali must be about an unled revolution. People are angry, and you need one Arab Spring.
I just wanted to say with Ramaphosa, not just Guti, I saw a clip where she was getting interviewed based on those images that came out. Uguti, Ungizwe, and Upagelu Mtagati were sitting with Ramaphosa. Did you see those pictures?
Yeah.
And then she got interviewed and said, "Did you know about this?" And she was like, "No, I didn't know about their sit down."
No, but that one's a clear one.
There was a meeting with the president and some of your colleagues.
Yeah.
You didn't get an invite to the
No.
meeting. What happened? Why?
I don't know. You know, I don't even want to delve much into that because sometimes I know politics is like a dirty game. You know,
Yes.
sometimes they could be doing this for their own reasons to try and fit into some narrative.
Are they trying to create a split?
I think, you know, from what I've noted and what I've listened to them when they speak, they say a lot of things about some of these organizations are pushing political agenda, whatever. So I do feel like they're trying to imply that maybe like this whole, I've noted a lot of fear around Jacob Zuma, you know,
Yeah.
and I have a Zuma surname. We're not related to Jacob Zuma,
Yeah.
but for some odd reason, I think this is the only surname in the world where you can have the same, I mean, they can be a Smith in South Africa, they can be a Smith in America,
Sure.
but nobody says, oh, you're a Smith, are you related to Jacob Zuma? Like everywhere I go, like, is Jacob Zuma your father? Like I've only had the Zuma surname for a couple of years, but my God, it carries a lot of weight. It's scary.
I genuinely think
unpack it for us.
No,
that
I
don't know.
think it's people just trying to put some sort of a wedge between them. That
You think
thing
she
was,
knew? You think there was an understanding? You think there was
No,
a...
whether she knew or didn't know is neither here nor there.
Yeah, she also doesn't need to be
She doesn't
invited to
need
everything.
And that one. Two, remember, when you talk about ground forces, the people that were in that room with the president are the ground forces.
Okay.
They're the people that marshal the regiments.
Yes.
They're the ones that say, we move here, we move there. You can see it in all of the videos. So
Just assume that she didn't know. You think it's also fine?
it's fine either way.
She doesn't have to know.
She
So
doesn't-
let's try and simplify it.
Yeah.
March and March is an organization
Yes.
led by Jacinta.
Yeah.
Ungizo no Pailu Mtharatha are part of another organization.
Yes.
Yes.
So when we invite FIFA, we don't necessarily need to invite SAFA.
Yeah.
You can get upset and be like, Ngati
Kwenzakalani.
konke shamans,
Yeah.
but it's not like they invited the ANC and didn't invite the head of the ANC.
Upagelu Mtagati keeps saying ukuthi Jacinta umholi wethu. She
No,
is-
that's
No,
okay.
no, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that, my brother.
does say that.
He says usiswami and I'm supporting into azenzayo.
Well, I've heard him say.
He said it. There was a
umholi wethu.
whole. There's a video of him explaining this at the march, I think in Durban, and he said that like it's a 5 to 6 minute clip.
What's
where he
your
explains this whole
issue
thing.
with that?
My
I'm not
issue
saying
is-
it's right, by the way. I know exactly what's going on.
I was basing it off Upagelu Mtagati and Ungizwa.
The important question would be, did Ungizo no Pailu Mtagati inform Jacinta?
Yeah.
And if they didn't, just to inform her, it's like say, "Yazi siwabona Ramaphosa."
I
And if they didn't, the
assumed-
question would become why?
I assumed it was part of the same organization.
No.
No, they're
With
not.
her being the face of it. And
They are
you're
not in March and March.
They are not. Much and Much has got its own structures. I think they even have their own like top brass.
I'm
And,
gonna get their name. Sorry, something to do with the Insizwa.
like their actual sort of organization.
Because
Yeah.
obviously on X, people are like, oh, these guys are selling out. You know,
Yeah,
on X.
I think the
Perception is a thing.
Yeah.
Insizwa, Nobunsizwa Development Foundation.
Yeah, and they're both part of it.
Ungizwe, I don't know. Because I'm a being.
Anyway, having big laughs there.
So at the end of the day,
It was
bro,
warm in that room.
this whole thing has to live on the basis of how do we enforce the law within legal parameters that don't advocate for violence at all. I don't think
You're also
that,
hoping for non-violence.
Yes, I am. Because you know why? I think that the South African government also understands how severe things could get from an optics perspective. I was rolling with the CNN crew for not even half of the day, for some of the day, right? And I think it's not unheard of to say that the marches were very peaceful. Like,
Oh, you were in the
considering
suburbs?
what do you mean I was in the suburbs? I was
No,
in
sorry, it's a
Phakathi.
question. I'm not-
No, ben Phakathi, Fundin.
Where?
At the march. I was in
Where? I'm
I was
sorry.
walking. I walked from Hillbrow all the way to Julie's through the
In
streets.
suburbia. Sorry. I was just saying, Bengasikekazi.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of police presence in those places.
In the CBD, yes.
Yeah.
So, because of this conversation, I then started to have a lot more conversations around with journals and some of the international journalists. We're trying to understand what's actually going on.
Why were you marching?
What do you mean? Why was I marching?
Sorry, were you marching or were you just there as a media person?
I was there as a media person.
Okay.
But
You weren't
I-
marching.
No, I wasn't marching, but I was there as a media person. And because I think these stories have to not only be told through the lenses of the CNNs, etc.
Of mainstream, yeah.
Yeah. So when we come to this whole conversation, when I talk to people in the diaspora, it seems that the only thing that they are worried about are the optics of what this looks like to the rest of the world and the continent. Not
To investors.
no, not
I'm
investors.
saying, sorry, I'm adding it. I'll
no,
explain later.
Not even investors. When I have conversations with people, they are saying to me, but why would South Africa do this? And then I go on to explain everything. Then they say, yeah, I get that, but. And I say, no, but it can't be. Like, the basis of this entire thing is that illegality and disorder has been allowed to fester.
You're going to get attacked.
And why are you not understanding that us as the rich uncles have said, hold up, my kids are crying.
They're not interested in understanding.
And that's what's frustrating for South Africans. That's why a lot of South Africans have said, call us whatever,
Yeah, they've
because
said
we're going to
fuck
move
off.
on. Like, call us whatever, I'm unmoved.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to understand that's South Africa. Because in the same essence as people will say, no, but like, we supported you as the frontline states and all of those type of things, etc., as states during apartheid, we can also show you enough footage of your own leaders during that exact same period, selling us out, being with the guys that we weren't cool with.
And support we've given them post.
And yes, and you've done that on your own terms, and nobody came and said, but Nchita, like, why? We didn't suddenly stop what we were doing and say, why would you do that? Why would you support Upota? Why would you support Ufervurt? Why would you do all of this stuff? Because we were busy doing what we're doing. Now, that frustrates me in the sense that nobody wants to hear South Africans. People still have this feeling that South Africans care about perception. I feel like, based off my algorithm, that people no longer care and about the perception, and this is going to create even more problems when we have to discuss this thing. Outside of the politicians will get it right. I don't think they're going to get this wrong because of the implications of this.
They won't get it right.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. There were things that we thought could never be fixed in this country, like recently, whether it was us having back and forths with Rwanda and war and the
Was that
possibility.
fixed?
Yeah?
uRamaphosa bamgwatshisa. Kwagcina lapho.
Ubani wakhotshisa ubani?
uKagame wagwatshisa uRamaphosa.
Which news do you watch?
The same news that everyone watches. uKagame spoke and he said if South Africa wants, they
Do you
must bring
understand?
it.
Do you understand how Ramaphosa operates? And I don't,
I don't
speak
care
for
how
him.
he
No, I don't speak
operates.
for him, but do
Sure.
you understand? That? So
In
you saying you don't
this
care.
context, you're
but
speaking about.
I don't understand.
No.
Please explain to me.
Okay.
So there's not a single time where I think that Ramaphosa has lost the diplomatic or legal battle with anybody. I can't remember a time. And if there is, you can remind me. Diplomatic or legal. Rwanda is one of, think about that.
That's correct for my comments, right?
But yeah, they must correct me.
Kahle.
And Khahlela. Ngiyafika. So the reason why that is that he's a process-driven person. We may not like the fact that his processes take time, but it was Rwanda who he had, as you say, Telundugu, who came and said, yeah, there's a problem with immigration. The first country in Africa to say that towards us, by the way, standing next to our foreign minister, Ulamula. Now, why is that, my brother? It's because in the backdrop of all of this noise that we all create, we're part of the noise. Because we have feelings and we have our own opinions and views that must be out there. There is a diplomatic process that was created a long time ago to deal with things of any nature. Whether people want to shoot a nuclear warhead into space to hit another country, there are processes. Now, at the end of the day, ukuthela induku is nice for people that want that kind of outcome almost instantaneously. But the one who wins going forward is the one who understands what the law was saying. And that is why average South Africans will ultimately win this one. Because legally, in the same playbook that has been written, the law is clear and unequivocal.
So you're just saying it just might take time.
But it's going to happen the way people want it, but it's not going to be as fast as what people want. But what you want of documentation is going to happen at a grand scale. And it's going to happen not in your time frame, but in 3 to 4 years, you're going to find less and less people coming into this country and actually disregarding our laws in the way that they do. Because what you're going to find is that post this thing, whatever happens after this thing, I know that it's going to be positive for the people who marched on the ground. That's my feeling.
But they say they're marching every Thursday now.
100% until they feel that what they want is
until
being
we
answered.
win. That's
So-
the tagline.
Until we win.
Yeah.
So ultimately, I think it's positive all around. Yes, government needed to get a kick in the butt for a lot of the things that they haven't done. Mind you, the Border Management Authority framework was created in 2015. By the way. So there's always been an understanding that this is an issue that needs to be dealt with. By 2023, it then gets incepted and established as an entity that's on the ground. But the way that it has operated was that we thought they need to go sit at the border, when in actual fact, we were like, they need to be in the communities. Because in your mind, you think, we need to stop people from coming in. It's like, no, they're already packed. The call's coming from inside the house,
When you're
my
running
brother.
for president?
Me? No, never run for president.
Why not?
I don't think I have the aptitude for it.
What does that mean?
I don't think I have. I'm ADHD. So there's things that I get really passionate about for a long time, and there's certain things that I get passionate about for like 2 minutes. But you would think that the 2 minutes is like, yo, he's definitely gonna do this.
Well, ADHD means what? In the context of being a president?
In the
Trump
context-
Union.
Eh? Oh, alihlanya.
But he's a president.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
have ADHD.
He has all of it.
No,
What?
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying he was saying it as if, well, unfortunately, I have ADHD.
No,
Like,
as in my
Trump has got worse. It's okay. Please run.
No, my concentration span is. I don't think at the moment the current climate doesn't allow for someone like me, but it will in future. So I don't want to say it would never happen, but what I do want to say is that not now. If me right now, nah. But at the end of the day, remember that position. Your whole life is run by the country. By the way, you're like your whole entire existence, your diary, your everything is run by the country. You, in a way, we say you are the number one citizen, but you are the first. We are controlling you. If something happens, our expectation is that you cancel whatever you're doing. You come to us. You come fix our thing. So I don't know if I will ever get to a point where I want to serve in that space, but I also don't know if I would be impactful enough in that space currently. But maybe I grow and then I start to see things, and then you start to build a base of people, because you need a base to be a president in South
10
Africa.
years, 20 years.
Nah, not 20 years. Not 20.
So I was chilling with security guards yesterday who were carrying very, very serious weapons. They've been patrolling up and down from
Private
the 30th
security.
of June. Yeah, private security. And we were speaking about politics in depth. And the one guy said he feels, in his opinion, all of this is just a spillover from Ukrisani being murdered and the fact that nothing has happened since. And of course, there was Umkhonto weSizwe, the guerrilla army, not the political party. A lot of people died and were killed. And it felt like there was some level of justice and an end of apartheid, but there are a lot of people who are still angry, and that anger of theirs has never been let out. And yes, you might release a valve here and there.
It's not the first time I've heard this, eh?
You might release a valve with the Springboks winning and some free things here and some grants, but there's an underlying thing which will never happen. And he said he feels every president is just trying to kick the can down the road and saying, hey, I hope I live long enough for this thing to not explode. Bobona are the ones where it actually eventually does. And we don't know what will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But he said people are still angry to this day that there were things they expected that they never got. And they never healed from the anger of Ohani being murdered and other people, like Steve Biko, etc. And at some point, this thing will explode.
The other want to add to this sort of like this suppressed anger or suppressed status of violence is that for people like us who are at the ages that we are, in about 10 years, we will be the ones in charge of the country. Like, without a doubt, maybe the guys who are a little bit older than us might want to subjugate us, but I think we are a lot more agile than they are because of the things that we've...
20, 30
It
years.
is all. It is all.
Thank you. In
But
30
it's-
years, they'll
it's-
all be dead. No?
No, in 30 years.
You said in 30 or in
20
10
years.
No,
years?
I said in 10 years.
So in
10
20,
years.
no, I heard what he said. I'm asking
Yeah.
in 20 years, they'll all be dead.
Whether they're dead or not,
No, I'm asking you just a question. All the guys that were in the struggle will be dead.
it's
Yeah.
76 to... Yes.
No, they'll be dead.
They'll be
In
the
30
last...
20 years.
About
In
the
30
man.
years, they'll be dead.
They'll all be dead.
All of them. 30
30
years, dead.
How old is Praise now? Number one? It's like
I'm not sure.
Upper 60s, early 70s?
Ramaphosa? I would guess early 70s. I don't know.
But
But kuyafana
yeah,
because
but
I'm a robot.
He's 73.
73.
93 in 20 years. Yeah, it's
I'm
tough,
saying
eh?
30 years. It's all done.
It's a tough inning, but who knows? There might be...
AI.
Forget AI, proper drugs that can... A lot of people are living to... A lot of
Mr.
rich people
Max-
are knocking 100 out to the park. And I'm like, whoa,
Are
okay.
they functional though?
No. Not a lot of them aren't functional, except for like what's his Warren Buffett. He's quite functional. But look, I think that what a lot of people will be shocked about when it comes to South Africa, and leading on to what you are saying in terms of the suppressed anger, is that they're going to find a generation of millennials, and our generation, when we finally get the opportunity to take over, we are going to be more radical and more right-leaning than anyone could have ever thought about.
Who's we?
As in millennials, in terms of
What's the youngest millennial?
the youngest millennial.
Sorry.
Is it not like 97?
96,
96, 97?
No.
96, 97?
The youngest millennial, I was born in 30 years old.
Yeah, 95.
96.
96, yeah. So,
You think we'll be more radical?
yes. Do you know why? We have lived in the most hyper-connected world with so much more stimuli from other people, understanding viscerally whether or not they like us or hate us. That we will... Remember, the mantle of being the number one, number two economy in Africa is probably within our lifetime not going to change fundamentally because of how diverse the South African economy is. We'll be there and thereabouts always, as long as we don't stuff it up too much, right? But a lot of cries are for growth more than anything else in South Africa. So we will still be captains of industry within the context of the African continent. Now, the decisions that we are going to take are going to remind us back to this period of time when we sat across the table from countries that we feel were instigated by third forces to say things about us and take us to international courts when we understand the truth and the reality on the ground. And we're going to sit in rooms in 10 to 15 years, and somebody from those countries or from organizations on the African continent are going to ask South Africans for something. And we will be there in those rooms. And you will remember those things. And you will ask yourself, but are you saying this because you are in a position or in a position of need, or are you saying this because you're just hoping that I'll say yes? Because something has shifted. The window has shifted. And a lot of us have understood how much dislike there is for the position that a lot of South Africans have taken to have a law and order situation in our country. And that has created this pushback that was so real to me. I was like, yo, this is not banter around soccer. This is not soccer banter. This is serious, this thing. Now you keep that and you walk with that, just like the people who feel like when Ahani left, the way that he left, the things that were said about him before he left, and what ultimately happened post that was not enough. It's not enough for them to feel like we've laid this person to rest kakuhle ngendlela that we want to as umphakathi.
As I've been watching a lot of the American news and man, what's happening in the Middle East, and the movements around the millennials, the Gen Zs, around being pro and anti what was historically
Like a done deal.
like a done deal.
Like, yeah.
You know, we are part of this. We will always vote for this. So it's such an interesting thing that you bring
Israel.
up.
Like we'll always
Yeah.
support Israel
Forever.
So I want people to understand.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be
Sorry. Oh,
muddied.
wishy-washy.
Yeah.
So it's
You
so
guys are
crazy.
speaking about Israel.
Yeah, in the Middle East.
And
Where
America's supporting Israel.
Yes. So if you go, you look at the numbers of that. What's this?
the
what's this
support
group?
the support for the mandates from the US that
amongst
US
the
will
boomers,
always support. Yeah.
and the political group has always been pro-Israel.
Like more?
Yeah, please.
Has always been pro-Israel, and now you're seeing the younger generation coming through and saying, no. Now we've
You don't
got
have to get up
information.
yet. Make your point. It's fine.
No. Ngiyakhuluma, Mos. And now we've got information that says
There's no rush. Zim is fine. You can sit and finish your point, then make him a nice drink. And it's not rushed. So you can get a good beverage. Relax.
thank you.
It's chilled.
No. I really want to. I'm already kind of.
I'm helping you.
I really want to.
Ngihlukumeza lo mjita mfethu.
Yeah, kumhlukumeza.
Okay, angeke
And
ngihluphe
wayinjena
sometime.
sakhula wayinjena
Hey.
mfethu. Hey. Sekunengane phela manje.
That's why it's graying.
Okay, Tabo best.
Well, it's great even la
Khuluma.
ema uwongfeyom.
Double bed.
Yawazi lama China
Actually
la.
a nonsense person.
Yawazi lama China la.
Yeah.
Master.
I'm nonsense.
Why do you have
It
gray?
looks
Why
like
do you have
Tabo
gray
Bester.
hair? Why do you
Oh, can't
why do you have
that's
gray hair
it.
on your Mashias?
Mooshtaffa said you look like Tabo best.
Ah.
Uhamba nini wena? Wena indaba engakubamba.
So at the end of the day, like I think
Your point was that some
There's a
of the
shift.
young
I was
Americans.
agreeing to your point where you're saying
things are changing.
There's a shift in the millennials.
Yeah.
And they're so aggressive because people are like, no, we're the softer generation. It'll never be. But then you're seeing it happen in the first world. You're seeing it.
the stances are getting more like people. If you're leftist, you're fully leftist. If you're rightist and you're right wing and conservative, you're getting like you. People are battening down the hatches. They're saying this is my corner and this is where I am.
I'm moving towards the right wing, by the way. As of a few
I'm so
weeks ago.
surprised. Were you centrist?
Yes.
Why would you think that you are centrist? And listen to how I'm asking that. Why would you think that you are centrist?
Because I was listening to everyone and I wanted everyone to be okay.
You wanted everyone to be okay. No one. Actually, you know what? Down in the comments, please, can you tell us if you thought that Upenuel Mlotshwa was ever a centrist or center right? That's crazy. You've always been right. To me, at least. To how you perceive yourself is different.
Explain rights to people that maybe don't understand.
I think you're
In simple speak. Not lackadaisical, clandestine. There was another big word that he used. Withal.
the wherewithal.
Wherewithal. Furthermore. Therefore. Be that as it may. Determine. Economics.
Management.
No, you are rightist because a lot of your leanings,
No, don't explain me. Explain what being right wing
Oh.
maybe versus being left wing.
simplistically,
Centrist would be in the middle.
yeah, centrist will be in the middle, and you play both sides. But rightist is closer to being nationalist. You are for your country a lot more. You are for
Conservative, traditionalist.
traditionalist.
You guys are using
Wait,
big words. Layman to the normal person.
Jesu. Yeah, well,
Well, they may not know what that means. They might be like, I don't know if I'm a nationalist or if I'm traditionalist. Yeah, ngiyahlinza mfethu inkomo. No,
Didn't you say you stopped doing that?
no, that's okay. I'm asking you to just
Oh,
explain to the
sorry.
normal person
Yeah.
what being right wing
So-
is versus left wing.
But you say we can't use the terminology that we've understood.
You can
want
throw
to
the
break-
terminology
yeah,
and then
so-
please break it down.
So you are rightist in the sense that you want and like you want. Actually, you know what the crazy thing is? There's some of your policies, not a lot. There's some of your policies.
I've got policies. Come on. Policy. I was the old mutual. Lawa balekile.
Where you talk about the need for people to aggregate izinto zabo together in order to build things. But at the same time, that does fit into the rightist mentality of saying that you can self-determine as a person. People should be individuals and there should be less state. In other words, the government shouldn't be as involved in the things that ultimately, he's such a nice bugger. So the government shouldn't be involved in a lot of the things that that people do in their personal spaces. Government should be there to figure out what it does for us outwardly looking. for foreign policy, etc., rather than trying to police us a lot more, etc., and tell us what to do, how to live, etc.
That's right wing.
That's right wing.
Less
And-
government,
Less government.
more people doing things for themselves.
100%. And that's what you advocate a lot for. And I don't know why you think you're going...
What's
unless-
left? What's left wing?
Left wing is
More government.
more
People doing fuck all.
more government, more liberal, more socialist,
Yeah, open-mindedness.
and more forgiving for a lot of things, and saying the position of saying capital punishment for capital crimes is a rightist
yeah.
Left wing is like human rights.
human rights.
Gays, left.
Left.
I'd say now in when it started it would be left, but now it's center to center left.
Women empowerment.
Left.
Gender equality.
Left.
Center and center left.
They traditionally left. All of them are left.
Yeah, but remember the world has shifted.
Yes,
That window
it is.
is not. It's not as left as what you think anymore. It's more here because.
But to a normal person, if you're pro LGBTQI,
You left.
You're
You're
left.
left, yeah.
If you're pro gender equality,
You're
you're
left.
left. If you are me and my people, the Zulus,
Zulus,
we want our
you're
own
right.
land. The woman must
right.
be. You're like right.
Right.
Uhulumeni angasitsheli, we want our own guns.
Right.
right.
No guns. Guns kill people.
Left.
Left.
Yeah.
Guys, in certain instances,
As long as they
you
play
can-
well, man.
Center,
All people win.
center.
That's me.
Yeah. Eh? Ayikho lithetha.
Foot I'm in the center.
I
don't
genuinely,
call
be the center.
I genuinely want to have some sort of like T-shirt, some sort of like regalia that says Penal was wrong, and I think it would be so awesome. And you have like, can you make that just for me?
And that's gonna sell it.
That will sell, bro.
sell.
Like if like as the capitalist that you
won't.
are.
The market is too small. It's the niche clever blacks. I fucking hate that guy's a
The niche
douchebag.
Givebacks they buy.
Penal was wrong would
will
trend,
buy.
will sell,
It'll definitely
outsell
be more
this.
expensive.
And it'll
Then was
outsell
right.
this. Do you know how many people think
It
you're wrong
definitely
every
won't
day?
outsell. That's what happens when you're a centrist. Like on both sides, people attack you. I'm a Pune angizonda. I'm a Zulu
I'm a
angizonda.
Zonda for what?
Abesuthu
You literally
bayangizonda.
aren't you like the only
English-
black that's ever been to Orania? Other than you and Wode, that guy from is he from Ghana or Nigeria?
No, man, I got this cup away. No.
You've
sorry.
been to Orania.
No, ukhona.
Sizwe.
Ukhona Sizwe.
Have you ever been to Orania?
Lalo Impandla.
So many fucking sellouts in
No,
this room.
no, we were there cuppering this guy. We were there as the crew.
Did Rob Herself's checks like stop coming? What was
One of the things people.
Rob, we love you. Please, can you sponsor this show?
One of the-
I will drink out of Rob Herzog was right.
The one thing that gaslights me the most, because I think I hope I'm brutally self-aware, and I try to be as forthcoming as possible.
Sure.
Most of the things people attack me for are things that I've shared with the public. It's not things that they found somewhere. And what pisses me off is some of the things people assign to me that are not true.
Sure.
That stuff gaslights me and gets me so pissed. So I just kind of need to breathe, because I realize if I keep playing to the gallery, they'll keep pressing that
You know who I
button.
sat with yesterday? I sat with Drew Birch.
Oh, he spoke shit about me.
He spoke shit about you.
Yeah.
So I brought it up. Because me, I went there, I was like, nah, fam,
What shit did he speak about me?
nothing. So, initially.
Yeah.
So the clip that I watched was him I think he was at Dale College.
Yeah.
And he was speaking about having kids with
He
multiple...
tell you Seqonce.
Yeah. Kids with
I went
multiple
to
different
Dale.
women.
You went to Dale?
Went to Dale?
Hey.
Hey, my daughter.
Caps.
We're having a great year, by the way. Rugby year.
Heard.
In the Eastern Cape.
You guys like beating what Port Rex
In the Eastern Cape.
and
Kingswood
Kingswood is-
Monty. I was
yeah.
Hudson. I was like, "Aybo, lo mshita njani?" But
yeah.
border refs have never loved Dale College.
yeah, sure.
And that's 10 toes I stand on that. They've never loved us.
No comment. It's your school,
Do
bro.
you guys show them my birth certificates when you guys play?
Don't go.
Huh?
Yabona conversation iqala emhlakazi. Awuzoyigqiba.
Oh, my daughter.
Please carry on.
So I had a chat with him, you know. So,
The clip. That Drew Birch
So
at Dale.
the clip was him talking about how...
There's a kid that asks a
Yes,
question
about people like... Does he mention Andrew Tate? I think he mentions you in that group. And he says, would they misleading the youth because they're having women with multiple partners? Yeah, one. And it gets
Women
clipped.
with multiple partners.
Kids with multiple partners.
Sorry. So I bring it up in the chat.
He said that I'm an irresponsible
Yes.
role model. Because
100%.
some light-haired Dale is like, but I fucks with the black pen,
So-
bro. I look up to him and Drew's like, no, fuck that dirty guy.
So Ntanga
He's got
reaches
kids
out.
with many women, such a reckless man.
Ntanga reaches out.
Well.
I say, sure. I didn't have good intentions.
Yeah.
Eh?
You don't have good intentions.
I'm sour. I'm one of those revengeful people.
Yeah.
Hectic.
And I go there, and one of the things we bring that up, and he calmed me down very nicely, man. He handled it very well, because he allowed me to speak, and then he said, "Did you watch the whole thing?" Yeah, one. And obviously I didn't. We get clips. And he's like, "That's unfair, because I think he follows you." And he says, if you were to go to all of Penn's videos and look at what I comment, I'm his biggest fan. And he's saying that on camera. I'm his biggest fan. You know, there's many things I disagree, but on 99.9% of the things that he says, I agree.
That's how he neutralized you.
Well, he's saying it on camera.
I'm
to his
asking,
people.
that's how he
of
neutralized
course.
you.
Yeah, he can
Jesus
say,
Christ.
Look,
We're not sending this guy to Godessa to.
So
Google, you have a monopoly on search engines. But if you look at technology as a
so hear
whole,
me
I
out.
mean, we're,
allow me to land this.
as a
pen.
technology company, we're small.
Allow me to land, because at the end of the day, whether he edits it out or not, nah, with his following, what they will hear, should he not edit it out? Because again, we watched a clip, and I know what has happened with people cutting out a certain clip, and that goes crazy.
100%.
We know it, obviously. Yeah, when
the
people
magic
take
of
things-
editing.
Yeah, people take it out of context. So, what he then said on camera, I love this guy. I'm a fan of him, and I agree with 99.9% of the things that he said. That was taken out of context. What I was saying was, he, from a Christian point, believes in a monogamous space. And we spoke back and forth about it, you know, and the fact that he was able to say that allowed me to push back. And then for him to close it off by saying, I'm a fan, I believe in 99.9% of the things that he says. For me, I was like, tops.
Yeah.
If he can say that to his following, and those people can watch him say that, what he believes in what he believes at home.
Shout out to Drew Birch.
Shout out Drew, bro. Like, I had a great chat, and I was like, hey, bro, come through. If Upen is available, we'll have him, and you'll be chatting.
We need to let the superior point of logic win arguments, and we need to start having the openness.
My apologies. I withdraw.
Because what we don't get is this ability to, across the racial lines, disagree and agree on stuff. And we don't have enough of that. And I speak from a middle class privileged perspective, because I was privileged enough at the time to go to white schools. And what I understood from leaving those spaces is that you should actually test any person's resolve, logical foundations to understand who they are. That's why I don't agree with everything that you say. And I hope you don't agree with everything that I say, because I'm not all-knowing, and nor are you, even though you think you are. But at the end of the day, it is bringing us closer to a theory of crowds where the best minds and conversations, because I'm almost certain that you can't hold conversations with people who don't or are not close to the level of your awareness, consciousness, etc. It's just that you believe in different things. But in terms of understanding the playing field, you understand it just enough as with this guy, Drew. But it's the conversation to say, I agree with Penwell here and I disagree with him here.
Yeah.
Did Drew go to tell? You don't know? No. You didn't ask.
And at the end of the day, nobody died because of you ceding your position and saying, actually, yeah, I think all right, Lomchita. You didn't die. It's only your socialization that is telling you to still fight him, even though you know that there is superior logic at that point.
The ability to take in new information, process, and change your mind. I think as South Africans, we still struggle with that. On a more, people might, let's just take soccer. Yeah, we love Bafana, shout out Bafana.
Hey, shout out to Intonas, I said Dale College, man. Fuck.
Shout out to
Dale.
We out here.
The Queens, sorry.
The Queens. The
Mention
Kings
Dale, you have to mention Queens.
Graham.
No, it's okay. Dale and Queens.
Mary Waters,
is fine.
St. Andrews.
No, but
Dale and Queens is fine.
Graham is having a stellar year.
Graham is having an
Stellar.
Not just
amazing
a
year.
year, era.
Era.
Great era.
Era kala nini pele nini.
Because you guys aren't poaching
If
Graham
it's
boys
more
from
than
grade
2
7
years
anymore.
I
for me,
want any more.
Yeah, you guys used to poach them. You guys used to poach them.
You
So
mistake
now
us
he's
for
staying.
Kingswood, my brother.
Hey, that's
You
also
mistake
true.
us
you guys
for
are
Kingswood.
bleeding Dale Junior lighties. unfortunately.
We always have been. It's a big
Yeah.
problem because it's the East London connection. A lot of
going
them
to
start
Selborne.
by going to East London, but now we had this issue of Durban.
Yes.
Durban is a big problem for
Yes.
East London because they are taking. I was having a conversation with Uwarizi, ne? He's my cousin, and
Shout
we
out
have
to
this,
Waras.
and he's on shout out to Ekalikeni, and they were having this. We were having this conversation around the fact that there was literally like some pipeline. We were worried about Joburg taking all the players.
They were. No, but it started with Joburg before Durban.
And all of
Durban
these-
is relatively
Yeah.
new in
Spillaus.
comparison.
Yeah?
Spillaus.
Spillaus.
Because when Spillaus left,
and went to Flashlight.
when Carl left,
He took like
came
5 kids to Cares, bro. Cares at 5.
5. No, bro. He took
No, at a time.
after
Not
year
a time.
after
It's saying
year
at a
after
time.
One
year.
year.
Saying at a time.
No,
Oh,
one,
yes,
no in
gotcha.
1 year there were 5 ex Dale kids. And where we sit now with this whole conversation is that we were looking at the wrong thing. Yes, this Durban is milking.
Yes. Man.
Durban.
Have you been to Grand Khomo?
Grand Como Week.
Under 16?
Yo.
Oh, bro. Because you think like some of the big schools
Yeah.
that can afford it fetch boys at under 13 Craven Week.
Yeah,
Because you can afford them for 5 years.
100%.
Some of the schools that might not have the financial muscle, they grow to Grand Khomo and they make
Under
sure
16.
under 16.
Some
And
tat.
they take those boys. They take them from their grade 11 year.
Do you know Durban's even offering parents like jobs? That's how, like, because technically,
That's always been there. I think it's new for blacks.
yeah,
it's
but-
always been there for
so
colours.
So
and
now,
whites.
they
especially in Mpumalanga,
they
then
take
you
your
can
mom
go-
and dad,
You go
bro.
work in the mines.
They take your mom and dad and they go give them jobs in Durban.
It's new for blacks.
So,
Colours and whites have been
technically,
having
that's not poaching. Your parents moved.
Yes.
Yo, I was like,
Anyways, outside of rugby, shout out to Dale and Queens and all the
Yeah, shout
Eastern
out.
Cape schools.
Dale Queen Selborne one school, bro. It's just different towns.
If you say so, I don't
No,
think
I do-
Salbon Gents will
Salbon-
agree.
Salbon will definitely not agree
And
with that
Ababas
bracket.
Kupayo,
They
Mabas
don't. Machita says Selborne, phela, they bahlala lapha ePick n Pay.
Yeah,
Abantu
yeah,
bahlala
yeah,
eVincent, they wouldn't agree with what you say.
Pearson is also going through a really great era.
Yeah,
They had a
I
proper
saw
investment.
them on the charts, like really, really strong.
Yeah.
Another school that bleeds is Tinach at Muir. Is
Your
it?
college.
They also bleed a lot.
I don't know.
They've been taking shots for a while. I haven't seen them.
Oh, you
on
talk
the
about
charts.
Union?
No, Muir,
No. So
dog.
what
Muir
happened?
College.
Because
Bleeds
so
talent.
I was
Something's gone on in Muir.
so hear me out. So I was coaching Lions primary school. Yeah, bon. And you get to see a lot of the when you go to the provincial week, you get to
Coming
see
through.
the 12, 13-year-olds, and you get to see who gives us dumpings.
Yeah.
So, for example, the Pumas very, very strong
Yeah.
at those junior levels. Ne? All of a sudden, come high school, all of them
Gone.
Yeah, all of them gone. You know, and it's one of those things
Is
where
that not the story of socioeconomics in
It
South
is.
Africa, bro?
Yes, it's capitalism.
100%.
Yeah.
Because we left
not
Newcastle,
even
now we're in Joburg.
capitalism.
I,
to say,
I
but
call it
socioeconomic-
capitalism.
Well, I call it
Capitalism is about
socioeconomics.
attracting talent due to money.
Yeah.
Which is
you
why
can't-
there are so
and you
many.
can't expect Ntwana Newcastle, bro,
Yeah.
to stay in that system when Joburg is offering him
A better deal.
the lights.
Yeah.
It's
I
unfair.
wanna come to this conversation now that we're speaking about left, right, and all of this.
I wanted to explain why I'm more right now.
Okay, cool. Go.
I'm grappling with the concept of embracing tribalism or a form of healthy tribalism.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at all the problems in the world and I'm also reflecting on some of the views I've had in my life and some of the groups that I really admire. I normally mention the Jews, the Muslims in South Africa. You add the Afrikaners. As of late, I've tried to incorporate Ibandla Lama Nazareta, the Shembe Church, the ZCC, Royal Bafokeng, you know, for some color. When I look at it fundamentally, even your AfriForums and your Oranias, it's tribalism. And to me, it's a healthy form of tribalism if you're not oppressing anyone but focusing on your people. And I'm starting to think that might be the solution to so many problems. So one of them being immigration. A solution I'd give to someone in terms of immigration would be like, but where do you stay and what do your people look like? Because if you guys can organize yourselves, stay in city, Jewish neighborhood in Joburg towards the east, you don't have to worry about undesirables. Whether they are Zulu people or Makosa or Venda people, you're not even worried about Nigerians and Malawians because you're like, where I live, it's just my people. We don't have to stress about who we're buying from. And like the Pakistanis have taken over the spaza shops because you're a tribalist. Like I only buy from Zulu shops. And if I can't, then I go to the next. Then I go to the Tswana, Pedi.
Yeah,
Then we can look at it. But I don't have to think hard even when I pick a school or whatever.
What you're saying is, you wanna
I-
come here?
For me, I think that's a form of conservatism and right wing. It's not right, but I'm feeling a lot of those urges.
You know what
recently.
you're saying is
How
crazy.
old are you now?
40.
So it's starting to happen. It's starting to happen where they say that at 30 you get to understand more of your civic responsibility. So a lot more people start voting at 30.
30?
Yeah. They start voting, understanding because they're starting families.
And they're starting to get angry because
yeah,
they realize
so-
taxes. They're like, what the fuck?
So they then get pushed into a point where they want to go vote, and this is what they can start to exercise. Now you're getting to a point when you're now 40, where you've gone through this period of either going through the system as how it says you should go through the system, and you're now questioning whether or not the system and how it presents itself is the best way to move forward. And that's what's happening to you. More than anything, you're starting to say, how do I want to live the rest of my life out?
100%. You see what you just said now?
Yes.
I've been thinking about that the whole year.
Yeah.
How do I ride out,
Where do I send
let's
my
say, the
invoice
next 20 years?
for the side
You can have
session?
some chips.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
there's
thanks.
some plus whatever is in here. You know what you're saying is crazy because earlier the chat we're having about what South African want, and my thing is like, what is South Africans? That's why sometimes I
Yeah,
link
nationalism never worked. Umweleti Mbeki has spoken about
you know
this.
this thing of it's this thing of democracy. When you use the term South Africans want this,
Yeah.
at the core of it,
What does that mean?
What does that mean? And most of the time, it seems like it's people in Gauteng and social media when we say South Africans.
It's the loudest people.
It's
I'm so tired of the centralization of ideas
Sure.
that will move this country forward, supposedly only being able to come from Gauteng.
Yeah,
I am
yes.
tired of
That's
that.
the problem. And I guess it's because, media is centered around here. You know,
Yes.
all the big radio stations and blah, 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 blah.
Big
So
podcasts
that-
like AMAGENTS.
Hey!
Giving you your flowers while you are still on YouTube, my brother.
No, Danko. Because the thing is then is when Mlotshwa is speaking about
So sorry about a little emergency. Penson, please come sit here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
no problem.
Yeah, but
When Mlotshwa is speaking about tribalism,
Yeah.
because that's a grouping of people that have a certain way of how they want to live.
Yeah.
So how does South Africa now factor in the different tribes?
Well,
Because-
we have a document called the Constitution, and inside the boundaries of that document, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't stray outside of that. So self-determination is one of the things that is in the Constitution. You can determine how you want to live as long as it doesn't infringe on other people's
Sure.
right for something else. There is no confusion about spaces like an Orania being able to exist. Yes, we might not like it as a majority, but remember, our founding document for this new dispensation that we are under is that you are allowed to self-determine within the boundaries and bounds of South African law, the Constitution.
one of the things that people don't understand about Orania, they think it's a country within South Africa, and it's easier to get into Orania than it is to get into Steyn City. You know, like people don't understand that. So it is not a place that is discriminatory in race. They say it's in culture, and that's the loophole. Because
that's definitely
that's the loophole, 100%.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to.
Because you're culturally allowed to express yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is private property.
Yeah.
You know, so that's always the miss. And the people, they still pay taxes. They still register
Because
to
you
vote.
could do your own private village,
Yeah.
and put in 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 farms and have 10,000 hectares and say, here we're going to do things like this, because that's what estates really are.
this-
But why do you think, like with that law of Umchita can take the surname of Imedi? Why do you think black people were the ones that were shouting the most? With other cultures, they were like, hey, chief, yeah, we hear you, but we know it's not going to affect us.
I don't necessarily think we were the only ones that were kind of voicing our opinions on it. I think that it was a conversation that we had more than anybody else on public platforms.
But men that were calling in the radio stations were complaining the most because they see
Yeah.
a gap within their tribes with
So-
their women.
So I want to first start with this, and then I'll get to that.
Okay, sure.
I don't think that we disproportionately have more conversations than other racial groupings or tribes, etc. I think that we have our conversations out in public more than anybody else.
Damn.
You remember when we were speaking about
That's
Sure.
the difference.
we were speaking about GBV
Yeah.
and domestic violence?
Well, like, does it happen with other races? Yeah.
And I was saying, Guti, I know for a fact
Yeah.
that it happens
Yeah.
across
Because
all
there was someone once
races.
said something so crazy about GBV, and it was what's this lady? She's a sports commentator, rugby. I think she went overseas to the UK. She used to be on. I can't remember her name. Is just
Not
escaping
Caroline.
me.
Was it Caroline?
No. White lady.
Okay.
Pura Macy.
Oh yes, I remember. Yeah.
And she once dropped the craziest thing I've ever heard. I think I was watching on SABC 3 Trending SA.
Sure.
And the conversation was around GBV.
Sure.
And she said, if this grouping of men that we grew up being our dads, our parents, our uncles, or whatever, as a Buddha Macy, if they were seen by other people as being the most violent, what do you think was happening at home? And I said, I said I'd never thought about that. And I have no data to back this.
Yeah.
So even if it gets clipped, I have no data to back this, but it made me think differently.
Because you think about the most conservative spaces.
Yes.
And to speak outside of the blackness, let's say you're going to Muslim spaces,
Yeah.
crazy conservative.
Yeah.
Afrikaans spaces, crazy conservative.
Yeah.
Yet we will say in our conservative, back-minded caveman blackness, yiti that are
Yeah.
with our kids, with our wives, with our whatever. But then we exclude a certain group because they might not be on X or they might not be on TikTok.
Or they might speak a language you don't understand. Considering what's happened on X now, we're suddenly starting to see with auto-translate what other people are saying generally.
Yeah.
You'll get to see what a Japanese person is saying in English.
Yeah.
You go, Haibu, this is a bit off. This
Especially with this whole
it's a
white
bit tricky.
genocide that was happening.
You will
Yeah,
see
yeah.
what a person...
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Grencho.
No, I just wanted to apologize for leaving, man. I got a message about my kid.
Okay.
So I just wanted to see that everything was fine. Penson, you can come back.
What a great
He
dad.
wants to smoke.
No, what a great dad. So at the end of the day, we as Abantu Abamnyama have our conversations. I don't want to say disproportionately, but proportionally more than other people out in the public.
Because we are the majority.
No, it is in our
what-
nature. The data says that black people have conversations more than any other grouping of people on digital platforms.
I can agree to that.
And thus, because of that, this is our content and normal, and we will start to give things that maybe people go, "Ooh, should you have said that?"
Okay.
Yeah, but we also make the
Oversharing.
majority. So therefore, the
No,
majority of
we don't.
conversations.
We are not the majority.
Huh?
What, online?
No,
Online.
I'm saying, remember, you've got to understand the blended nature of how digital has found itself now. We are part of East African social media to a point, West African social media, into the US African American culture space. So as Abantu Abamnyama, I get served a lot of Black American content. Just as much as I get served East African content, just as much as I get served Penwell's content and him being always right, and you're always right, my brother. And I get served a lot of content around the content from the continent. So I know that conversations find their expression in some way, shape, or form through all of this. And I don't, and I guess it might be my algorithm, I don't see other people having the type of conversations we are having as Abantu Abamnyama with the same veracity and the same openness and I would say aggression that we have them with, but still not being able to resolve a lot of the issues that we say we have.
Okay.
Sorry for jumping in. I wanted to ask if there was anything you said about what I was saying that I missed that's important. You'll think about it.
Yeah.
If there's nothing important, it's okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm jumping in.
Yeah,
so I apologize
jump in.
if I missed
Now I
anything.
did the same, sure.
Yeah.
Healthy people generally don't need to share anything because they're healthy and they're okay.
Team. Serious.
Yeah. You know, healthy couples that are married, they don't need to post on social media. They don't need to upload. They don't need validation from
They don't
anything
even need
because they're
social
fine.
media.
They don't even need social media. So what tends to happen is
Hurt people.
Abantu Abamnyama historically are broken people, are poor people, etc. So we need spaces to vent. And unfortunately, we seemingly don't have enough of our own private spaces to vent. So social media becomes a platform.
Well, and is serious. Like something's being illuminated in me as well.
Sure. And this is why I have to agree with what he's saying, because I also find that me and Debs are scream and shout and we podcast. Then he gets married, I get married. Our kids go to good schools. What are we going to talk about? We don't know. Because we're actually okay. We're not poor. We're not struggling. You're
getting by.
And you know, one of the things which used to frustrate me, but I sort of get it now with the Shembe Church. Because some of those guys marry very young girls. Some of them are polygamists. They don't need to share any of their stuff online because they've got a community. Amapoon and those guys, when they've got issues, they share them with themselves.
Yeah.
And they don't go onto social media and they're like, yeah, you know, as Afrikaners, they're like, no, there's a place for us to chat. It's fine. The Muslims are gathering, especially in my neighborhood, almost every day.
Every day.
The cars are there. They obviously discussing economics and family. They're discussing how their kids can get better marks and get into. They don't need to vent on platforms because they have safe spaces, and seemingly Otaki globally don't have the safe spaces, and this might be why.
It's so crazy. There are a few shows where black women are venting their issues on television. And I've never understood it. I'm like, yo, they're speaking about their divorces and that. I'm like, yo, why? And this other lady said to me, it's because they don't have enough safe spaces outside of television. And they need to go into that space because for that 2-3 hours, they can tell the whole story without anyone disturbing them. There's a psychologist listening to them, and that psychologist is like, I hear you. I see you.
Yes.
I see you. I fully understand what you're going through. And you then realize in fact that it's this thing of the spaces.
Is that why shows, sorry to cut you, is that why shows like Kumbuleka exist?
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely.
Do you think that as black people, we haven't built enough family-orientated, micro-community-orientated platforms that can allow for us, which is boil?
Let me tell you.
People would rather vent on social media than with their own.
I'm in the TV space. So, before your husband, what we call trash television is a solution for many black homes.
It's therapy.
It's crazy how... Okay, it's another thing about the polygamist, but anyway, it's crazy for me that the whole channel of Moja Love, most of it is solving black issues.
Yeah.
Why is there an ex-repo in the first place? For what reason? Why is there Utatako in the first place? It's because Bugitila, Makelwane. Why do those shows exist? Ngishate wrong. All the shows you can mention. Those shows exist because in the family homes and in the spaces, there isn't a space to solve the issue. So TV then says to you, hey man, I can be...
I don't have the key.
Should you open the gate?
No, there's a
Is it me?
I think so.
Move it for you.
Okay, well, yeah. Also shift. So.
Do you want me to move your car?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Trust labels.
No, man, I mean, it's not really that hectic.
So it becomes important, in fact, that we ask ourselves, why is television solving the issue? It shows that there's an issue in the family. Why would someone go to a show and say, "Long chito yang shaya"? Why? Like, what is it? You've got brothers, you've got sisters, you've got a mother and a father, you've got uncles.
You've got the police.
You've got the police.
There are so many places you could go, but you felt
why did you go to television? And we call it trash television. But you've looked at what they are solving.
Yes.
It shows the issue in the black family.
And you know, when you don't have platforms like that to sort out your internal feelings, how can you build platforms that can do and ultimately catalyze community growth economically?
Can't.
Because if you don't have the spaces to vent and be angry in within abantu bakho bathi, hey, uTebza bekwatile ngento so maro right, sikhulumile naye, usharp. And then Tebza can still come back to the same community and be like, guys, I need 5M. We understand Tebza's highs and his lows. So we can baseline and say, Tebza, he's perfect because we know when he's lying We know when he's truthful. We know when he's bullish about something and he knows it's going to work. And we know when he's really, I think, in the right space too. And that's how a lot of these collective communities operate.
Sure.
Because you're allowed to be angry and mad in a space. And that's why a lot of them, there's conversations that they first counsel couples when they want to get married, whilst they're in marriage, when they want to divorce. There's a lot of that going on. Less judgment, more of that. And I'm obviously, again, I don't speak from a data perspective here, but I'm speaking from my little window that I've seen and I've understood. And my, my younger brother got married.
Sure.
Congrats to him.
Yeah, congrats to him. And the conversations around it, I felt that it was also quite important to have like very long-winded conversations, because I also didn't want to make him feel like I want to impose a certain way of thinking onto him. But I wanted to have a long conversation. So we'd have it now, then we'd have it 2 weeks later, then we'd have another. Because again, there aren't spaces of, thanks, but there aren't spaces of openness like that to truly have like the tough conversations.
Yeah, sure.
That say, are you ready for this thing? Are you
sure,
whatnot?
Chief?
Are you whatever?
Yeah.
And then by you answering those questions, it's not to say people don't want you to do it. It's more like they want to double check that you've thought it completely through, because I know I'm Yolanda Omnyumdana from another house, which is Masiohlala kwindawo ethile, and not be ready to take all of that in with you. Now, I want to then come around to this conversation that I had put in, but there was a point you wanted to make, I think, before you left. I don't know. If
So I wanted to just jump in with when you asked Guti, are there no safe spaces?
Yeah.
I feel, Guti, a lot of our quote unquote safe spaces are not safe for a lot of our sisters. Meaning, Guti, when you go into traditional spaces and they try to voice their 2026 views, opinions, and pains, they get shut down. Because a lot of
in a family setup, or
in a family setup,
starting
As
from
black people.
as black people,
sure.
because again, a lot of it is traditionalist in thinking, which may be for that family very a patriarchy type of setup. And they say, no, but Usman Bani has many girlfriends, or Usman Bani is doing this. Usman Bani, and they go, no, but isn't Uzumdin. We had a ghost here the one time where he went into business with his brother, and his brother then cleared the money, what. So he sat the family down, brought the family and said, Usman Bani, child my money. Yeah, one. And it's almost like he's so nonchalant, what. And the family was like, Patu putu ako. And he's like, no, but I believed in him, I did this. He's not apologetic, he's not showing any signs of remorse or fixing. And the whole family was, and then he said, you know what, to hell with the family. Because I need, and the only space that I guess a person like that can go is social media, where he'll be heard. And again, social media is such a double-edged sword, because you said something when Ulungelo Upeno came in and you said, you're such a great dad. Ne? Unfortunately, I get all the credits about being a great dad because I post my kids. And this is a conversation that we had with Utru. Uguti, a lot of fathers who don't post their kids, who may be doing the same, if not more than I do, but they will be labeled a type of way because they're not posting. You know, so now we've created an ecosystem where
the scoreboard is posts.
So if you are in a healthy relationship and you don't post,
It's not healthy.
we will judge you because you're fit or whatever. If you are loving your
love them
kids
so much, you
privately
post
and you're doing all
You
these
love
things,
bombing. You do it too much, you love bombing.
you do too much, you love bombing. Dr. Musa Banban. Ne? And if you don't do it, kushuti, you're hiding whatever your issues are. If you post your kids, you are out there, your kids are vulnerable, who says you must put your, if you don't do it, you are a loser, deadbeat dad. Because people now need to see you parenting for you to qualify and for them to take you as a good dad.
You know what I appreciate about this, the portion of this conversation? It lends itself to where I think I want to segue, and where we had a conversation before we started this. How many hours have we been going, by the way? Like
5 o'clock.
Say eight. So, if these structures don't exist, how then can we hope to have structures that will build us? And I then bring this towards the conversation around collective building, which allows us to access more capital than what we have. Where we suddenly start to look at each other and go, you might not have all of the money, but when we pull it together, we've got a lot of money to do this thing that I'm looking at. Other people and other groupings of people find it easier to do that and to wager, to bet on their own, to ultimately support their own on endeavors that can ultimately reap them benefit, but they're really about like, hey man, like when I wanted to go to varsity, like 10 people put in money and I went to varsity. Didn't have to worry about anything, didn't have to apply for any aid schemes, etc. or bursaries. I went to varsity, did my thing. Well, now when I'm done, the next person's coming. Their kid is coming and they're saying, okay, cool, all 50 of us as family and greater family, fakanama 5K. No questions asked. 5K yangena, umntana kabani uyangena, because you already know the person. Now, this conversation brings us to where we had this conversation of saying, why would Zimasa decide that he wants to semigrate and go back to the Eastern Cape?
Sure.
I think it's one for the reason of having always been told that the Eastern Cape allows or lets its best brains and minds come and go to other provinces.
Sure.
So that was always something that stuck into my mind. And the second thing was to say, hold up, I'm somebody who's analytical and understands business to a fault, but understands business well enough to say there are massive opportunities, possibly even bigger opportunities for certain types of businesses in tier 2 and 3 towns and cities in this country that we as Black people are not seeing.
Okay. Please explain tier 2 and 3.
So it's not your Johannesburg, it's not your metros here. So it's not going to be your Ekurhuleni, your Pretoria, etc. It's not going to be your Cape Town. It's not going to be your eThekwini municipality, etc.
Okay.
It's going to be a place like eMonti, a place like eMbombela, a place like eRustenburg. Those are tier 2, and then there's also tier 3. So there are opportunities. We are in a $410 to about a $440 billion economy. And as much as Johannesburg and Gauteng has the largest share of it, there's still money everywhere else in this country.
When you say 440 billion as a country?
Yeah, GDP.
Dollars.
Yes.
It's important that dollars.
Yeah, it's
Not rands.
No.
Dollar point.
No, we're on the map. So then you've got to ask yourself, who will inherit all of those other dollars?
Outside of Gauteng.
Outside of Gauteng.
Okay.
Who will set up the dynastic structures that will look after that? Who will become the new barons of industry, captains of industry? The guy who owns the factory, PVC, owns a pipe. The guy who does the windows, the aluminium windows. The stuff that nobody else thinks about, right? The type of business that's going to go into the billions in revenue sitting in the Free State. And you are overseeing R1 billion a year business. Quietly. Unama factory au 15. You've got some in Tabanchu, some there, some in Velkom, some in Mangaung, etc. Some down in close to Elwell North, etc. You've got pack houses. There are businesses in this country that esingazichonganga as abantu abamnyama, as the middle class. And the only way we get into that is if we find our commonality for investing together to create leverage that can then bring on board imali ze-state, imali ze-mezzanine financing, which is the gap financing. When you have your own money, you get somebody to fund you like a bank, and then there's a shortfall there. The bank says we only give you 50%. Then you've got 20%. Then you got to realize, where do I get the other 30%? That gap, this gap financing. Because a lot of people don't get that. I mean, right now, it seems like a really terrible business, but one petrol station is one headache. 2 petrol stations is 2 headaches. 3 petrol stations is an asset. Now, how do you get through the first one?
That sounds like wives. One wife is a headache. 2
2
wives are headaches. 3 wives.
Come on.
Oh, sekumnandi. Inkinga ukuthi unabafazi ababili.
Inkinga yakho.
Fakwe strict balance. So I get you.
So at the end of the day,
I get you.
Where I want to ask you guys, right, is outside of the rhetoric, what are you guys doing, and what can other people do almost immediately? I'll tell you what my solution is, but again, I want to send it around the table. to say, what are you guys doing with the privilege that you have, other than talking on platforms and having these nice conversations, and people go, yo, I like this one, like it, share it, and they subscribe and they move on. What are you really doing from the conversations you've always had, that I've always supported when you have them? When you say to us, guys, we've got to come together. Your message of come together to do things
It's
that
been
move
for
the needle.
longest of time.
That's the message. I want 100%. I will always be behind it, that message, because it's unequivocal and it makes sense to everybody. Because outside of however we feel, let's have our own feelings. Say as long as we're comfortable, we can all live in the same estate, or at least have the same level of quality of life. What do you guys think should be done? Not theoretical, because in theory, we should come together, we should do this thing, we should whatever. You need to start saying, me as Penol, I've seen in this industry that if X amount of people come together to do this thing, and this is the tougher part of this conversation, to say, your IP, giving away your IP in this way doesn't mean that your idea is now gone, because I promise you it's not as unique as what you think it is.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things that you guys are doing and feeling that like people should be doing in order to group themselves together to build each other and to build what they have?
So deep. Did you say something about what I was saying earlier? That tribalism.
Yes. It was just, I asked Mooshtaffa just about how, when the government speaks about South Africans, I said that they generally, when people speak, they speak about people in Gauteng and Johannesburg. And they never speak about the different tribes.
The groups that I was mentioning earlier, when I move around and I speak to them and you hear the cries, you realize they don't give a flying fuck.
I said,
to a point where like now some of the Islamic communities and organizations are telling people it's wrong, what's happening with the foreigners. I'm like, kodwa makhulunywa ngePalestine. And you're like, okay, these people belong to another group, but they don't identify as South African.
Yeah.
Namabunu same, to a point where they're willing to move to America and about Trump.
The scoreboard of life, imali, bro. The scoreboard of life, imali.
It's not.
Imali.
Not with the groups I'm speaking about.
No. Mamel Banditin. Whatever your issues are will also be, and how they are dealt with, will be determined by how much money you have.
I won't debate with you. I disagree, but it's okay.
It's fine.
Sure.
So
You can say your before you say your thing, centrist, right wing, left wing, whatever. I believe I'm a socialist when I look at it even retrospectively. The mistake that I made and that I think a lot of people make is we try to be socialist with people that are not socialist themselves and don't share our values. And one of my biggest life struggles has been finding my people, my tribe. Not like a cultural group like AmaZulu or Model C kids, but people I share values with.
Across cultural and racial
Because
divides.
where I've now had to let go of Ubuntu, Pan-Africanism, Black unity, I've let go of all that cuck. I've let go of South African patriotism, fuck all of that. I'm trying to find my people where I can be a full socialist and give off myself completely. Because all the people do the same.
Do you believe?
And then to everyone else,
do you believe in this country?
To everyone else, I want to be an aggressive capitalist.
Do you believe
I
in
want
this
to believe
country?
in this country like Jews believe in this country.
No.
I'm trying to answer you.
Not I want to. I'm saying, do you believe in this country?
myself.
Yes.
I believe in this country in the same way Jews believe in this country.
No, man. Like, it's either yes, I believe in the project of South Africa, or nah, I don't, and
What is the project of South Africa?
I'm gonna get my own. No, I'm saying, do you believe in what we're trying to build in this country?
Who's we? And what are you trying to build?
As Abantu Abamnyama within this space. I talk for Abantu Abamnyama.
Which space?
Collectively, black people also even come together to say what they want to build.
I'm trying to figure out so I can answer you accurately.
No, I'm saying to you, do you believe that the project that is South Africa, that we were given, because we didn't create it, the project that we were given, are you understanding
What's the
enough,
project?
Mamel?
Sure. What's the project?
We are living in it. South Africa is the project. Utebs is talking about the fact that when we say South Africa, what does that actually mean?
So understand what he's asking?
No, I'm taller, but whenever you have a grouping, man, it becomes very difficult to fully answer what you're asking.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's an answer about black South Africans. Because our moves already have said we are divided.
Sure.
Generally, as a collective.
Sure.
The middle class, people in the township, people in Amakai.
Cross-cultural lines,
So
that's right.
it's very difficult to say what Black South Africans are going through.
So therefore, you could actually end up saying, wait, hold on, we don't have a project.
Black South Africans don't have a project in this country.
Is Project South Africa to become Dubai, Singapore?
Not necessarily that, but it is to say that there will be a certain level of shared prosperity to a point where you don't have 18, 19 million people on welfare.
But now you're speaking about what people want to achieve, but what are the actions? So it becomes very difficult to buy into that's what South Africa wants.
So that's
South
why.
Africans
So,
want.
so I believe in lowering unemployment, increasing economic growth, making sure that everyone has a job. South
Access to
Africans are
roads,
relatively
healthcare,
happy, opportunities,
stuff like that, ne?
good infrastructure.
100%.
Oh,
I believe in all of that.
education. Okay, cool.
I used to, I don't anymore.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to understand.
Why don't you believe in them anymore? If it's for the collective.
No, but he's saying that the selfish. He needs to find his tribe. So in order for him and his tribe to march forward in what they need to do and actualize their things, and if by chance those things end up spilling over and these things happen, that will be a plus. But he wants to say, how do I create with my tribe a better and more prosperous future? If I'm understanding you.
What's his name? Shit. Such a lekker fucking asshole.
Abroad.
No, he's South African. Howie. There's a guy called Howie. I won't mention his full name. Jewish gentleman.
Okay.
He was the MC at the Absa Jewish Leader Awards last year.
Some kuklisha, boss.
No, it's okay. Look, he's got a video. He's got a video that I've posted. Well, Howie, when he starts his video, which maybe I'll post again tomorrow, goes into the history of how South Africa was formalized, and he speaks about different Jewish people that have built different companies and infrastructure in this country. I think starting with Abo Oppenheim. And then he mentions the NGOs, he mentions the business people, he mentions Abo Adrian Cohen Discovery, he mentions Abo Brian Joffe, he mentions the people that in the legal who helped write the Constitution. It's like Jews have been phenomenal in this country.
Okay.
You know. Africans, Asians, and some other people that are coming to South Africa for a better life are coming here because British colonialists, Afrikaners, and Jewish people were the best crop of whites on the African continent. It's not because blacks built this. So the Ngamlas we got as a minority built a really dope country. It's like going to a good school that white people built. And now black people want to go in there even though they want to lower the school fees and fuck up the infrastructure. Wait, before you leave, I want to make this point before you leave. I used to believe in this thing that as black people, we need to hold hands and uplift. I don't know if it ever will happen. It may never happen.
Okay.
I don't think black people have the capability as a collective. But I think there are people, black and otherwise, who can come together like Oppenheimer, like Cecil John Rhodes, like the Silicon Valley guys, like Dangote and them, who can come together and say, we want to build the best speed trains on the African continent to fucking become dollar billionaires. We want to build the best technology. That is not now trying to uplift South Africa. That's me seeing what South Africa has to offer for me and my tribe. And then if people benefit and they get jobs and everyone wants to come here, hey, fuck. But to expect other, I think, has been my distraction. Expecting other black people, other Zulus, other Africans, I don't see it at all. And the groups that I keep mentioning are not focused on Project South Africa. Muslims might build some of the best businesses here. Jews might build some of the best business. Afrikaners might build the best businesses here. But it's not because they believe in Project South Africa.
No.
It's because they're trying to uplift Amabone and turn Naspers into the best media technology company in the world. Yeah.
Okay,
so I'm there now.
So I
Sorry
agree,
for making.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Half of what you're saying, and I think it's the point of this conversation where I say I agree with the fact that we can't take everyone along. That one is core. I
When you say
can't.
everyone, you're saying black everyone or
Yeah, and we should not expect
All South Africans,
Yeah,
regardless of race.
Yeah, because the constitution already has all.
So we speak about Project South Africa,
Yeah.
so all South Africans,
The-
not just black people.
The constitution already has all. So we are already within the sandbox. So I'm counted in that all. So now the conversation is to say, what do I need to do as part of this all to better myself without infringing on the rights of other people within the confines of saying I'll start a company, I'll do all of these things, I'll build the high-speed trains, I'll pay my taxes, I'll do all of that, and that's all you can ever expect from me. Outside of that, like, I'm Penson was born. Now, I go to the point of Nizos born and I stop there because I think that where we miss it is we don't have this culture of saying, "Dizawuqhekeza a piece of what I've done in order to ensure that the next generation has something to work towards and has a base to start off." And I'll give you an example. There is a scholarship at Stellenbosch University, the Jan Marais Scholarship, right? The scholarship is like from 1910 or something ridiculous like that, like 1910. When Jan Marais passed away, he basically said, I'm giving this cash to Stellies and to the schools within Stellies to advance Afrikaner values, ideals, and culture.
Boom.
Wena kaloku ufuna upika outside of us wena. Sungqama.
Who's us?
Abantu abamnyama.
But Afrikaners is not
In
white. Jan Marais,
Africa-
it's not for white people.
Where?
It's not a scholarship for white people.
Understand what I'm saying to you.
But
Jan
I
Marais-
have
Jan Marais-
to.
No, Jan Marais.
I have to correct you because
No,
you're
what-
saying the wrong thing about
No.
me. I'm not outside of black.
What are you
In the
outside?
same way, Jan Marais is not trying to help white. He's helping Afrikaners.
Yes. but
I'm
what
trying to
saying-
find my tribe.
Yes.
Not
but-
necessarily
but across,
Zulu.
But you're saying across racial divides.
For me, that's for me.
For you. He did not. He said he's clear on his thing. He
But
said
it's not white.
it's Afrikaner.
Yes. Full
Yes.
stop.
Yes.
Don't make it white.
No, but I'm saying for you.
No, even
you
for
are sa-
him,
What do you mean?
it's Afrikaner values. That's very important. Sorry, it's fine. It's a nuance, but it's very important.
No.
Oh, you mustn't say white.
Siyayazi
No.
ba for Afrikaners. Siyayazi ba abelungu namabhulu are two different things. See, I understand alone. Maybe I thought I want to be clear. I agree with you on that. Sure. Yes. What he then did is that he took his money and he wrote it into his will and he said, for as long as Stellies does this, this, and this, and this, they'll always get money from whatever money is left in my trust. And that's the point where I am saying you may not be able to change things now with the money that you accumulate, but it is then a base that outside of your family and what you give and leave to your family and to your kids, there is something that you would have stood for that says, I want that to continue. And maybe for you, that's to say, if a grouping of whatever people that decide that they want to do this thing, they can apply it to this money that Penn has left over. Sure. And they can see themselves. I choose to say, outside of having looked after my family, I want to progress abantu abamnyama.
That are South African.
Yes, across any sort of
Must
cultural...
be black, must be South African.
100%.
But can I just jump in? Why?
Because it's important because this whole conversation around generational wealth actually is like sexy, but it's sexy for people to use, but in practicality, it means you must sacrifice your time, your skill, and everything that you've built so that somebody else can have an easier way afterwards.
Sorry to disturb you, Penson. I know you've got more questions. Why not Xhosa? So are you Xhosa?
Ndilimpondomse.
Uyimpondomise.
Ndilimpondomse.
Ulimpondomse.
Yes.
Why not focus just on them like Jan Marais and Afrikaners?
I think for me, it's because my identity, even though Ndilimpondomse, cuts across all of the Xhosa nation. So I've grown up in the Siskai with AmaXhosa and also in Kutsolo with Amampondomse, but also with Abatembu, Mthatha. So for me, it's...
Why not just make it Xhosa then? As a collective, sorry.
Yeah,
the
because
collective.
we think of them as...
Because then I would be I would be narrowing the possibility of funding something that could benefit a lot more people.
Then
by
add
doing
all
that.
Africans, Zimbabweans as well.
No, but that's not for me to say. I want it to live where I lived.
The Eastern Cape, I'm a cause.
It will be there, but just as much as it is in South Africa. So I don't need.
okay.
You know
I
what's
don't
going,
want,
you know what's
no,
going
no,
to
no,
happen?
no, no.
Sorry, so as an
Yeah?
example, and why I counter Penson Yakoli Safet. Actually,
Yeah.
you must come back.
Yeah.
I'm a vendor, or at least the vendor people that I know. They're gonna come and take advantage of your Jan Mare or your Zimasa Vabaza scholarship for Black South Africans. They're gonna get in there. Someone's gonna administer the trust because it's for Black South Africans.
Yeah.
They're only gonna put vendor people in there, and they're gonna develop
Why would
a
you
vendor.
think that?
I'm not thinking. I'm
but it's a
telling you.
No, but if you leave a solid enough constitution, then what if for that year and when it's moving? For instance, I'll give you an example. For that Jan Mare conversation, he says, if you come to Stellies, there'll be an easier path for you. Maybe the res was going through some difficulties and couldn't take an extra 100 people. Well, there's this thing that can allow these kids who qualify to be here to get into this residence and kind of stay here.
Sure.
And it is off the back of that you then find the Christo visas, etc., and the African excellence that comes from there being already somebody who said, I will sacrifice first. Now, I'm not saying that I'm some martyr or messiah. I'm saying if we want to have generational wealth actually pass over, someone has got to actually give
Can I
their wealth to the
say
next
one more
generation.
thing, Penson, before you count
No,
your
for me,
questions?
coach, you.
Can I say
when
I interrupted you, bro, and I want to say I'm sorry because I have an idea why you are asking Mooshtaffa what you are asking, and I know you've got more questions.
Sure.
I'm just gonna make a note. No, please don't respond, sir. This is just me sharing my suggestion.
Yeah.
I think for generational wealth, people must set financial tiers. And based on how much money you can make, you can then increase your scope. Because the Oppenheimers, Mutsipe, and them are funding Abo Wits and many other NPOs, which then benefit everyone in South Africa. But I think if you're making a little bit of money, try and keep it like a trust for my family. If I get to this, then it can be for my neighborhood, if more than for the Eastern Cape, then for Amampondomse, and then if you can get to, let's say, dollar billionaire, then I can support this. It's just a note. Sorry, Penson.
I think where I get stuck when it comes to that, this is where I think sometimes I push back from my brother because he loves that whole give back. You know, we all love it, but there's a line that I draw. So I'll give an example. He'll always say, hey, we need to give back to our old primary schools, old high schools, etc., etc. And when you speak about
do that.
and when you speak
I still
about
do that as well.
Uyan Marais,
Marais.
Mariasburg.
Marias.
Oh, Mariah's back.
Yeah,
Oh,
when I spell Mare.
Mari. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marais biscuit.
You can kind of deduce Uguti, he benefited from that time, that space that he was in.
Kimberley Diamonds.
Yeah, one directly. Yeah, one. Some of us have trauma from certain spaces.
Sure.
So let's just say we went to the same primary school. When you were a prefect, you had the best time. I didn't.
You were bullied. Elon Musk.
I was bullied.
Sure.
Fast forward 30 years, you come to me and you say, we need to give back. Why? You know, you will say, let's give back to our high school. You first team this, prefect, what. I was bullied there as well. I didn't get any bitches, nothing.
How?
Sharp.
Bullied means no bitches.
No, but it's adding. It's adding.
I didn't have bitches, therefore I was bullied.
Fuck spies.
Oh.
Do me ain't no bitches.
I know he's real life. So it becomes tough when a lot of Lamachita that now we say have made it had to Ukheiza and had to go through a lot of struggle where the people in their own neighborhoods shunned them, closed doors, and they had to jump over hurdles within their own community and space. And had to leave Enyukasela or leave Mtata and leave in order to go into other spaces where they can grow and they can become this. And then we say, ish, go back and give back there. And there is trauma. Back there is trauma. So it becomes very tough when we say we need to give back and create generational, build generational wealth, because that individual now is in a space where he's saying, I am giving back through my immediate family. And I'm setting them up in schools where that school is building them as well. And I would rather put money in those spaces where I'm seeing direct, not indirect via the corners. I'm seeing people pour into my kids, people building my kids. I'd rather put my money in that space, or I'd rather just leave it within my family, and then my family will then take it on.
You're saying for Jan Marais, there's a Kobus van Toner who's like, fuck, I'm a poon. I'm gonna fund a black scholarship.
There is so many
the blacks
Kobuses
fucking
van Toner.
help me.
Think about how
Fuck
many.
Stellenbosch. I'm going to Fort Hayes, Zinja.
There's many.
That's Kobus van Toner, boy. He's like, nee, fuck, ek gaan deel toe met my kinders.
There has to be. The number of Afrikaners that left, went to Australia, New Zealand, they said, fuck where I'm at. They said that.
So you think when Afi speaks to the old boys, they're like, nah, screw that.
Because again, you start
One
realizing.
of the boys, Afis is Marcus Jooste.
Because
I pumped so much cash into Afis.
I've had the pleasure of teaching at different schools.
Neko says.
I've had the pleasure of teaching at different schools. And you start realizing when we speak about old boys, like from a money point, you're actually just speaking about 5 families. It always boils down to 5 families. And then you find out this guy was the head boy, Ukel was the head girl, this man was, and you're like, oh, they lived soft. And they will throw 5 bar a year at the school. And you're like, where are all the other students?
Wasn't there a fight between Salborn and one of the biggest benefactors a couple of years back? And then that's kind of what like set their athletics program back.
I don't know that story.
Those conversations.
I know a school here in Joburg where they wanted to build a school. I mean a pool, sorry. And they were trying to
aquatic center.
No, it wasn't an aquatic center.
Just a swimming pool.
Just a swimming pool.
Oh, okay.
And no, not case.
Let's make sure levels.
I felt like I knew this.
No, it wasn't case. Oh, okay. So
it's a high performance. It's not
but,
a fucking performance
center.
It's an aquatic center.
But at Kes, some of the old boys, because we like to say it's the old boys.
Yeah.
But when you look at it with that swimming pool,
that's those 5
it's
guys.
Sir Donald Gordon.
So the swimming pool cost at entry level to dig and whatever the case may be, it was something like 2.5 million.
Earthworks.
That they had said for the standard pool that they had envisioned.
Yeah.
One Tanga came and threw 5 million at it. And then he said it's the old boys of 19.
I like it.
And that's what now the narrative is. It's the old boys of that year that are building. God, it's one gent. And he threw 5 ball. And even with Cares at the aquatic center, when you look at the numbers, you realize it goes back to 5 families that pulled 90-80% of that jaw.
Yeah.
Say there's one Bali there. I think his lighty is the only lighty from that school in the Eastern Cape that made Craven Week. Sorry.
That's
actually not even important.
I know
That's
a Bali.
not important.
I know a Bali personally.
That's not
there
important.
Yeah.
who dropped the ball. And his son played ones there, Case.
Shout out to Sandile Zulu. He's setting an example for black timers that are pumping money into schools.
Lekker lighty.
Sakima Tozom also did that.
Did he? Sakima Kozom.
Yeah, it's SAC. In St. Andrews. St. Andrews College.
Dope. You know what it is for me? It's this thing of pumping. I am not.
Because again, when it comes to Newcastle High, it's almost like Penel's the only person in that bracket that I've heard speaking about, because we went there for the derby.
Hey.
We went there for the derby. And we went.
Forget me.
Oh, bro, so we were there. There wasn't a single other person from his year or around there. There might have been like 2 people that were there during the high school time that he was there.
Yeah.
But he's there, he's a voice, he does this, he gives back, and you ask yourself, every year you've got about 150 matriculants at his space. Let's say obviously he was there for 5 years.
Yeah.
There's about 800 kids. Of that 800 when he was there, where are they? Why aren't they there in the derby? Why aren't they pouring back?
You know what it is? I think all of us, we operate from trauma. And there's some people that these black spaces that for someone else that want to go back, for them, it's like, this space helped me fit.
Yeah.
I am the person that I am today because of this space.
Most of the people I was at school with are white, by the way.
Where were they?
Who's surprised by that? Didn't you post a picture of one of your years?
But you know what it is though? It's for me, giving back in the black community, as you're saying, for me is to show the possibility that black people can help in our communities. Because I think, you know, for someone to aspire to become something, they look close around.
Yeah.
The social media,
Immediate environment.
Fit, yabona. That's why most of the times I say, "Kasi mfethu sibheme inyawo, babe," because some of these role models are not there. Fit, azikho. The doctor's moved out of that environment. He's not coming in there to say, "No, mina skela sang mfethu ngifaka whatever." For me, it's an inspirational thing to say, I can look up to that person.
But why is my question? Must
Why?
he do that?
Why
if he
must you?
feels that environment,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
would
yeah.
he would not be a GP. He would be the main neurosurgeon.
No, but
somewhere.
we also have to have. Debs, I just want to help you quickly. We also, if you think about it, the reason why these all boy networks exist is because that all boys themselves, outside of that, they get profiled to younger generations. This doesn't happen so much in township schools, where you are a doctor, you went to whatever senior secondary school.
Hlala nathi high. Emadade in section 4.
Okay, there. You went to that school. They don't call you back to say you've now made it to some sort, right? Come back and give back.
They don't know that that thing exists even.
That's that's the crazy thing. Like
That's the lack of that
and
culture.
we went to those schools where every single year I'm checking to see who's delivering the reunion speech. This year's maybe it's Makaya Ntini. The next year it's a Tando Kobe who's like a venture capitalist in Cape Town. The next year it's whatnot. So that's
Imagine what that's doing to that kid.
100%. It happens in the schools that we went to, right?
Yeah.
And I guess it's the lack of that knowledge of saying that somebody doesn't just end their relationship with the school by saying valedictory is done, I've finished my exams, I'm out. In fact, that's when the real relationship starts with the school.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Your parents, the schools they went to,
Yeah.
did they go back and plow back in the same way you're speaking about Dale?
It's a very interesting conversation. I have this conversation with my mom all the time. They've just started a group, yes, it's St. John's College.
That's where they went.
MTAT, yeah. And it's...
Hey, but St. John's is also an outlier school, but it's okay.
yeah,
Like,
My apologies.
Yeah,
Please carry on, sir.
Yeah, but
My apologies, my
no,
apologies.
but they've got real serious hitters from that school, like proper Eastern Cape hitters.
They
from
couldn't
St.
go to the
John's.
schools you guys went to. That's why.
Yeah,
St. John's is serious.
So it
or
then
was serious rather.
so it then concentrated a lot of them there. Like they've got like the whole like, hey, single class of what, class of this, class of that, da, 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 da. And they've got a group. And I remember she was showing me they've got like a WhatsApp group, and they're now mostly all captains of industry somewhere somehow. And they're starting to now get this thing going because I guess they've seen it from us.
But it's only now.
It's only now. No, because obviously my mom will ask me like, she's still got the cups from Edale and she's like, Ophi uNick van der Vyver, Ophi uPhumezo, Ophi uBanban, Sinethemba Tsipa, Ophi, you know, those type of things. And I'm like, this person's here. She's like, you know where everyone is? I'm like, yeah, because we got a group and we chat. Like we know where everyone's at. Generally where they're at. This person's just been admitted to attorney at the High Court or advocate at the High Court or whatever, and that type of stuff. And for them, this was, even though they saw their age mates on TV doing like amazing things, they didn't have like a community thing where they could do. Because she was asking me, she's like, how do you guys run it? I was like, well, we have like a board.
Shout out to your mom, by the way, for having that desire.
Yeah. So I was like, we have a board, like, and we vote for it every couple of years where we say the old Dalian Union will be comprised of these people. And sometimes we decide we want to have a coup on the current leadership because we feel they're not doing what they're doing. So we do that.
On practice amakhu eskele.
Fonini kuvela kuthiwe ngoku kuthiwe WhatsApp madod virtual meeting manje, we need people's proxies and votes because sifuna ukwenza into ethile. And because we want the school, and the brainwashing is there, and I admit that I'm brainwashed by my school, but I love my school. I love my school.
It's beneficial.
100%.
The brainwashing is beneficial.
And I genuinely love that more than I do having gone to a UJ. Former Rao or whatever. I love my school. I will watch my school if all the time. And when they ask and I will give. If they ask and they say, hey, the first team is here and they want to have a dinner, I will send the cash.
But we don't have that passion though.
Yes, but
You see
remember,
how you feel about your tertiary?
Yeah.
Some people may feel even less
About
of their high school.
Yes.
I'm your mom, by the way. This is why best practice and exposure is so important. I went to the Eastern Cape and I got exposed to what we call elite schools in the country.
Eastern Cape.
And I was like, yeah, in the Eastern Cape, but other schools. If you engage the Eastern Cape elite schools, you get exposed to
It's the
the
same
rest
thing.
of them.
It's a network of schoolings across the country.
So I was like, this would be so dope back home. That's when I started coming up with Newcastle Old Boys. But I had a good experience at school, besides our headmaster who was a fucking racist. But I was like, it would be so cool to have a network like this.
Yeah.
So that Nati, when guys are like, it's
Guys,
union
we-
weekend.
just for whoever's listening in Uganda, we're not talking about Manuel Governor, not him. We didn't have him as
No,
a
shout out to
headmaster.
Manuel Governor.
Yeah.
He just
But
left
you
the
see,
school
for him,
recently.
he had a good experience.
He did.
So
Besides
for
the
him
racism,
giving-
but
yeah,
I-
besides.
No, wait.
But that's not the
Actually,
majority
let me-
of black children.
Yeah, wait.
that
Actually,
went
let me
into that
take it a
experience.
step back because it's going to be like I was treated well, guys. From when I got to Newcastle in grade 8, I was called a kaffir until I matriculated. I'm a Punu, a racist. The headmaster treated me like shit. I became a deputy head boy under like tough circumstances. I had a great experience because I had a positive outlook. I was good at rugby. I was good at academics. So I had a good time. I didn't want to give back to Newcastle High because I had a good experience. So I think this is important. I didn't look at my school and say, oh, my school's so amazing. I want to do for it. It's because I was exposed to elite schools and I wished
You understand?
we could have something similar because then things like headmasters and what or the culture of the school, you can shape it because you listen to people speak about at the school we want to move from rugby as a national as the school sport to football so that we can send lighties to Barcelona. We can do that as old scholars. I got to see that and I was like, this would be nice.
You back your ideas with money. This is the most
money
important thing.
chat.
You've got to back your ideas with money. So if you want a school to succeed, for many years, it's like, hey, Dale doesn't have a nutrition program. They don't have a whatnot. We're still based off talent while everybody else is based off juice. I meant supplements.
Yes, Chief.
I meant supplements.
Take it
Sharp,
easy.
sharp, sharp. Yes,
Take it
Supplements.
easy.
Supplements.
Which schools are catching strays? then?
Yes,
Sorry.
no schools.
No schools. No one's juicing. No one's juicing.
No one's
Just
juicing.
really big 18-years. So we then said
Cornflakes,
to
Chief. Cornflakes, but you say umbila.
Ama-cornflakes adliwa kuphi eselbhoni noma egrey?
Hayi angazi dliwaphi.
why are you using why are you talking about ikolo? Hey, this guy.
So why are our boys thin but other boys? He said juice. So I'm saying which boys are you?
Hey, bro, when
talking-
I go back to Newcastle and I see some of the boys look like they under 14 compared to some of these schools. At first team level, I'm watching my old school and I'm going, wow.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, some under 16s that will give these boys a 50. Yes. The nourishment now. No, it's different. At some of these schools, the supplementation and the training and the
Listen to how he's saying that.
And
He
the
doesn't want to say the
genetics.
juice.
Sorry,
I don't know.
Mooshtaffa, you were saying something. But before you carry on, I just wanted to add that most of my peers
Yeah.
would see the same exposure as me
Yeah.
when they travel and go to universities.
But still not.
Instead of going home, they want to be part of the Dale community. So your mom's not giving back to St. John's. She's there as an old Dalian mom because her son was there. That's generally what happens to our generation.
I get
I mean, you know what it is for me sometimes? It's understanding the ripple effect when you don't contribute. I mean, I've
Which
seen
people don't take accountability
Yeah,
for.
you know, one of the issues that we struggle with as black people, we don't want to take ownership of our own problems.
Cheers.
We don't want to take ownership of it. Some of us we help us lang back on Tembisa, you know, and it's because we understand that the more these kids, if we after school and we know that there's no parents, if these kids are not playing in soccer,
Idle hands,
netball, if you're not doing anything about it,
Babe,
we
please.
know what's going to happen 6 years later.
Yeah.
We know it. Then when you don't take responsibility of that and you just rely on government, for me, you're part of the problem.
Yeah. We have given too much of our agency to government, and we shouldn't, outside of the things that are necessity that we can't do ourselves because they cost too much money and we need to pool money together and government must distribute that. We should actually start to do a lot of things. And I'll give you an example. I had a conversation on another podcast recently. Actually, sorry, it wasn't a podcast. It was yesterday. I was on Daily Teta on SABC One.
Yeah.
Nice, shout
And
out.
we were having, shout out to Ursula.
Oh, Ursh. Why upegwe?
That's why I'm big. So, anyways,
Kade khona nelungelo lapho.
oh yeah,
Shout out Nolungelo.
yeah, shout out.
Lungelo KM, engineer your life.
Engineer life.
No, it was the other lady. Sorry, it wasn't Lungelo that day. Yesterday,
That is okay.
yeah.
It's Ursula.
It was Ursula and another lady.
There's another
Oh,
lady.
that's,
Yeah.
yeah, the small.
So, yeah. So I had this conversation. We were talking about spatial planning, and how and why certain spaces are the way that they are. Now, being the person that I am and liking the things that I like, when I go across the country, I don't get there and just marvel at how nice this place is. I ask myself, why is this place the way that it is? And when you start to realize the common thread that exists, you then start to understand that there's something called urban improvement precincts.
Okay.
And what these things are people coming together and saying, we stay in this area. We understand the limitations that our municipality has for this area. So therefore, we are going to take away the burden of looking after three key things within our area: beautification, security, and cleansing of the area, cleaning services. So we will
Oh, not
plan-
cleansing.
Yeah?
Cleanliness, cleaning up.
Yeah, so they call them cleansing services at
That's
municipal
weird.
level.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Because
Cleansing for duck is something else.
yeah. So
Imbuzi,
ufuna ukuchatha. So but you don't do that because you're not Zulu. So the
Nothing wrong. I wouldn't be one to associate with abafana beintelezi.
Umancane, baba. So then these three things, if you think about it, these are the three things that are very easy for a community to solve.
Yeah, but they're not easy.
No. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the model that is built under UIPs is that Gov will then say to
What's a
themselves,
UIP? Sorry.
Urban Improvement Precinct.
You're not paying attention.
Yeah. So in the irony is that in Umhlanga is
to
the
God.
Umhlanga Improvement Precinct. So it's
I like
called
it.
UIP. So all of the areas across the country that you like, whether it's the Cape Town CBD, and you're like, oh, this is so dope, this is a lovely CBD. That CCID is the Cape Town Central District. It's a UIP. Santon Central is a UIP. Umhlanga Improvement Precinct is a UIP. Florida Improvement Precinct in Durban is a UIP. Melrose, that area in Rosebank, they have UIPs in those areas. And what it means is that they take away the things that fluffiness, as well as the security that says, how do we make this area better and livable and maintain property values, but also have a better quality of life? So they say, Gov finds it easier to say to themselves, let's make sure that the pipes do water, but if the potholes start to be too much, that's a bit trickier, which means that fixing pot plants or taking out ukula, weeds, will become even harder for them. So they say, whatever you are going to allocate it to us. We will then pay a levy within this UIP and its precinct, and we will then look after security, beautification, and cleansing.
Sure.
I'm boiling inside. I want to say something.
Zakfak. So at the end of the day, there are times when we as people need to say, we're not going to wait for the state to do things for us that we understand the importance of within our communities. Because if you're going to sit and say they must allocate budget for my ward to do this thing, nizohlala lapha iqabukile, those things zingasebenzi, security area off, because it is people who make gated communities. It is people.
But
they
then we need
decide.
to ask ourselves, how do people get to that level of thinking? That is now the question, because
They don't.
yes, that's the thing.
Then stop trying.
No, but we can't.
This is
This is part of the. You keep
Mara
trying to
chair.
solve
But
problems
wait,
that
but wait.
can't be
Let
solved.
them
we
speak,
can't sit here why our just have chairs in jail. And then we're like, oh, that's not a solution because you guys won't change.
No, it's solution
Like,
you
what's the
can't.
point of it? you
Those
know?
people won't change, but it's solution you can't. But it's not from those people.
But what I'm saying, we need to speak about it. But
Sure.
you're saying don't speak about the solution. And I'm saying,
No, I'm saying those people are not the solution.
oh, okay, cool. No, I get that. But
So
we
Penson
need
made
to-
an example about like a swimming pool. There's an old boy, one guy.
Yeah,
Come
sure.
on, old
Yeah,
boys,
no,
put the one guy.
Yeah. No,
You just needed the one guy to pump money.
I'm 100%
How do we
with
get
you.
the other old boys to pump? Fuck the other old boys. We need one guy. We need Donald Gordon to build a fucking hostel or whatever it's called, the Bay Cares.
Nah, it's
No,
disproportionate
no.
pressure.
Like, let me give a
It's
simple
not
example.
pressure. It's not pressure at all. So
So
this
let
is
me, wait, before again, let me give a simple example. Like there are teams like Bakers that we support. Yeah, it is because we don't want them to share drugs. There's a point where we do a test.
an
We're
answer
like-
to one of your earlier questions. He's got a soccer team back in his Kasi to give back to the lighties.
Yeah.
So we're like, no man, can the parents but donate at least R5 to buy a kid?
Yeah. Our phone.
Ah, chief, not even one parent. Not even one. But they know the impact that this thing has on the kids.
Yeah,
Because
because
they're progressive, busy. They're not gonna. They're not chasing girls. But when you say no, nani need donate. Oh, that's why now what I'm responding is because when Penn said you need that one guy, the parents were like, no, there's the hero there. Asazuban, but he's helping.
But the problem is also packaging.
Usebenza municipality.
Yeah,
something.
there's some messiah that's
But
helping these kids.
Zimas, I think once your folks or your mom rather understood the benefits of, she then said, "Okay, I get it. I'm on board." I think a lot of the problem is we don't know how to package these things. I'll give you an example.
You want to take ownership.
But it's also his mom.
I hear you.
It's not all the old scholars from
perfect.
St. John's.
Perfect. So
They've got quite a lot of people in that group now.
So when I spoke
But
to
someone started the movement.
Yeah.
So when I spoke to Lomchita Udrus Izolo, it was
True
around.
Perch.
Yeah, so it was around.
What's it, Druce?
Yeah, Druski. She said, my boy.
Bala.
I was
Oh,
like,
keep it, you know.
yeah. I was like, fuck that panel guy. He's a
Oh,
dick.
the Pifano Wabi.
Fuck the panel guy. He's a dick.
When is that episode dropping? When is that episode dropping? We got it.
Over there, I want to give you Utru.
Tell us something. Share something.
Uzongiroba heads off. Bazongiroba phela ngikhona. So anyway, he was speaking about this platform, ne? And he was like, he struggles with understanding, but
What the platform?
yeah, obviously, because nangithi ngikhuluma your monkey language.
Which platform? AMAGENTS?
This one, AMAGENTS. And he was saying, Guti, but he sees the relevance. And I'm saying, Guti, I think our USP is the sense where what we're trying to do, as much as we're trying to educate and grow our abahlali, but we're still being amachita and we're just living and it's okay.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the platforms sit on either side.
Yeah.
You're either there for education or you're there talking about bums.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I know Tibbs and I have sat and unpacked was, how can we package this carrot? How do we wrap this broccoli in caramel?
Because this program, what I've enjoyed in this entire time is I've never had to feel like, one, I need to not be myself. But secondly, we can just have really open conversations.
Usho, what
Like-
you want to say,
like-
when you want to say, how you want to say it.
And I'll tell you for free, some of the topics that we've covered today, I will never cover on my platform. And I want to be clear, Debza, that I will never cover them because of how socially leaning they are versus data leaning.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
But in this space, this is who I am. We could literally, we're sitting here having drinks,
Yeah.
talking smack, disagreeing, agreeing that Penal's always right, and we're having a really and
So uma bakubone. So But again, it goes back to
Yeah,
giving back.
like-
I think this whole concept of giving back to us as black people, it hasn't been packaged in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you say to me, I live in Joburg, my kids go to school in Joburg.
Yeah.
You're saying, Uti, Randi, to a space where I might never go back.
Yeah.
A lot of
The
these.
thing is, you want to benefit from giving back.
No, but hear me out. Hear me out. When you go and you speak to a lot of
He's saying, I've got the money in my pocket.
I have the money.
Share the way
Yes,
I want.
to.
That's for him,
because
and he's trying to tell you that for
Be-
other
be-
people, how can you
because-
share
Michael
them?
saying,
We speak to some. I'll give an example where my kids go to school. A lot of the kids after grade 7, you'll hear them. They're going to Michael House. They're going to Hilton. Chief. Mark Loss. House. And you're like, Chief, your child is talented. Some nigga 5%, 10%. They're like, no, my dad went there.
Yeah.
My grandfather went there. We're carrying on. So for him, he understands the benefit of giving back because his kids will one day go there. You speak to a lot of guys that are in Joburg that went to Dale, Queens, whatever the case is. Their kids are no longer going there. So for them, it's a lot tougher to open up the wallets
Yeah.
and send money back to the schools that they went to,
Yeah.
at least at the level they were going to, if their kids also went back. If there was an ROI, I mean, I was done with Newcastle High if it wasn't for the fact that I was invited as a guest speaker last year.
So I want to
guest
lean
speaker.
back towards what
Ladies and gentlemen.
the Black Pen was saying, and he was saying that he wants to find his tribe, and in the same scenario, there is a tribe of people who will feel that the conditions are right for them to give, and we hope that that giving will be enough. Now, the conversation around all of this is that Debza giving back and starting that soccer team feels to people like, but government should have been doing this. More than that's why it feels extra to people to say, "Fakana 5 rand, nama 10 rand."
Too much.
But to Debza, he's like, I know that this is actually something that benefits the community 10, 20, 30,000 times, because these kids are off the street. Even when they're not here, they want to practice and become the best at free kicks. So he's going to decide, hey, I could run with these guys, or I could just go practice my free kicks, because on the weekend, there's 3,000 people that come watch me grounding. And I get validation from that. Remember, sports is also a funnel away from a lot of things.
A lot.
So this conversation around who gives, when they give, why they give, is an important aspect of Abantu Abamnyama moving forward. There is an expectation that when you have, you will give. And you have just put the other side of it, saying, maybe I don't want to give. Maybe I don't want to give. And we have to deal with that.
He says he wants to give.
as a
No matter
parent-
how you convince him to give.
As a parent
is the issue.
of a child
Yeah.
who's playing for the soccer team, Khumbula ukuthi at home I might be fighting because akayenzi homework. Uhleli ebholeni. That might be the fight. Whatever the case may be, sometimes.
The other thing is that you have to also understand that giving money means that you have to follow the money. Us as old boys, we have fights about where the money is allocated, my brother. So after Uzim said Tumele Imali, I'm following that money, saying, where did you use that money? Because what if you took that money and sent it back to the school to pay for teacher salaries? That's not why I gave you that money. I gave you that money so that the athletics program could have a little bit more. When the kids go on camp, no one's going to ask any other old boy to give a small anyana donation. Equal petrol money. The kids will eat on camp. When they need to go out to Spur on the night to celebrate a victory against Kingswood. My cousin is the head of is the director of sports and conditioning at Kingswood. So I'm sorry, Younger. I'm sorry, but I'm a daughter. So at the end of the day, there is a reason. You've got to follow the money. And this thematic, right, is why we see no value in paying for schools that are private or that are more expensive. Because you don't follow the value of what you're putting in. The reason why a Markelas, I've got to say it right, or a Hilton, right, or a Hilton, Markelas, or a Bishop's, right? The reason why you want to send your kids to that and follow on is so that you can also say, I am meeting like-minded or people at my level that I can network with. And if you don't see that, that's what the other people are doing. Because I pay 300K to send my kid to the school, I'm here most of the time to meet Barry, to meet Yusuf, to meet Mang David, and to meet Penwell, because he's always right. And what I want for myself and my kid, and my kid, what I want for myself and my kid is that my kid will get the education that they need. But I have also then brought myself into this network of people. And that's what a lot of our black people are not understanding about this. We come from these schools, and a lot of people might not come from these schools. When you send your child to the school, you are buying into the network because you will rub shoulders with the people from Great Bloom, with the people from Michael House, with the people from St. John's, with the people from Kes, with the people from Bishops, from Monas, etc. You buy into this network because your child at this school, wherever they are, will play around the country, and you get an opportunity to share something with someone who would never give you an opportunity other than you being the people that are doing the buris together.
I had a choice. Play dates.
Mike.
No, I think for me, I just wanted to add, especially on the part of like giving back to these schools. in my experience, the schools are great, but I think the issue is that, especially with these sort of like traditional legacy schools, their culture is very alienating for a lot of people.
Who are those people?
Black people.
Okay, cool. Then you
So-
must say it so that we feel it.
So, as a black person, moyada, to fit in, you must almost assimilate the culture of the school and the traditions to a very large extent. And so, for the people that can't do that, they then feel like they're outsiders. So, giving
Elon Musk
back,
is a good example.
you know what I mean? So, there then becomes no affiliation to the place. It's just transactional. You know, you're sending your kid to that school because they can give your kid a good education. Only. And
Are we
that's
fully
as far as
culture of the place?
no,
Okay.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
fitting
no.
in the culture.
You
Like
don't
Elon
fit
Musk.
in. So from that point of view, I can understand a lot of people ukuthi why banga buy into the paying it forward, you know, and giving back to the schools. I can speak from my own personal experience in that the Patrons Association is full of white people. Because as soon as Ningena as black people, because I feel like they need to also sort of evolve. They also have to take into consideration who black people are when they're in these spaces and how black people want to express themselves in a very social way.
You back is a bit loud, eh?
That's the thing, you know? So it's difficult.
No, I get you. I'd like to have a crack at that. So there are push and pull factors that resolve that dynamic, and the pull factors is that you have contributed economically to the school, culturally to the school. So in its 165-year history, shout out Dale. In its 165-year
Enough, Deal. Shout out to Newcastle High, man.
Newcastle High,
Shout out
let's
to
go.
Midrand High.
Let's go.
That's all.
So at the end of the day, I am part of the same history that they are part of. You must not allow yourself to cede space. We do it as abantu abamnyama in too many areas of our lives, where we'll leave the CBD because we feel I'm uncomfortable. We leave Yeovil because it's not really nice. And you don't contest the space in the way that you are meant to because you have a belonging to that space. No, you are an old boy just like everyone else is an old boy here. You paid the requisite school fees when they asked for it and you went right through. Yes, majority of them who are still alive will be white people. But we decided at Dale, when we saw the demographics change at Qonce, that if we don't step up as the black old boys, we're going to have a problem where the school will then be allowed to fall to the wayside. And we had already seen abantu abaninzi. When Dale wins, they're all in the Facebook. Dale, I'm a daughter. It's lovely. But when we lose and we have a bad year, they're like, yeah, the coach was terrible. So we understand that there is a texture to this thing. Good and bad, I'm there. Good years, I'm there. Bad years, I'm like, guys, they're like, yeah, in 3 years, the under 16s, they're coming up. I'm like, okay, how do we support those boys? So I am there contesting the space just as much as anyone else is as an old boy. And hopefully, by the grace of Umdali, I will also be in a position to put up a hall at Dale, because that is important to give. For me, the brainwashing is done with me. Nobody needs to convince me that I need to give back to my school.
But you see, you're proving what Udube.
Yeah, 'cause you
is
have an
saying.
ROI.
Because
It's very
you
different.
bought into the culture.
No, but
assimilating.
I'm saying to him, he's saying there is a way of understanding abantu abamnyama coming through in the same spaces that they are in. I'm saying own the space because you are no less an old boy than the person who finished in 65. You are no less an
I
old
want
boy.
to throw two spanners, man. Specifically because you guys keep mentioning black people in these spaces.
Yeah.
Black people don't earn enough to have the luxury to give back. Most of them. And number two, even if they have the luxury of giving back, they have an extra tax that white people don't have, which is black tax. So Umchita wants to chuck 10,000 rand to their old school, but unfortunately the extended family, and that becomes part of the problem. If we were to say, guys, give back to your school, they're like, "Fethu, I want to give back all." Unfortunately,
I just find it so difficult because we've got a new head at the boys' school of the old boys. Great guy, class of 84, 80, 86 there. He's light, he's in grade 1. So he was there from the junior prep all the way through. So for him, it just makes sense to pour back. If my kids went to Newcastle Junior Prime, Newcastle Senior Prime, Newcastle, it would be an easier conversation because they're there. The same way that I'm where they currently are, I'm their bureaus. I'm there making sure when they're doing cross country, I'm one of the marshals. I'm there, present, giving back because it's my kids. If we were in the same spaces, that if they are in the same spaces that I was in, that would be an easier conversation. The reason why I feel it's so much easier for our white counterparts, the ones that I engage with, is because they are sending their kids to the same spaces that they went. So they are not just investing.
Nothing's changed, basically.
So they're not just investing in the space; they're investing in their child
and the continuation of that space
continuation of that space as it was
existing
when they were there.
I want to add something else. So it's identity is very important. You might identify as a Newcastle High old boy, as a Dale old boy, as a Midrand old boy. For Ngamla, the school almost maybe is like the 3rd, 4th layer, to a point where if the school no longer represents Afrikaner culture or Jewish culture, or Anglican culture, they chuck. Whereas when you're so holding on to the school, if I ask to producer's point, does the school represent your culture outside of just kwagumnande skele? Where you're like, no, before we go to initiation, before when men gather to discuss itiski, that's where we meet. That's where we go to church. So even when I'm pissed, I'm like, we have to go to Dale because I'm visiting home, and that's where the church is. So now I'm zonigela. This is where the car wash. If there's no cultural alignment to that, and it's just the school. Tuama Poon and these guys, when you speak legacy, it's not just white and what.
But
you could get English guys coming into a school, and Afrikaans people will leave.
I like that you've mentioned church, my brother.
They'll be like, fuck that, we'll go build a Curo somewhere else.
I like that
because the English guys are coming in.
I like that you've mentioned church, because it is a choice that black people make to give to churches, but not to community organizations.
And they don't see a return even at church.
Why are you saying they don't see a return?
Boy?
Why are you saying they don't see a
spiritual return?
It doesn't only have to be spiritual.
I was a church boy.
Okay.
Yeah, for a very long time. I till today
I was raised by a pastor.
I still haven't seen the return of
for you. This is what Penson was explaining about certain people and their schools.
That's why you don't pull back.
Other people at the church will tell you that this is where I got my job. This is where I found my wife. This is where when my family was poor, I went to Mfundis and they came and they fed my family. So I will always give to the church.
What Debza is saying is that when he asked for a 5 rand, a 10 rand to better the lives of their kids through something that they were seeing was actually benefiting.
Were they seeing?
They might
be seeing. Based on what?
He said, no,
they might not agree.
I said it. Wait.
Your space might be taking my child away from his game.
No, whoa.
Okay. So guys,
whoa. You're speaking about me and I'm here.
You're
speaking about me and I'm here.
Yeah, but I'm saying
the parents,
not every parent.
My man, oh.
Let me ask you. Why did the parents say they're not going to give you money?
Let him answer this.
Why did they say they won't give you money?
They didn't give any reason.
You didn't ask?
No, we send the kids. Guys,
okay.
Parents,
you didn't ask them yourself?
Coach. No, it wasn't me.
So that's your first mistake.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
So your conclusion is not good enough.
No, but again, I can only go with the assumption of the coach.
I hear you.
Yeah, but I don't have time to go to.
Hold on, let him finish the train of thought.
Parents.
You can call a meeting.
So
can have a WhatsApp group. You can have a WhatsApp group.
Gents, you're right. And I played my part, and I'm saying about some limitations.
Yes,
I've got some limitations when you're Kawate, but I've done something. So the coach comes to me. I'm like, Coach, when you go there, maybe you might convince the parents.
Sure.
Coach
direct
goes.
relationship. Yeah.
Coach goes there because he's in the hood every single day.
Yeah.
Coach,
boys,
no, can you guys contribute? The parents like, no, but no, we don't think that it's important.
Okay.
But these are the very same parents who they say, yo, they're off the street.
Babhizi.
They are the very same parents.
And I totally get what Debs is saying.
That can understand, oh, this thing is helping.
But
esontweni.
esontweni.
But that's the very same parent.
Esontweni,
They will give that.
they'll
5
give.
Why are they giving 5 rand or something?
I think the spiritual thing, what Mlotshwa was saying,
They're doing it spiritually.
could be a factor. I'm just
It's
saying.
because Umfundisi asks.
But we asked.
Can I also tell you?
I
I'll-
asked you if
I'll-
you spoke to the parents.
Oh, you're saying me? No, I don't know for sure.
So another thing that I've
Yeah,
seen
for sure.
at certain schools, and I'll go to church because I went to a specific church in Newcastle for some time.
Sure.
Was celebrating certain people that give back. So you go to those schools, as you said, Guti, you've got the Watwati Hall, you've got Banbani swimming pool, you've got the Watwati. Esontweni kuzothiwa sukuma kibene sikubona. And you'll be celebrated ukuthi wena ufaka 500 rand umnikelo. You'll be celebrated. You know,
Late ina zilanga phandle.
ngenxa ka- you are celebrated. Unfortunately, some of the schools that we went to, you're not celebrated
Zero.
at all. You can go to a certain school and give 10,000 rand, and you go to that school and you are treated like nothing by the staff, by the kids. They don't care. You know, there's a level of entitlement, and no one is actually giving you the right appropriate amount of praise for the fact that you're plowing back. Whereas when you go to some of these schools, they've got all boys
Placards.
stands. They've got all boys stands.
Who gave up?
So now when we're watching
Yeah, China. You got your own spot, my boy.
When we're watching a rugby game,
Yeah.
the old boys sit there.
No one can sit there other than all
No,
boys.
only the old boys.
Yeah.
So now when you sit there, you know you don't pay your 100 rand a year, whatever the case may be.
You feel some
there's
type
a
of-
guilt.
Yeah.
There's a tie. Everybody
Yeah.
has a tie, old boys tie.
Yeah.
Class of what.
Yeah.
You feel part of a group.
Yeah.
Some of this, as much as we are to blame, and we should be
Social
accountable,
dynamics.
The schools or the churches also that you may have gone to don't give the right amount of praise for what you pour in. And as humans, it's a human thing where once you start pouring and you're not getting appreciated, then you say, you know what?
So I want to add to this. There was an incident at Mthat where I've built, right, a homestead. And
Awunkandla.
Homestead.
Aye, man.
Ne homestead, boy.
Fire pool.
Hey.
Fire pool, boy.
Yabona ke nina. So where I've built, right?
Yeah.
Kusemzumbe, kamselewu.
So
Ubabaza unelento,
But the homestead, boy.
yeah, bro.
unemzumbe.
Yeah, I've built.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm adding more rooms. I know it's stressful.
Nkonzi.
No,
Ah, yeah, went up there.
Uthe konje with 1 stress, 2 stress, 3 assets.
Assets.
Yeah, so I've built like now I'm doing the stuff that's nice, like a pool room, bar, viewing, cinema room, that type of stuff. Yeah. So, anyways, that's not
That's not the point.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. So one of the things that's been quite interesting is that I've now been integrated into like the WhatsApp groups for the community and stuff like that. Like, and we're a new community because the actual old village kind of exists, and then you kind of go over the hill, then you come down to us, and we're new. So we're also like. We're like the new generation of people, like millennials, whatnot. We're starting to build young families, that type of stuff. Now, back to this conversation around contribution.
Sure.
So, Bekuko is vungu vungu. There was like a bit of a tornado, and like some of the power lines went out. So I wake up one day and I'm like, hey yo, there's no electricity here, right? I'm like, okay, let's go figure it out. So then I start walking. I'm like, ish, but there was like Inkanyamba that came through the area and was like, okay, so I'm like, maybe one of the poles. Then someone puts in the group, because we've got like a community group, and they're like, yo, like there's poles that fell over, type of thing. So then we walk to the poles, we go see. And then I see, it's a small thing. The wire, the electric wire snapped at one point. This is not that hectic because I kind of know the cost of these things now, having built. I'm like, okay, this thing from there to there, man, it's small. Probably need to get a connector. I call up my guy. I'm like, yo, bro, what's this? My guy says to me, not a problem. We can go up the pole, fix everything, da-da-da. Each person's going to need to put in like $100. The electricity is out for all of us.
Yeah.
in this area.
Yeah.
So angasinambane ngokwapezantsi.
So what are you?
I'm now walking the streets pa elalini, and I'm just like, Meza, you know, mbane, no. Meza's like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, $100. She's like, where?
It's a governance problem.
And then I walk to the next crib, and then I go to the people that I know, because everything is about caucusing in our societies and our communities. And that's why I want to get to. So then I went to the people that I knew are pillars of this thing. And I said, Tatu Banban, I man, masikupes man, no. As soon as he was like, I said, Tatu Banban, I'm coming to so-and-so's house next. My brother's coming to Wadban's house. We'll grab the thing. The electrician is already on the way. I've sent my van. It's going to fetch electrician. He's getting the parts. We'll figure out the rest later. And only then was there some sort of like movement where people were like, okay, cool, we got to take this 100 rands out. But the initial thing was like, 100 rand for what? When I'm like, yo, want to live a day without electricity? Why would you? Because literally the storm is overnight. When now in the morning, I wake up first, I go check, I'm like, Aibo, what's going on?
Coming with your Joburg tendency.
How it's like, you can't survive more 5 days without electricity.
So I literally was like, no ways.
Coming with your Joburg tendency.
Bro, what do you mean?
Guys, that's 100 rand.
No, because like, if I don't have electricity, my water pump's not going to think.
I'm selling. I'm selling. I'm trying to get everyone to fundraise.
Was you the water pump, boy? You're right, though.
Can I boil water?
No, don't do it. What the hell? So at the end of the
Can
day,
I boil it in another room?
Yes.
So at the end of the day, right?
I always wanted a brother.
So at the end of the day, we've got to say to ourselves that there are people that have the inclination and the ability to marshal people's resources, their thought into something that is there.
Natural leadership.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I think Penwell is saying in this case, to say maybe the person who needs to go to those people is the taxi owner / guy whose kid is playing in the thing, or he's coaching. And then you say, Bab Khatebe, Bab so-and-so. Call a meeting, man, with those people. And
how many times did you ask the parents to khoy money?
to give?
3 times.
Only.
Suti only. Is it 10 rand is?
No, only is important.
No, but only 3 times.
It's very few.
To ask for 10 rand.
Look, let's speak about your thing, because this is real and maybe we can solve it. So you've got friends that have a little bit of money.
Yeah.
You can create a group and say, this is my team. We'll donate money on their behalf just because we like you.
Sure.
We can come and watch your boys and meet some of them and be happy. You can find out from the boys where they shop, where if their parents have cars, where they wash their cars, and you go there and you're like, if you can still donate about it, because these boys play and we know the parents support you. So there's innovative ways to get money around.
Sure. Okay.
If the money is what you're trying to get, which I don't think it's a priority for you, but it would be nice. And in everything that you do, you need to find a way to constantly tell the parents all of this, because like advertising, you constantly need to tell them until someone is like, hey, Bonu, na 200 rand cash. And that will be the start of something. You have to be patient with the people you're dealing with.
Also, you have to be smart in how you do it. So what they used to do in sort of like these Model C schools we went to is that people's parents used to, if they donate the water bottles for tour, they used to be able to put there, donated by the what family.
Sure.
So the water bottle show for the whole team, which is Puzamanzi, during halftime, during water breaks and whatnot, where there will be no ads like hydration breaks at the World Cup. But the whole point is that you are recognized for your contribution. So the conversation around understanding how these legacy institutions like ISGOL and all of these things and these boards of groupings of families and cultural groupings do it is that they recognize people well enough who contribute.
100%.
So even if the first person who gives you is 100 rand or 10 rand, you will contribute and say, "Sicela ukubonga uMakhumalo for giving us imali." Ungayibizi ukuthi imalini. uMakhumalo for giving us imali to make sure that the kids can go bayodlala eGemiston. They don't know how much Makhumalo is given, but remember, that's what the pastor does. The pastor says that they never, unless it's thousands of rands and it's a big amount, the pastor won't say it. They'll say, we'd like to thank our contribution from Mr. Mlotshwa for ensuring that the roof of this congregation will never
an
leak
emotion.
again.
Yeah.
Hey, shine izandla esontweni. Then uVabaza goes, hey. So you've got to play the dynamics of saying, how do I extract this money out of these people? And yes, it is a little bit of psychological manipulation, but we are in a world where we're trying to take resources from people that have to people that don't have.
That's what Penson was saying, just packaging.
Yeah. And that will give your endeavor a lot more work. And then the next thing you do, betanda bengathandi, put them in a WhatsApp group and literally flood them with all of the feel good things that happen on this Saturday. Sihambile sayodlala Springs, sabuya sayodlala what we win 2-1. The boys played well.
Because you also face the problem of that they
Yeah.
don't even see their kids play.
Yes, and then ufake-
Zero.
and then when little Thabo scores, little Thabo after the
Picture.
game, no, umshayo Thabo ube ne trophy encane. Thabo was our best player in your team. Whether your team won or lost.
Ubaphathela upia, by the way. Bazoza.
Imagine this,
Bazoza,
the
mabaphathela
amount
upia.
of effort you must put in.
Bazoza mabaphathela
To get
upia.
donations.
Hey, bro, for your own kids.
That's why there are that's why there are NGOs. That's why there are NGOs whose entire existence is to extract money out of corporates. And they use the same tactics. So you've got to use those tactics to get the money out so that these kids can have a fuller growth experience and you can realize what you want to do. Because at some point now is Odino.
You know, you're right. What you're speaking about is a cultural question. Because these are the same parents who prioritize going to a funeral.
And giving
Going to church.
Envelope.
Yeah, you know.
After tears, but
No, standard.
No, before that, after tears, there's an envelope that goes to the family.
You can't do that. There's a
Yeah.
mic behind you. So what dog, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an envelope that they bring to the family.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, after tears and all of those things. Sure. So we've also not got to expect people to give just for the sake of giving. We've got to make it worthwhile for them to give.
I think so. You know what's crazy for me with what you are saying? The worthwhile is an issue, man. It's like we almost also have to convince parents to parent.
Yo.
Because it's not worthwhile, ain't it? Why must I go?
But it's an approach,
Wait. I'm saying there's a deep issue that we're facing in society, and I'm gonna go to parenting. As long as there's hot water, there's a deep issue. We need to convince you to take care of your own seed.
I disagree with what you're saying.
No. You're asking for a variable that
Okay, ngizoringa ke because you give me a chance. For black people, because you guys are speaking about black people.
All right.
Lento ye envelope, lento kunikela, lento after tears. These were cultures that were built difficultly so.
That's
Even
what I
the
just
church.
said, that there's a culture problem.
So I was saying
and the psychology. So now we need to have a psychology. We need to have a culture conversation about parenting your kids.
No.
So when on your weekend, I'll tune
you need to
for your
start
children.
this thing and fight. So the first DJ wasn't paid. The first DJ wasn't paid. Say, ngicela ningikhokhele bafethu 200 rand to come and play music. Utagi usikhokhela ukudlala into esingayidlala manje kwi radio. So someone had to sit there to a point where now DJs can comfortably say, I charge this much.
Yeah.
For example, this year, started last year, I charge certain guests to come to the podcast. A lot of people are shocked. Yeah. Yes. Yeah?
You charge.
Yes.
But is it a promo thing?
Don't worry about that. I'm trying to make a point. My point is that it's a new thing. It's odd.
We'll have it offline.
It doesn't matter. The point is it's odd. It's new. Some people are like, hey, you know what? It's okay. Let's leave it. And I understand because I'm asking for something new. So let me show you about we need to teach parents how to parent. No. You have to teach parents to change their culture because they're not used to this thing. You're asking them to do something that's abnormal. So Utebza, for example, we used to a certain type of schooling and being involved in the kids.
Yeah.
The school says parents need to come to every sports practice and you guys need to swim on Saturdays. We'll be like, aye. Then other people who have been living that culture are going to say, so we now need to teach this guy to get all the kids practices and swim. That's so, and it's like, you guys have misread it. Utebza is not used to this culture that you guys are doing. You're asking him to change his culture. And you need to be patient with him.
I'll give you a little anecdote. My mom, because wayihlala apha eGauteng, never really got to see me play. I played hockey. She never got to see me play first team hockey.
Shout out hockey. I played hockey.
You played first team?
Yeah.
Hey, don't get only us first team hockey players can do that.
I already got my clips.
So,
No, we take it back.
No, I'm not going to take it back.
So-
I'll get another clips.
Come on.
So I want to say that I was a decent enough hockey player that I was in the border B side, and my mom, the first time my mom ever watched me play was here in Poch, right? Because
When
it was
you guys were traveling.
Yeah, it was closer for her to drive. And we were at the time, I think, probably top 15 hockey playing schools at the time. It was Founders Festival. And I played the number 2 side, Paul Roos, at the time. Guy I was facing was a South African guy. Like South African under 18A player.
He was a national player.
National player.
Yeah, when you
Baba.
say South African versus foreign,
yeah,
no,
it's fine. So that,
he was playing national.
that's one of there's maybe 3 games where I've played the best hockey of my entire life. That was one of those games because my mom arrived. Now, there's nothing special that changed in my abilities other than what I wanted to achieve because my parents were there. The involvement of my mother and my aunt, they both came. And there was a funny thing around the fact that I had like these oldish looking like hockey boots, and she bought me like hockey. She was there. She's like, "Hey, boots zako," type of thing, and she bought me new hockey boots on the spot. So then like the whole team was, like we're gonna be slipping all over the pitch and whatever. And where I'm getting to is that we have to understand what the formative years of a child mean and the involvement of the people that matter in their life. And what Utebza is talking about is not the 10 rand that needs to be taken out. It is the involvement in your kid's life when you can't be there. Because if you are there and the kids need to buy drinks for...
It's too easy.
It was like, could be 100 rand as a
too
parent.
easy.
But if you're not there and you can't give out the 10 rand, it then starts to question, if I can't give my time, I will give my resources. And they are not asking for resources that are outside your abilities.
Yes.
But we know that when the parents are there and the boys win and everyone is whatever, or go to, hey, the boys need cool drinks or NH8, there's a parent who's going to say, I'm going to tatas bay 25. But
Ngithenge ufat Albert awu3 ngoba siyamazi yena ukuthi
But what I'm trying to say in this conversation is that what we need to also have as conversation as the new age parents,
Sure.
right? Even though I'm not a parent, I add myself because I've got old nieces that I parent. We've got to be involved in the way that we know and understand is the right level of involvement in the upbringing of children.
you're preaching to the
No, you already converted. But I'm saying they might not
No,
be
I get we're
converted.
speaking to.
No, I hear you.
So
I'm not shutting you down.
Yeah.
I'm
On the
I'm
other side of the coin.
I'm asking you to, in what you're saying, try and also consider how we win over the township people.
I was about to say, because the other side of the coin,
Yeah.
my sons will never experience that moment
Yeah.
where you leveled up and became Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Because there was a cricket match that I missed. Bro, dog, it's a Wednesday fixture. I was busy. And all I get is, yeah, but Baba, the other parents were there. Chief, I'm there.
So you were at a space where most of the parents were not around for games, or were they?
So no, most of the parents were around for games.
For most of the games.
But I understood because my mom lives in Johannesburg that there's no way that she'll come.
Were you abnormal?
In terms of what?
Your parents not being at games?
Well, not I was the outlier because a lot of parents would come.
No problem.
Right? So but I never felt like I was different in the sense that
Sure.
the coach understood, like Zim's mom lives in Joburg, type of thing. She works in Joburg. But it then became that amazing feeling of saying, for all the times that she's never been there, when we were close enough to Joburg, she came with my aunt to Poch, and we were there, and this guy went and played the best 2 games he's ever played in his
Sorry,
life.
you're bugging me. You keep mentioning your mom only.
No, my father passed away a long time ago,
Okay.
like 98.
My apologies. Thank you.
No, that's fine. So that is important in the sense of understanding holistically, because it says to me that if she could, she definitely would. because she's not akahlali eqonce. She is not within driving distance, etc. And I'll then come to one last example. There's a former South African rugby player, Ubandise Marco, and I'm sure you guys
I know
him.
Ubandise. He played for the
Ubandise,
Bulls, but it's
for
from
the
Dale,
Bulls,
yeah.
Yeah. I watched Bandise's I think he's your age. He's 1 year older than me. And stop it.
Nothing wrong. Legends.
So
Darling,
I watched
darling.
I watched Bandise's from when I was 11 years old, and I watched him grow to become a Springbok.
Yeah.
So I was literally there. Him and Bjorn Basson.
Bjorn Basson,
He
yeah.
was my
He's also went to Dale, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Started at the
So-
Griquas, I think.
Yes,
Then he moved to the Bulls.
and then yeah. So I particularly want to speak on Bandise in the sense that of black parents specifically, because I think within colored culture there already is an understanding of we go watch games.
It's a culture.
In rugby, it's a culture.
It's a culture, yeah.
So particularly for someone like Ubandise, I watched his dad, who was a farmer and an entrepreneur, come to all of his practices. Like it was weird to not see his dad's bucky there.
Sure.
Like it was weird. Like at practice, match.
Sure.
At practice, he is the car following the first team bus, going to Ekre, going to Etinaha, Utenake, going to all these places. He's literally there's Bandise's dad behind. So when Bandise finally made the Springboks, it made me emotional, understanding where his dad came from when he was 12 years old and I was 11, and his dad would be there. And his dad would be the first person to shout when he's ball and he's throwing it in and it goes wide.
Yeah.
Bandise! He'd be the first person to say it before Carl Spillau says it. So all of these things, you understand that the formative years of a young child are so important with the involvement. And what I keep trying to say this thing of saying, we're trying to convince people that should be already coming to the church, that they should be giving. And if Debs has taken his time to create a grouping of kids who he wants to better their lives and give them something to do, it should be a no-brainer for parents to understand that Debza is giving thousands of rands. We're asking you for 10 rand.
I've got a personal thing that I just want to add here. I don't want to make it personal to me, but it is personal to me because you're triggering me. Trying to get mothers to understand the importance of what we're saying. In a space where it looks like they're oblivious to like, the dad needs to be there at his kids' games. And there's a chance that you have made it difficult. And how, so we speak about convincing Otaki in the townships to show up for their kids, to contribute where they can, because it's important. Whether it lands or not, we're not sure. But you've got a situation where Untanga's not seeing his kid and the mom doesn't see the value of it. And for her to understand that I'm listening to these guys and I'm like, that could have been my child's father, but because of me, the guy can't. So Joburg, Eastern Cape. I have a child with a lady from the Eastern Cape, wherever we meet. I want the child to study in Joburg so I can watch their hockey games. And the mom's like, no, my child's going to boarding school in the Eastern Cape. And I now can't do that. And how do I convince her to
Guys,
get
also,
the gravity
let's also
of
be
this?
cognitive of parenting based on our trauma. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm speaking from a point of privilege. And I'll get my lighties saying, hey, Dama, maybe you don't need to come this weekend. Oh, chief.
What do you mean?
So the first day, mom will come and lay the foundation to soften me before the lighties tell me that they don't need me there. Because you spoke about Ubandisa's dad, you know. And for these lighties, it's different. It's so different. Why are you not there selling puris and leaving us alone? So we always need to be cognizant of how we parent. Because I was blessed because my mom, shout out moms, was always there at games. So I always knew she was there. So I didn't need to be Super Saiyan on games. I just was the same thing.
But what's dope with what you're saying, and this is what we're speaking about, that guys, we've seen a pattern of what good parenting does and the ripple effect it has on society.
Yes.
What we're asking of you is that, guys, there's an actual study about being present. There's an actual study about a father being present in a child's life.
My point was how you are being present. So I'll say this. A friend of mine,
Okay. Jwayela kabi.
No.
So ishaya le.
A friend of
Mlotshwa.
mine, by the Kuma, back in the day when he was still hacking with Okel,
Yeah.
it's handane no sisi hlampe from a certain demographic.
Yeah.
Emthengela amaflower. Baby ngithengela amaflower. And usisi would say, no, I don't need amaflower. Mina ngifuna idata. Or mina ngifuna imali. You know, so you're not understanding, you're not approaching her at her level. Because you assume being
In her love
romantic.
language. But it's difficult for me to argue things when you make those examples.
Hear me
man.
out.
I'm not
Hear me out.
No.
Because there's parents that might not understand
Chief.
5 rand. They might understand prayer. They might understand when
What you're speaking about doesn't have a ripple effect on society.
Hear me out.
It doesn't have an effect where a kid is angry in society.
But you're not even allowing me to land the plane.
Okay.
There might be parents where you said, for example, Stella, oh, mama bazosiphekela.
Yeah.
Basiqeda upractice ibhola, basiphekele.
They would be there.
They would be like, oh, go ngizopheka mina. Ngipheka abafana badle. They might be there. You say to my time, no, asibafuna 5 rand. Ngicela nibe khona. They'll be there because they like watching it disc.
I understand
They might be. All I'm saying is sometimes we need to be cognizant with how we ask for what we ask for.
How they show up.
How they show up. We say
How do you show up outside of your trauma? Because I think almost all of us do, whether we're aware of it or not.
that's a fact.
How do we?
Show up outside.
How
of
do
our
we
trauma.
parent outside of our trauma?
I think one, you must acknowledge that you've got the trauma.
How would you know? You need to ask people, guys, do you think I'm parenting now?
No,
Join a
Chief.
parents group.
Especially
No, but
with
the thing about trauma affect you,
when they
the
grow
people
up,
around you know
It's
you
your
have
shadow
it, man.
work, bro. It's
Chief,
your shadow work.
it's
If
there,
you-
man.
Bro,
I think why we have these spaces, bro, is that people can understand that we didn't arrive at this ability to have really tough conversations, this
Nje.
well placed, outside of us having to do the shadow work of understanding who we are.
Bro, I thought I did a lot of shadow work until you hear your lighty say, Chief, you're not coming to my boss. Okay. Yo, dog.
But,
Yeah,
but why?
but you
But why?
did, but
Because me and the other black timers, we there on the side. Come on!
No,
Yeah,
but-
yeah. My nephew told
but-
me, Uti, this
so-
guy is a bit much.
so-
and I told him, I've seen
so-
him.
so-
yeah, but I've told him,
I am.
you're a bit too much.
Bro,
Mara, rather your kids complain-
instantly on the group, instantly on the group, all the other timers
Mara, wait.
were like, man, hey, did you...
Dude,
And
Mara,
we're
rather your kids
There's
complain
there's
about
like, There's
that.
like 6 of us.
No.
Then they were like, our lighties
No.
all decided to cook
This is what
us
I'm
up
saying
together.
about trauma. You don't
and
know
we're all
what's
going to
trauma
our
and what's
parties, and we're saying to our parties,
But that could be even.
they
The
must
light is
just,
gonna get
they must
old and
just
tell you, I
do
used to hate
hot
you
dog
being at my
duty.
games.
that could even
rather
be the
that.
coach, by the
You
way.
don't rather
Could have
that.
been
You're
the
going to
coach.
destroy
But
the kid.
No, we
No,
also
rather
too
than-
much.
You see, you're speaking from trauma.
So when you say that the hooker,
Yeah.
when you're
just
saying
pass.
Uti, that,
Yeah.
I see the white male, the dads,
Yeah.
they sit and they clap hands. I see it. For us, soccer, rugby, basketball,
Yeah, you in.
we on the court, bro.
Yeah.
We're on the court. And there's like 9 of us.
If there's a call, it's a bad call. You're like, nah.
What
the fuck, Ray? You
If
piece
your
of
child
shit.
is playing C's, we're all there for your lighting.
Yeah.
If you're all there. And then the lighties say, Chief, easy. If you're gonna, they do orchestra or choir. Tina, we take those parents when they singing.
I can't relate to those stories, man. You're speaking about your kids complaining that you're
no, but
too
you're missing
present.
it. No,
It's very hard to relate to
hear
that
me
story,
out.
man.
All I'm
Because-
saying,
because of your own
what I'm saying is they are asking,
That traumas.
but
Just
Zwan,
live reality.
all I'm saying is they are saying,
if that's what you want to call it.
approach us at the level of need. Approach us with what we need.
Yeah.
The same way I made the example of my friend with this slave queen who's saying, I need data. I need iman. When umfikela ngama-flower.
All I'm saying, you just bring in bad examples.
It's fine. You might think it's bad examples. I hope it lands to some people. For some parents to get through to them, mama ngicela usenzele iorosi uwenze namagwinya.
Yeah, le ngiyakuthola. Yeah.
Bazokuzwa ke when you they understand ukuthi manje ngithatha
Meet them
50
at the
rand.
level.
How much
Nigga-
more time do you have for us?
Guys, let's go. My flight is at like 5 in the morning.
You need to
Okay,
leave.
Reda.
No, I'm still good.
Oh. So I'm saying ukuthi sometimes we make that mistake of saying magogo ngicela unike ingane u50 rand for kids. I understand leyo nto. But mawungathi ngisacela for lo bhuti ozosebenza ngogesi
Yeah.
ngicela simenzele ukudla khona ezodla.
You must meet
Yes.
them at their
So
level.
can we approach them at that level? That's
So
what I'm
I
asking.
think that genuinely speaking, when this country's true foundation crumbled is when we allowed school sports to crumble. And I say this because from.
Are you talking for privileged people?
No, dithetha ngoba I went
Are you
to
talking about for the majority of the country?
I'm talking about the majority of the country. And wait,
No, I'm not coming. I'm just asking.
No,
You're saying for the
because-
majority of the country,
because Mamela,
things went wrong when school sports crumbled.
100%.
For the majority of the country.
yes, because I was, believe it or not, I was the third fastest runner behind Bjorn Basson when we were 13 years old.
You Brias, boy. You fucking society
So-
ass
so-
to
so-
fucking hell.
Friend, umfonela ngo-9 kusebusuku.
Hey, maybe he's sleeping.
No, but this is not the point.
Yeah.
The point is
You
that
can grill the hell out of us.
no, because I needed to put him in his place. So
You can grill the hell out of us, boy.
Mama,
Air fry us.
So at the end of the day,
Shoshoz.
we used to, when I went to the colored
Where are
school,
you staying?
right?
Yeah.
When I was at the colored school, because I went from the black school to the colored school to the white school. When I was at the colored school, our interactions with other schools within our network that we could get to was the schools like the Dales, the whatnots, and we would either run against them, play rugby against them, all of these other things. And it inspired excellence in us, even though understanding that these people were more privileged. We got to interact with people who have more than us. Just in the same way as when you get to Dale and we went to Emakanda, former Grahamstown, and we play against St. Andrews or Kingswood, we would beat them.
Yeah.
And there would still be... Iman,
No, I'm just saying we didn't go to those schools, so
Okay,
no one's
so
catching feelings.
100%.
You'll apologize to Awan Basemaka.
No, I'll never apologize to them. So at the end of the day, there are networks that exist within. And what I think Atebza is fighting for, he's fighting for something that should exist in his community, even in the least funded way possible. Not to say he's asking for hundreds of thousands of rands. He's asking for the mere participation of people that need to understand that because of the society and how way it has shifted from where there was school sports and there's no school sports, there needs to be some form of assistance from the people that come to these games, because we are not at the point where we can charge 50 rand for people to come watch these games. Like the school sports that we understand that if you are not whether you're an old boy or a parent or whatever, uzobhadala 50 rand to watch Dale versus Selborne. Uzobhadala 50 rand between Grey and Grey. Uzobhadala 100 rand between Paul and Paul Jim. Like, we know that there's an economy that's been built around these things and it doesn't exist.
Paul Boys and Paul Khim.
Yeah.
It's 150 rand an
Oh,
entry.
sorry, 150 rand.
22,000
Yeah,
people
150
attend
rand.
their
Sorry.
game.
Yeah,
At the local stadium.
We go for those boys.
yeah.
22,000
You must actually tell me when you go for these big games. I want to come. So what I think I want to get across.
What are you doing?
Is doing the math. So what I think I want to get to people to understand around what Debs is saying, and I fully support him, is to say that there needs to be an understanding that what he has built and what people have built across the country in these small little clubs that are supported by people like Debza, by taxi owners, by people that own shops and whatnot, is that they are rebuilding and helping to rebuild what has broken down. And they are asking for the bare minimum. They're not asking to become millionaires. They're already putting in more money than what you and all of the other parents are putting in. He is asking for you to show up for your kids. And if you can't show up for your kids and contribute to this thing economically, because it doesn't happen for free. And what he's asking on top of that is that please come to support the kids so that we can have a vibrant communal space that allows for all of us to have a great Saturday outside of saying that we have all of these issues which don't go away because we go to a game, but they allow for us to have some semblance of sanity and escapism that is policed by family values.
I mean, what I ask for Mutebza, because everything you've said is 100%, is to first meet them where they are. There's so many...
It starts by speaking to them.
Yeah.
Just number one, just go speak to them.
So
You'll get a feel.
In your color, there's kono mama baning who may or may not be watching that feel good. Bas tandazel.
Yeah.
For us to be here.
And that's the
And they may not feel like you've done enough to give them that recognition. Good, hey, mamsbia, yabona. This
is what we've done.
Because that's where they feel.
Totally agree.
So we have to understand who they are, where they come from, their thinking, and how they feel that they're pouring back to the space. You know, the fact I gave permission, I could have said no.
Because this is what I have.
Yeah.
I could have said no.
Yeah.
I gave you the resource. There.
Yeah.
Ngiyakuthandazela, ngiyakubeka.
Hey, that's a lot.
Now you are wanting
Yeah.
even, and you haven't even recognized ukuthi mamsibuya siyabonga ukuthi ingane
ingane.
instead of ukuthi on Saturday makuyowenzwa ini umsebenzi ngane, other mothers are there with their kids and bayasiza ngetende nani. My child is not there because nginika utebs ingane.
So do you think that this is also indicative of like all of the parents who I now see on my algorithm complaining about the fact that even though they pay to these schools, like they pay school fees to these private schools and these Model C schools, that they still have to then pay for piano lessons, pay for swimming lessons.
It's a lot,
at
ne?
school.
Because it doesn't make sense
a
to
lot.
a person
Senya half
who
already.
went to a school that was free.
Yeah.
Or let's say thina sasifunda esikoleni where it cost you 500 rand a month.
Yeah.
Well, it was less for me. Now I'm paying X, whatever X may be, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 rand. And now you're saying I must also do extra maths, also do
come
extra
volunteer,
violin,
pray
extra
force.
do this, extra. Now I have to buy a
Yeah,
scarf.
Nyazinja.
Now I have to buy a scarf. It's like, oh no, it's winter, buy a scarf out of nowhere for Saturday, and it's 350. Or it's pink day. Now I have to buy a pink scarf. Well, you get frustrated because you don't
So in
understand.
our first chat, we were speaking about ukujova ngithi
Yeah.
abantu.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to face these issues. Now we're debating how parents must parent their children. Say debate. We're debating how to parent now.
You guys opened a wound.
So
I'm just hoping it will calm down later.
So I think that bringing this whole entire conversation to a head, there's so many things that we can fix in our society just by ourselves before we kind of give our agency to other people to have to fix them because we pay tax. And I know I speak from a position of privilege because all I have ever been in my entire life is middle class. And I don't.
Shout out to your mom.
But 100%. And I thank her for simplest things to say, the one thing you gave to me other than sending me to a decent school for good grounding is that I've never once had to think about black tax. Never once.
One of the biggest gifts.
Not
Not
even 1 month have I ever thought to myself,
we don't have black tax.
My mom is the opposite of black tax. No, as in like, she's like, if you
She's
need
giving.
money.
Yeah.
I'll
No,
give
she
you
doesn't
now.
give. Sorry, it's
she
not
doesn't
like
give.
we the black tax. No, no.
Okay, yeah.
She's just like, "Mo dinging you. Hit me up."
I'm here.
How ding you mali?
Manje uyothatha ifoni ngecontract.
Bambala.
Ifoni manje uzobe ikhokhela kancane ne-interest. Ngizokuboleka. Ufuna imali. Yeah.
No, that's lovely stuff.
And then
James.
we
That's
cock
lovely stuff.
back, but interest free.
My mom forcefully buys things
So
for
I
her
wanna-
grandkids because we don't ask for anything.
Yeah.
So ngekani, she just wants to be involved.
And now you have to deal with these grandkids and also onto
back into the table. And I know he might not want to have this conversation, but I have a huge issue with us not enforcing togetherness in our schools through things like singing of the national anthem and making that mandatory. I have an issue with
You
that.
believe in nationalism?
Yes, I do believe in nationalism, right? I know you're centrist, you've just told us, and you're leaning towards the right. But I understand what symbolisms mean from the perspective of the conquerors. And it's important to understand because they would not fight you as much if you wanted to say you want to change Pretoria to Tshwane if it didn't mean anything. It means something to have it be Pretoria's town. It means something. So when you say to yourself that there are things that we want to do with the project that we want to have as a country, and we will never be perfect. And one day it may never work out the way that we want to, but trying to say to ourselves that this thing of South Africa that is here, that we have, is worth fighting for. Because I've been to at least 22 plus countries. And I understand.
Flex.
Dope.
No, I just have the Bean app. Stop it.
Flex.
So,
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know what a bean app is, but hey.
where have you been? Bean app. So
Hey, there's a joke for people that travel that we don't know. More.
So Hey, just hold on.
man.
We're so sorry, sir. 22 countries and counting.
So
Bean app.
So there
We've
is-
just been to
there
Ecas.
is a need.
And Mozambique.
We've been here.
Yeah. On Spola E.
Yeah.
We should do a podcast from Afriski, just like with the snow in the background. That would be dope.
So anyways, what the hell that is?
No man, Lesotho, Afriski.
Hey.
That'd be dope.
Sasa,
That'd be dope. Get someone to sponsor us. What?
You sponsor us.
Yeah. Hayi ubani mina funding ngixakene ne-res.
Sponsorship Dale. So Koma Jackets as a Dale College.
Ngixakene
We've
ne-res.
given Dale so much mileage in this.
Just hold on.
So Dale had scandals this year.
Yeah?
Anyways,
No.
There you go. Moving swiftly along. Moving swiftly along.
Headmaster.
Moving swiftly
Right, no.
along. Shout out to Newcastle High and Midrand High.
Let's go. So there's a need for us to have a joint project. And I know it's not one that resonates with yourself, but because when we talk about brainwashing and where we come from in the microsystems that have been built around us, when you see the kids do the war cries now at all of these schools, you understand that there's a level of brainwashing. If you understand comms and what's happening and how a lot of these schools started as military schools, by the way, the things that they do come from military systems. So
They're taught by those the missionaries as well.
100%.
Yeah.
So you go through these because you want to build togetherness, brotherhood, etc. So we need to have an understanding around what it is that we're trying to do here. And I know it's a big ask. And I guess for myself, as someone who's in advertising and marketing, I think about these really existential questions a lot about what does it mean, right? Look at any imaging that has to do with America. Every single movie that's going to be a blockbuster for America, you will see a flag at least 2 to 3 times. For no reason. They're showing Pennell's house, and Pennell's a villain, and he's got a damn American flag on there. Now, that is the symbolism.
A lot of red and blue. Captain America and Spider-Man.
100%. That is
Superman.
the symbolism
Superman.
that matters. Now, be that as it may, whether people like or don't like it, the symbolism that was there at the marches carried the South African flag. It actually fought the conversation around nationalism, Zulu nationalism, a lot more for me when I saw a lot of people carrying the flag. Now, we could argue on the basis of why that was the case, but what they were explicitly saying and explicitly showing us was that there is a need to put the flag high. Because asinayo enye indawo but this place. And South Africans, yeah, sharp, we don't travel, whatever. But as we sit here as South Africans, we know that this country is worth fighting for. And I always ask myself as a conservative, because he's a centrist, and that would I take up arms if they told me that this country was under threat? And probably I would. And it's the systems.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Are you serious?
I'm
you
dead
join
serious.
the army and fight.
Why
I'm
are you
dead
carrying
serious.
a knife? Why are you? That's a weapon. He's carrying a weapon. Here. This is a safe place. Easy. Easy.
For peeling apples.
Yeah, guys.
So peeling apples.
So
And oranges.
So what we are missing in our society are the things that bind us together in order for us to have the growth that we want. Now, the easiest things is to find these things within our micro communities, our schools, what Debs are doing, my kids from our hood that I support, play against Debs' kids, etc., so that we can have this thing. Because only through familiarity can we then start to say to ourselves, we want to grow. Because I'm not going to invest in someone who I don't know or things that I don't understand. So the things have to live in and around my world. So I think as a closing from my perspective, I think that as South Africans, as AMAGENTS, the one thing that we need to think about going forward is what we build into our fabric, our operating system for the next generation. Sure. Because at the end of the day, we can have all of these conversations based off our lived expenses and our lived experiences, And the whole point of whether or not what you have lived and what you have passed on, the measure of that will live through your offspring.
True.
Do you remember when we had that chat about when we spoke about, just to add on what you're saying about being a patriot, when we spoke about Guti,
Patreon.
Patriarch.
Petrimons.
Patriarch.
Patriarch.
Patrick.
Patrick.
Got SpongeBob.
Pen was always right.
Petroleum.
Parallelogram.
British
When you are a
petroleum.
How long have we
Petralis.
been going? We need to close.
When you are Petronella.
We've been shooting for 4 hours.
No, we need to go. We need to go. No, we need to go.
We're left with 9 minutes, so we're not changing cards.
Just to add.
9 minutes. I sent in fast.
9
Penson
minutes.
is the problem.
Just to add.
What, 9 minutes?
We spoke about them removing church from school.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, and going back, you said there must be the flag, we must sing the anthem.
Yeah.
The first line of the anthem is,
Yeah. Nkosi sikelele Africa.
you know, so it's Nkosi. You understand,
Yeah.
like even Afrikaans part, a diblo,
Yeah.
van die hemel, the heavens,
Yeah.
In the blow, Eddie blow.
Out of
From the blue of the
the
heavens.
heavens. So again, we're not anchored in anything.
Yeah.
If you're not anchored in anything, bro.
Done.
That's
But
it.
that's as if it is
Yeah.
4 hours.
Producer, closing remarks. Must I bring the mic?
Akasafuni manje.
I mean, I want you to say something, but maybe
Marcellus Hilton.
maybe say close. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you because you speak a lot about the economics and how the countries run and
Yeah.
all that stuff. I've always wanted to ask you: do you think South Africa is still standing from an economic perspective because there's white people here? I've always wanted to ask you that, but we don't have a lot of minutes.
back for the next one.
Please,
So yes and no.
yes or no? Okay, perfect. Siaval.
Yeah.
It's been dope, man.
Yeah.
It's always dope having you fit to come through. Fit. So it's siyabonga mfethu that you made time to come here. You know, you could have been anywhere else. And literally,
But I'm here with you.
but you're here. so,
We appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mfethu.
Lungelo, closing.
Mooshtaffa, thank you for coming through, bro. You are a brilliant mind. I hope you'll reconsider because I think you've got a bigger calling than the Eastern Cape. I know you're trying to be an example and be grounded in saying this is what I've done from where I come from. But some people are called to a higher purpose. It's why Messi leaves Argentina and goes to Europe. It's why Trevor Noah went overseas. I think the world needs you more than the Eastern Cape needs you, and it's a tough one because you can't be a good father if you're a leader for the people. Something suffers. Your children suffer, but sometimes society needs you more than your children, and it's a tough one. But unfortunately, you're too gifted, I think, for the Eastern Cape, and I hope you'll go through whatever you're going through. But then just remember that more people need you than the place you're going to. But thank you for coming through. You guys opened some wounds I need to go and work on. I hope some people learned from what we spoke about. I think there's a lot of people we're not going to reach. And in everything we spoke about, you guys are cementing that I'm no longer a patriot of this country. I don't believe in Project South Africa. I want to move closer to conservatism. I really, really admire Mabonu and Jews. I think there's a lot to learn from those people. Howie Saxton, shout out to Howie. I'm gonna repost this video. But yeah, a lot to consume, a lot to think about, and a lot to learn. And Debs, I hope you learned as well. I was inspired to. I need to reinvest in my father's soccer team because I've spoken to Amajid and I think I've let them down. We should all own a sports team. Those of us that are privileged, at the very least, until we can all own our own schools and then compete on schools and which school is better because we built it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think in closing, I want to thank you guys for building a platform that is so open and is so, I think, impactful and respectful and challenging on core values and allows for people to say, "But hey, and then you test that." And I think we don't have enough of these platforms. And I'm going to come to a point in a space where I say, my biggest worry right now is the neglect that I see of the black boy child. And for me, I don't speak about this a lot because I don't think I have the platform to do that. But I appreciate when I have platforms like this, when we can have those type of conversations. I really think that in order for parity to happen, we need to not disadvantage the black boy child. And I think about starting things and whatnot, and I'll eventually do them. But in my back of my mind, I hear people saying, yeah, but what about the girl child? And when I want to do a boys only coding camp, but then I think to myself, what about all of the places where the boy child can't access? What about all the funding opportunities that they can't get because they are the boy child, because we are looking for a rebalancing, not necessarily parity. So I appreciate this, and I think I want to thank each and every one of you, because you've kept this platform going, and it pops up on my timeline and I play it, and sometimes I'm actively listening, sometimes it's playing in the background in my crib and I'm listening and I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, I get mad, I'm like, what's Stella saying? That doesn't make sense and whatever. But at the same time, I appreciate that we have platforms like this, that we can come and we can speak outside of what people understand us to be. This will shock a lot of people that have seen me in different spaces, because whenever I was on the Pen Show, like, it'd be different, right? Because there we want to share knowledge. It's a one-on-one. It's a whatnot. This is what bras do. Siyahlala, sithethe, sihlale singamadoda, kuncokolwe, kuthweni, we change each other's positions, right? Sichukumise zandawo in our hearts that make us think differently, because we are different. Yes, Penel could say like Amajita that and Amakrutman Amadala, they used to do things differently and this is how they used to speak and whatnot, but we are not those people. We are different. And what hurt a lot of men in South Africa, and I want to say this, what hurt a lot of men in South Africa was the disregard that they had for those who had come from a long way and gone past certain circumstances to be painted with the same brush that said that everybody is trash. And no one can ever take that away from those people who felt that way. And in this quest for wanting to heal and finding parity, we actually demolished a lot of young black men who then turn away from whatever project is going to be built where we'll find parity with abantu besifazane and amadoda. There is a way that we can find semblance and create spaces like this to have conversations as men and black women. We don't have to go out there to really demean each other in front of everybody. We have to create the spaces that we say are not there. We have to do it. So I really want to thank you guys, because it's hard to start something like this because it doesn't feel like it has a place until it has a place. Because you can come here and talk about, we've gone from schoolboy stuff to how parents support to ukjova for young 16-year-olds to so many topics that really touch abantu. And I think you guys need to really see how big this thing is, because the more you keep it going, we'll always have a voice. We'll always have an opportunity to say, I don't think that this is right. And one day, there'll be podcasts where our kids will be sitting here saying, our parents started this thing, and this is where we continue this type of legacy to have these conversations. And I thank you guys for that.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, bro, like, thank you so much. It's an absolute privilege.
Yeah, man.
Like, Sfundile. And we'll hold you on to Lando, where you said you'll host us.
Let's go, guys.
In the Eastern Cape. But guys, just to remember, 31st of July, we're doing an event. Please book your tickets. Limited space. So we're at ALX on the 31st. Come join us. My chance, we're out.
Out. Thank you.
Danko.
That was long, man.
Majita, my chance here. Pensini.
Oh, Debza. Hey, come on, man.
On the 31st of July, 2026, we're doing it again. We're doing it big. Where are we doing it, Debza?
Alex, Bramfontein. Yeah.
Johannesburg. So guys, itikiti, the damage is iklipa, $100. We've got limited tickets, limited seating. We're trying to keep it intimate. We're trying to keep a nice Q&A session. So book your tickets ASAP.
Yeah, Bafet, come through, Bafet. We want to speak about everything and anything that has to deal with men.
Danko is?
Thank you. Come to God.